Today, our drivers will battle for 6 hours at one of North America's most iconic circuits, Watkins Glen International. Who will come out on top? We'll find out as soon as we get ready to watch the Team Racing Series presented by Porsche Exchange. I am Rachel Whiteford, and with me in the booth today is Taylor Burris. Cameron Obenon is on social media, along with Ryan Bauer producing, who's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Today's race is brought to you by the Porsche Exchange. Porsche Exchange has been family-owned, operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Along the way, they've won the Porsche Premier Dealership Award for 3 years in a row and has been chosen to be one of the few Porsche exclusive manufacturer dealerships in the entire country. Find out more at forporsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. That is forporsche.com and at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Well, Taylor Burris, why don't you tell us a little bit about this, as we mentioned, very iconic track?
Of course we can, Rachel, and good afternoon, everyone. We are here live from the virtual Watkins Glen International, located in beautiful upstate Watkins Glen, New York, here in the United States. This 12-turn, 3.45 mile or 5.5 kilometer circuit provides some of the most greatest racing in many different forms of motor racing, from, of course, NASCAR, sports car racing, open wheel, and amateur racing all across the country. Come to test their might at this amazing circuit that is high speed, yet also technical, depending on what part of the circuit you go to, whether you have to hit the high braking zone of turn 1 of the 90 or having to negotiate passing opportunities through the inner loop and into the boot. Drivers will have to do everything in their power to try to make sure they keep the speed and momentum on their side if they want to cross the line first place in their respective classes.
Oh, they certainly will, and of course this track will be the real beast, often referred to as the Daytona of road courses in American road course racing. It always throws up challenges. A reminder, by the way, that PCA's Sim Racing's social media offers in-race reports, breaking news, and announcements through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. To subscribe, key in the platform name and add /PCA Sim Racing. You'll find them right there. You can hit the little subscription bell, you can hit the little notification thing, you can follow them, you can tweet them, you can do all sorts of things. It is fantastic. Go check them out. That's where you will find all the relevant information you are looking for about PCA Sim Racing. And there is a lot of information, right, Taylor? These guys have got so much going on.
They certainly do, and this event, of course, is a lot of great racing opportunity with the PCA. Of course, the PCA is always doing something throughout the year, pretty much almost, I have to say, 24/7. The PCA, as well as the PCA Sim Racing, has some special event that anyone who is a member of the PCA or someone who wants to get involved with the PCA has ready for them to come and take a look, try out, and of course, compete if you are interested. So make sure to check out all of their social media and their websites to learn more information.
Certainly will do, of course. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the classes for today's race?
Of course, we have at least 3 different classes racing here today for the PCA Endurance Series presented by Porsche Exchange. Of course, the top class that we have, of course, is the GT3 Spec class, which is utilizing the Porsche 911 GT3R. And of course, the class 2, which is a open category, is of course going to utilize the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, which we of course see compete in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which finished up their championship tournament at Monza yesterday on Saturday, where Diego Pinto coming home with the championship there. And then, of course, the final class is utilizing the Porsche Cayman GT4 car that is utilized. A lot of the drivers who are up and coming through the series, who are trying to get their foot set up into the PCA Sim Racing Series, utilized with that class here today. And it's a lot of racing drivers competing here, a lot of returning favorites that I get to see racing in this series here today. It's going to be exciting to see who can survive these next 6 hours.
Yeah, it really is, of course. I looked down some of these names. We have people like Duncan James. We have people in their actual cars, with Kaufman, Ian Simon. We're seeing Joe Stiffel. A lot of the regular names here, the Palmers, we've got Chapman, all these guys, Volker Krebs as well. Everyone remember Haribo, man. He's in a different car right now, but hopefully the Haribo is just as sweet. These guys are some of the best names we see in PCA racing, of course, from all the classes. Now, of course, during our regular scheduled seasons, we have, of course, Pro, Club, Cup, and... Sorry, no, it's Club, Championship, Pro, and Sport. There we go, we got it in the end. And that represents our grading of the various classes. Of course, it goes to challenge, I'm having one of those moments. It's been a long week. Challenge, up to sport, up to club, up to pro. Now, that represents a hierarchy of speed, if you will. Now, often in these cases, the gradings of classes in something like this are often similarly split. This means we'll see a grading of drivers, Taylor, where we'll see the faster guys up there in the pro class, if you will, running in those GT3 cars, which just have a lot more performance overall. Of course, they have a lot of the driver aids in there. They've got the traction control, the ABS. The Cup cars, as fast as a straight line, which is important at Watkins Glen. There's some big straight lines, but they do not have ABS or traction control. They are much more feisty in the corners, whereas the GT4 car is overall slower, correct?
It certainly is. The GT3 cars are more with the aerodynamics of the cars that we see here on the track today, that we see compete in a lot of GT3 tournaments. These GT3 Cup cars that we see, like you pointed out, no ABS. This is going to be more of a car that really tests the drivers who come out in races, and that's why Porsche created this GT3 Cup car, to really see if any of these drivers that go out and compete in the GT3 Cup championships all across the world, to see if they're capable of one day becoming a Porsche factory driver, where they get to run the 911 GT3Rs, of course, for those who compete in the World Endurance Championship with their 911 RSR, or maybe one day have the shot of running in their new GTP car that'll be coming, of course, with the LMDH package that Porsche will bring starting in 2023.
Yes, it's really exciting to see what we can get from those guys. We have open qualifying ongoing right now with these cars. So we're seeing the classes going through. No, we're on to warm-up now. We've had qualifying. We have our times set, of course, and we'll go through those just before we go to the grid. We've got about 3 minutes remaining here. And it's going to be quite interesting to find out what occurs from this race. Of course, 6 hours is a long time. Now, this is multi-driver racing. The track will have changed significantly from most people's practice, Taylor, to when we get other drivers getting into the cars. How do you think that's going to change things for them?
It's going to be a lot of changes, and that's where the teams are going to have to work together and find out which is going to be the best opportunity for setups and adjustments during this race. We're going to see a lot of significant time changes since the start of this race all the way to the finish. Currently, right now, the in-sim time is just a little bit before 1 p.m. on Sunday, June the 5th, here on iRacing time, and the temperatures currently are looking pretty warm currently. A track tip of 117 degrees, and that's only going to continue to rise for a few hours in this race, and then the temperatures are going to start to dip down a little bit as we get into the later parts of this race. So it's going to be critical for drivers to keep up with the temperatures, see how the track is really gripping on the levels, because right now it's going to be hot and slick, difficult to run in certain sections, especially towards the outer loop, which is that banked corner that drivers are going to have to negotiate and can carry a lot of speed through, but can be very easy to slip up, especially when trying to get back onto the throttle when you're trying to work your way through the boot. Drivers are going to have to be careful to keep an eye on that, as well as also watching of where to set their paddles up in these races. Multi-class racing is the most exciting form of racing, I had to say, in motorsports, but it's also one of the most tricky and difficult because you're having to deal with the differentials of speeds among several different classes. And for these GT3 cars, working around the Cup cars and the GT4 cars, there is going to be certain parts where the GT3 cars are going to have to bide their time and wait till the opportune time to make these passes for around their competitors here today.
Certainly are, of course, and the passing opportunities will be limited. We talk about the evolution of this racetrack and the race dynamics overall, but these cars will become very spread out. The classes will get mixed into each other, and we know that GT3 will be overall quickest. They will only be quicker than the Cup cars in the corners, so they're going to have to really plan their passes, whilst both classes are dealing with the GT4 cars. So with build-up across the track, of course, and there are certain parts of Watkins Glen, like the boot, Taylor, where we'll see a ton of dirt kicked onto that track there, making it very different 3 hours in.
It certainly is going to be, of course, with all that dirt, the rubber buildup beginning up onto the track. That's going to cause some very loose areas for these drivers to lose grip very quickly throughout this race. So you have to be careful. Try to not really go too far offline on some of these racetracks here. And, of course, making sure you hit your marks in those braking zones, because one mess up could cost you valuable time, could cost you a damaged race car, and also the chance to win in your respective classes or podium in your respective classes here today.
Very much so. And wow, yes, things will be getting hopefully very exciting throughout this one. We have a lot of big drivers here, big teams. The Matrix guys are out, of course. Imperial Motorsports are out. And one of my favorites from the team series, Three Stooges are on track. Los Muchachos. We got Stars, Spanners, and it's going to be fun. Some of these guys are really great when it comes to the actual racing experience. And we did have a late entry, of course. Your name here, which I believe is Duncan James, and we've got the fastest guy to hit the regular PCA season of Michael Kaholic as well, entering very late this morning for a last moment entry, and it seems their qualifying time is looking pretty sharp.
Qualifying right now is currently held by the JRT Racing team with Rafael Almarim, along with also the drivers of Jacob Schum, Travis Brody, as well included in that three-car lineup. They have put a blistering time during qualifying of a 142.665. To give you that in perspective, the fastest pole time for the other classes for the Porsche GT3 Cup cars, it is of course going to be your name here with a 147.2, and then in the Porsche GT4 class a 154.51. So you're looking at just over 10 seconds between the entire field for the most part when it goes from the top class of the GT3Rs all the way to the GT4 cars. So very critical to see how this race will play out and how important that these classes try and negotiate through each other during this race.
100%. That is always the critical component of multi-class racing. How you handle the traffic. Doesn't matter how quick you are. Doesn't matter how fast over a single lap or 10 laps you can be. If you can't handle traffic, you will lose multi-class endurance racing. It is the critical component. And even for the slower classes, the ability to be passed is also huge. You have to learn how to be passed, how to make it the least impactful to your race. Because that's a huge strategic advantage. If you can work out how to be passed advantageously, you're good. And that's not something most drivers ever practice, Taylor.
No, it certainly is not, but thankfully, thanks to the help of iRacing, there is a lot of great opportunities to utilize and practice your multi-class racing abilities, so that way we can keep an eye and see how well these drivers have learned from them. Of course, we just got done with several different multi-class racing events. Of course, you can think of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 that just happened, where you could drive one of the two Porsches that were included in the series, and then, of course, we also have going on right now the Majors 24 happening at the virtual Le Mans circuit, which is going to be exciting to see how that concludes over at GSRC. So it's incredible that these drivers who had the chance to compete, who had that opportunity to practice and get themselves ready for this 6-hour endurance race.
So it will be. Let's take a look at your qualifying order here for tonight's race. We'll get this up on your screen now for your GT3 class JRT Racing up front with the pole. Matrix Green in second place, Wookie Racing in third, with E2 Junior Motorsports in fourth. Marble Motors in 5th place with Matrix Purple in 6th. Operation Motorsport is in 7th with Exchange Motorsports in 8th. Taylor?
The pole sitter for the GT3 Cup class will be, of course, your name here, with a 147.208, followed by the Eureka team in second place in class, 10th overall. Moving on to the rest of the field, 11th overall and third in the class is the Imperial Motorsports, the Commentator's Curse, followed by Celtic Racing in 12th. 13th will be Equipe Petits in that class, followed by the Spanners Motorsport, rounding out the rest of the field in the GT3 Cup category. 15th, pole sitter for the GT4 class is Star Racing, followed by the Los Muchachos Motorsports in 16th. 17th is the Three Stooges Racing, Mach Schnell Motorsports in the 18th spot. 208 Racing Green team in 19th. Rounding out your top 20, the Back Markers Motorsports.
After them, we have Alcura Racing with Operation Motorsport GT4, Dreadnought Racing, Team 1 in 24th, and Anchors Away in 25th. They may have entered the wrong race here, Taylor. I think the lake's over there. Elkhart Lake, in fact. That's Road America. I'm confused. Ignore me. Here we go. We're on our pace lap now.
Just getting ready to say, you have the Finger Lakes not too far from Watkins Glen, so, and also Lake Champlain is not too far from this area. So they're just getting a little bit comfortable before they anchors away to one of those lakes later on today.
Well, it'd be nice to just get into that season where, mooring up on a lake would be quite nice, and tossing an anchor in and just relaxing in the sun, A little bit of fishing, a little bit of swimming. It'll be great. Anyway, less of that. Race car will be coming in soon, and we'll get ready to wave that green flag here for 6 hours of racing at Watkins Glen, presented by Porsche Exchange. And the green flag flies. Here we go with your GT3 class. They're off. They're across the line. Here comes the Cup class. Let's hope everyone gets through turn 1 correctly, because trust me, it's harder than it looks. Here comes Cup. Here comes GT4. They're a little bit scattered in the GT4 class. Those Caymans coming across the line, and everyone gets through, no problems at all.
Looking through the field, everyone makes it through turn 1. A couple of cars go off, though, in turn 1 in the GT4 category. That opens the door for Ivan Gomez to check out completely on his competition. Drivers such as the Backmarkers Motorsports of Chris Costis, Shabalo Benyo-Paje in Star Racing, and Derek Cyphers in the Star Racing Machine, all having some issues entering into turn number 1. But back up front, Rafael Amarin leads the way overall in the GT3 category.
He does at the moment, in fact, and right now that's what we want to keep an eye on here. Make sure they don't get themselves too out of shape. Amarim's a very fast driver. He's been one of our top guys in the pro class in the regular season to keep an eye on as well. And they've got Siddle behind him with Braun, with Ian Simon, Dave Craig, Matrix with Mike Patterson, Operation Motorsports John May right now, who's a very fast driver, although mostly in another car that's not this one, which I'm not going to mention, but Ed Nelson as well there in the back of that group. So these guys will be important to keep an eye on, but down in your Cup class, it's a pretty procedural affair. The group of 6 cars they have really just running in order here as they get through the lap. Not seeing much back in your GT4 class either here, Taylor, other than Star Racing leading the way here with, oh no, Benyo-Paje is on pit road. What's happened to him?
Shabalo Benyo-Paje was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident. He has come down pit road to get that car fixed. Thankfully, though, for these drivers here today, they do utilize 5 quick repairs in order to help them continue on logging laps in today's race. So he's going to have to come down. He's going to need a little help later on in this race, but it is a 6-hour race. So if you want to have some problems, this is the time to utilize it and try to get your car fixed and back out on the track. As we're on board, though, with Chris Braun in his 3rd place in the Wookiee Racing Machine as he tries to battle for second between Matthew Siddle as they head down into the bus stop.
Yeah, he said he will. They're coming through here now. One of the trickiest spots here. This will get very dirty as the race goes on. Do not forget, these guys will end up in some serious trouble if they aren't quite put together there. It's a good passing opportunity, Taylor, but it's one that they have to be very careful with because it is at the end of one of the big straights there, and it does kind of slow their speed down. I think we should reduce issues coming through the carousel if we hadn't omitted the bus stop, but with it, it does kind of invite side-by-side racing.
It certainly does, and invites a lot of side-by-side racing. It opens the door for some great passing opportunities for our competitors here today as they work their way out of the boot, heading in towards the back half of it before they enter into the heel of the boot to enter back onto the main circuit. As we see here, Matthew Siddle has dropped back to P5 after being passed by both Ian Simon and Dave Craig. The E2 Junior Motorsports and Marble Motors machines are now moving up forward through the field right now, while Siddle has to back off. He knows he's still got a long way to go. That car is definitely going to be one to watch as the laps continue to progress through this 6-hour race.
Certainly will be. That corner we just saw them all progress through there, exiting the boot onto the regular track, as we call it. Turn 9. That is a critically tricky one because it is off camber and cresting. So it becomes a very difficult corner, especially with cars that are rear-engined, rear-wheel drive. You can get very light at the back end there, which can lead to having to really manage the positioning of that car. Also, if you like 6-hour races, which this is one, of course, so of course you do, don't forget that on the 14th of August, we have a benefit 6-hour race at Le Mans for Operation Motorsport. It is in support of them to incite, engage, and empower injured and disabled veterans from the American and Canadian militaries, help get them into a team environment and get them back on the right track, to help people that have given so much for their countries. And they are a fantastic organization. I've worked with them myself before. They are wonderful people. It's great to see the PCA supporting Operation Motorsport. And speaking of which, we have 2 of their teams in this race. We mentioned them already. The 22 car, piloted currently by John May. You mentioned him. He's up in the GT3 class. And we have their GT4 car, which is Adam Poppenhaus right now, in the O22 and in the GT4s. So we'll keep an eye on them throughout the race, of course, as Poppenhaus right now is second place here, Taylor, in your GT4.
He is. He's chasing down Ivan Gomez in the Mach Schnell Motorsports. Those three, including also Garrett Taylor and the Three Stooges Racing Machine, have pulled themselves away after that lap 1, turn 1 incident that happened amongst Chavalo Benyopaje, Derek Seifer, and Christopher Costas. And now with that incident, that's broken them away to almost a 4-second lead over Volker Krebs in the Alacrua Racing Machine, who sits in 4th place. So these three are going to have a little bit of fun here as they battle their way through, heading up towards the back half of the boot before rejoining the regular circuit here at Watkins Glen. But overall, great racing between these three. Of course, Adam Poppenhaus, a strong competitor in the Operation Motorsports Racing Series that has so many great racing series throughout the year, especially on their Tuesday night.
Very much so. Keep up with that, of course, as overall, this is going to be a very tactical race. This track is not one that presents huge issues, Taylor, for them in a driving perspective. This isn't, say, the Nürburgring or VIR. It's a relatively easy track to drive. However, this means they are going to be facing a lot more challenges from traffic and each other throughout that race. And realistically, in terms of passing, we have the bus stop, we have, if you're really brave, into the boot, we have out of the boot if you're psychotic, and the final corners. So there are opportunities. Of course, turn 1 is sometimes, but in general, about 4 or 5 passing opportunities around here. We'll see them really use 3 of those.
We will see a lot of passing opportunity in some of those zones you pointed out, Rachel. We'll also see a couple of drivers trying to pick and prod their way through to see if they can find other opportunities for passing. Drivers utilize this track as a way to practice passing maneuvers on other circuits because of how many different opportunities drivers can pass here at this circuit, as we are on board with the 022 machine of Adam Poppenhaus, who is trying to chase down Ivan Gomez. Poppenhaus is utilizing a couple of great opportunities with the movement of the circuit, the flow of it. He's getting in a ninth rhythm as they now enter into the boot and working their way through. As they enter into that boot, that's a good passing opportunity before they get up to the toe. And then, of course, the toe with that off-camber uphill incline. You have to be so careful to watch out for the car to get so loose in the middle of this corner, but it's still a great way to pass and work their way through.
Yeah, I think into the boot, though, and for example, turn 1, they're kind of dive bomb passing opportunities. I wouldn't say they're a good opportunity for a logical pass, but if you're in a hurry, they work. It's just they're risky in terms of what we overall have. But coming through here now, got some of the guys on screen. The one there, V2 Junior Motorsports, followed by Marble behind them. This is 3rd and 4th in your GT3 field here. This guy's putting on a really big performance. The odd times now, we're already seeing some of the GT4s coming up to be lapped here. So if we look towards JRT Racing at the front, we'll see him actually already having to fend off traffic here, and we're on lap 4.
We're looking at over 10 seconds of difference between the fastest driver out on the track, which it goes to currently Rafael Amorim in that JRT machine, who just ran a 145.26 compared to some of the slowest drivers. Our fastest driver in the GT4 category, which is Ivan Gomez with a 155.51. 10 seconds separate the two drivers over that. So it's not going to take long for these GT3 cars to catch the tail end of this GT4 class. Now, it might take a few more laps before we see them make their way into the GT3 Cup category, but it's not by much. It is about a 3-second gap currently between the fastest GT3R machine and the fastest GT3 Cup machine. So I'd say it's a little bit closer towards 30 to 40 minutes into the races when we could possibly see those two categories going heads up.
I expect we'll see exactly that. And it is really the corners, like you mentioned, where the big advantage is for the GT3 cars. More aero, we've got the grip in general with the mechanical aspects, so it will be a big factor for them. And Watkins is a lot of straight line speed, so yeah, you're right, it will take a lot longer for that to come around for us. But on lap 5 here at the moment, and we're going to be starting to see this filtering through. We've got about, well, 2 cars lapped already, 1 car coming up on it. Mac Schnell Motorsports leading the way in GT4 as Ivan Gomez. He's currently up in overall 15th place. He's up 3 from where he started. In Operation Motorsport GT4, they're up from 22nd overall to 16th, so they've already gained a grand total of 6 places here, which is a huge one for them. That is great to see. And they're looking to be really strong at the moment. They're catching up towards Max Schnell. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. But obviously we had the incident with Star Racing and Banya Party, and Los Muchachos had issues too. They were further up as well. Those were first and second, Taylor, in your GT4 field.
Those were first and second in your GT4 field, but unfortunately they're going to be struggling towards this half of the race. Thankfully, it's still early on. They can make up some recovery and capitalize on others' mistake, but it's going to be a little bit difficult here at this point on as they're trying to work their way through. But for Poppenhaus and Gomez, this is probably one of the best battles on the racetrack. Throw in also Garrett Taylor in the 42 machine. 3 cars separated by about 1, maybe 2 seconds between each other amongst these 3 competitors as they work down the back straightaway, heading into the bus stop.
Absolutely are. Oh my gosh, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. I saw 3 Stooge Racing over a bouncy castle ride. I think we saw them there on screen. Oh, Garrett Taylor hopping that thing through the bus stop. There's no way to catch the Greyhound, but I guess it's one way. We'll get into the other city eventually, but into the boot we come. 3 Stooges trying to catch up, I think. He's really pushing that car, Taylor.
He's trying to push it as hard as he can in order to get things rolling for him as they work their way through into the end toe of the boot and working their way off corner exit. Great racing between the 3. He makes up a little bit of time on Adam Poppenhaus for Garrett Taylor as they dive down the hill, heading towards the heel of the boot and exiting out before rejoining back onto the main circuit. But still, it is not close enough for him to try to challenge for any passing opportunities at this time, but he can try to get a little bit closer and see if he can find an opening as they climb up to the S's and head down that back straightaway for the bus stop.
You certainly do on board here with Dave Craig and Marble Motors in P4 here. This is your GT3 field looking up towards E2 Junior Motorsport. And that's the car of Ian Simon ahead of him. This onboard shot here really showing the big elevation changes even present here, Taylor, throughout this boot. There's a ton of altitude changing here. We see tracks like Laguna Seca where it's very obvious, but Watkins Glen is really up and down.
It certainly is. You're having to face a lot of different elevation changes through this circuit because of especially the highest point when you're coming out of turn number 1, the 90, and then climbing up the S's. It's pretty much you're going up this giant hill, and then you make the descent when you come out of the boot pretty much. It's a lot of work in here. It puts a lot of pressure on the cars, especially the cambers, because of that elevation changes, especially the off-camber sections of this circuit. So it's going to put a lot of tests on these Porsches, but these Porsches are perfectly built to handle any type of condition, especially at a track such as Watkins Glen.
Absolutely are. These Porsches really managed to rock it around here. In fact, they're one of the cars that I really see have what looks like the most fun around Watkins Glen. Some cars, they seem to be a little bit too front heavy, or they're a little bit too understeery. Porsche seems to be the perfect balance when driven correctly to really take advantage of a track like this. But the new surface, of course, is a huge help for that. As we've got the guys busting through the bus stop there. Coming through the carousel and the famous corners of this track. A lot slower, a lot easier. We do tend to see a lot more issues at the carousel, Taylor, when we do not have the bus stop. When it's a straight line there, we see a lot of conflagration happen.
We certainly do, and it's a lot of great racing action. Of course, Porsche has collected multiple wins at the 6-hour event, of course, all the way back since 1969 is when they picked up their first official 6-hour race at Porsche with Joe Stifford and Brian Redmond with a 908, and then, of course, the famous 917 machine of Pedro Rodriguez coming home with the JW Motorsports Porsche 917K, which provided a lot of great racing throughout the 70s with that famous car manufacturer and car design, as we're riding on board with Adam Poppenhaus, who works his way back on turn 1, gain a little bit of ground on his race leader, as these two will now get a little bit of a battle possibly going on.
Could be what we're seeing here is the start of that, yeah. Could be a great fight evolving here for these guys from the Operation Motorsport cars, I think, if my eyes don't deceive me there. It is, yeah. Max Schnell Motorsport has been chased down by the Operation Motorsport GT4 car of Adam Poppenhaus. Poppenhaus looking here. Is he going to have the opportunity? Not going to be close enough as they come here in these Porsche Caymans through the bus stop, but the Operation Motorsport car is hounding Max Schnell. He's going to wish he was doing Mach 2 here.
Doing everything that he can now as you're right on board with Matthew Siddle as they work their way down the back straightaway. He'll look to the inside, side by side into the bus stop. Siddle completes the pass on him and will make his way up a position, but he has some GT4 traffic right in front of him. Has to be careful, mind his P's and Q's as Dave Craig watches on. He might take a peek to the outside in the 996 machine. As they get around, he'll look to the inside as they enter into the boot. He'll send it in. Stay side by side. It's some great racing action, especially, I have to say, for Anchor Bergson, who's watching on ahead of him as they work their way back up to the toe of the boot. And Siddle still tries to hold on to the inside lane, and Craig is struggling on the outside, but had a little bit of a momentum and gives way, but looks to the inside once again and tries to cross over. Now goes back to the top side of the racetrack as they head into the heel of the boot.
Absolutely do, and my gosh, these cars are on top of each other. This one's going to be a really tricky run for them all. Make sure they keep themselves in one piece here and don't get too caught up with each other. But so far, it's going to be an evolution, I think, as time passes here. The cars getting closer and closer. You're going to see anything coming out here. They're so close here, Taylor. This could really come together this time around into the bus stop. I think they're in range here. As long as they can just stay with this, I think this could be it.
It's going to be really close here. This is going to be a great battling opportunity as we see Adam Poppenhaus take over the race lead, but will we see Gomez trying to utilize the slipstream down the back straightaway? He'll pop out to the outside. Garrett Taylor right there with him as he tries to go the long way around through the bus stop. Couldn't make it work that time as he will stay in second, but Garrett Taylor now, he'll take a peek to the inside through the carousel, but not close enough to stick his nose in.
Oh, they're really going for this one right now, and the Operation Motorsport GT4 car fighting for a great cause and leading right now, I'd like to point out. Good on them. Doing a great job at the moment, but defending off some very hungry drivers here. This is a huge fight for our, what is on paper, slowest class here. They're letting one of the cars through from higher up there. Not a direct competitor, but they're doing serious battle here, Taylor. And this is like, what, 10? We're about 17, 18 minutes into this race, and our GT4 class is where the action is.
Here we go. Gomez looks to the inside, can't really close the deal at this time. Poppenhaus makes the aggressive defensive move to keep him on there, and now moves him up to the top side, and that will give him the opportunity to pull away once again as they rejoin the main part of the circuit. Garrett Taylor right there in case any of these two make any contact. Great racing between these three competitors.
Oh, absolutely is, and it was a defensive line, but he left room. That is the thing I want to point out here, is Poppenhaus left space there for Gomez. He did not close the door. He could have closed the door there in the heel of the boot. He had the right to. He was clear of him. He could have shut him off, but he left the lane open in case he was there, because it's the fair thing to do. So really respectful racing up here at the front of this, and that is one thing, of course, we will be covering the Operation Motorsport Series themselves on Podium. Do check them out when they are back. Of course, they have some incredibly fair, respectful racing, just like the PCA here. Everyone is out to have a good time, and they respect each other on the track, which is something these two series have a huge thing in common with. The organisation, of course, Operation Motorsport, go support them, go give them money. Of course, this is a huge event for the PCA with a dedicated 6-hour race at Le Mans for Operation Motorsport to help wounded and injured service members and veterans find their way in civilian life after the fact. You should totally be there for that race. That'll be huge. You can donate to them, you can help support them. I will shill the crap out of a charity like this because you should support them, and we do too. But either way, back to the racing, as this has got me gripped here, Taylor. We're seeing some fantastic stuff. Taylor in the background just lurking, but it's Gomez and Poppenhaus here, and they are not giving up.
He's certainly not, and Leclerc and Garrett Taylor in this mix. Then you, of course, have the battle for fourth between Matthew Siddle and Dave Craig coming up right behind them as well. Will Siddle and Craig find openings to get around the GT4 machine of Garrett Taylor? He does as well, and now gets one away. That gives him a little bit of breathing room over Dave Craig as they come out of the boot to rejoin back on the regular circuit. And as they continue on, he makes some ground up on Poppenhaus and Gomez, who gets right on the back bumper. Not able to make it work. He'll dive to the inside inside. This means he has to stay up top, as we see Siddle work to the inside of the second place machine, slides back in line, takes a little bit of patience. As we see Poppenhaus go wide, this might open an opportunity for Gomez to make it work. Not close enough this time around, but as they come out of the final corner, here comes the rest of the GT3 cars. There goes Gomez. He might try to see if he can slipstream one of those GT3 cars to slide up back to the race lead. Not this time, though.
Yeah, not quite yet. He still can't find a way through here on Poppenhaus. We'll have a look back at some of our lead classes when they have some action, but right now, your GT3 class, the lead gap is 8 seconds, followed by 3, followed by 5. So there's some big gaps there. We're seeing the same thing in the the Cup class, sorry, just behind them as well. Some pretty stonking gaps here at the moment. It's coming down between your name here and Eureka. We'll keep an eye on that in a second, but this is a big battle here.
This is your best battle on the racetrack as Poppenhaus and Gomez battle for the race lead in the GT4 category. Throw in Garrett Taylor in third as they work their way back through the carousel. Poppenhaus a little bit wide through there. That opens the door for Gomez. Here comes one of the GT3 machines. That's Ed Nelson, I believe, in the exchange. Nope, make it Mike Patterson. Oh, contact! Around goes Gomez!
Yes, he does. That is a huge one. We'll try to watch back what happened there. Replay on your screens here as tries to go up the inside through the carousel. They're side by side. Oh, he cuts him off. He's got the right to, but he tries to... Oh! It was an opportunity by one of the... Oh, that was a car from a higher class who was making the pass there. But I think that was maybe not the right decision, Taylor. And that caught Garrett Taylor, of course. He's now got front-end damage, but that car from the higher class, which I think was Imperial Motorsports. I'm not sure I have to confirm that, but
that is the Matrix Purple.
The leaders, Matrix Purple. Well, you've got the leaders from the GT4 class are doing battle, and you shove your way through that. That doesn't feel like the smartest choice, perhaps.
No, that's something that they should have taken their time with, realized that there was a battle for the class lead, and waiting their turn till they got out of a more safer area to continue on racing. A tough break for of course, Ivan Gomez and Garrett Taylor, who were involved heavily in that incident. And now Adam Poppenhaus can now let it out and breathe as he has a 3.5 second advantage over Garrett Taylor, who has significant damage to the nose of his Porsche, but he will continue to stay out on the racetrack for the time being. And for Ivan Gomez, I think it's safe to say he might also be staying out on the racetrack as well, as you ride on board with Enrico Gregorato in the 208 Racing Machine, who sits in P6, trying to see if he can keep up with Horace Knight in the Team 1 machine. This is our next best battle on the track here between these two.
Really is. We'll have to see that one fold out for us here, but this has really changed our overall racing here now, as seems like Operation Motorsport are kind of in the clear here, as their two previous competitors just got clomped by a lap car. So that's going to change the dynamic quite significantly for us. We'll see some of the other racing throughout this field here. Gap has opened up again. Is now going to be 7 seconds between Yonem here and Eureka in the Cup class. It's a big gap there. 9 seconds for JRT. Rafael Amram is so fast.
I mean, he is a major competitor in the series of the PCA competition, former series champion, is able to pick off major wins throughout the PCA competition. So he knows a thing or two about driving these Porsches, as he will continue to lead the way here by over 9.5 seconds over the Wookiee Racing of Chris Braun, who also is a strong competitor here in the PCA competition, as they sit in the second position right now. Chris Braun is currently teamed up in his 258 machine with none other than Liam Rositas and Nicky Chan, who will get in the wheel behind their Porsche momentarily throughout the day today.
They very much are. We'll have to see how this one does go down, but as it stands, Duskaholic there, P1 for your Cup cast. He has, by my timing, 7 seconds on Eureka, piloted there by Dave Schwartz. The Schwartz is not quite with him right now, Taylor. He's not managing to make up this time here, but same here, machine. Kohlik is in that car now. They've already swapped, I think. He did not start that car, did he?
I believe he did, Michael Kohlik. Yeah, they have not come down pit road.
His teammate was in warm-up, I think.
Correct. So
yeah, that would be it. Yeah, Duncan James was in the car in warm-up, so Kohlik started the car. Yeah, this is a Kohlik performance. He is definitely that far up the list. Of course, this is the car he's driven this season in the PCA series.
Yeah, strong performance indeed for Michael Koholik, who holds strong by 8.5, making almost 9 seconds now over the second place driver, Dave Schwartz, as we're back on board with Garrett Taylor, as he, along with the Ivan Gomez machine of the 718, are now going to go back at it where they picked off for second place. They really don't have a chance to catch back up currently to Adam Poppenhaus, who is now 3.2 seconds up the road. But they are going to try their best to see what they can do to see if they can make ground. Will they take their time and focus on trying to catch back up, or will they battle amongst themselves, as here comes some of the GT3 Cup category drivers working their way through the field? That is actually Koholik right there.
It is indeed Koholik. Glad to see how this one unfolds. He is working through traffic, and he's doing it pretty quickly and pretty easily. I believe that was Garrett Taylor just behind him there. He's gone backwards a little bit with the performance issues. No, he's got a hood on. That's not Garrett Taylor. I don't believe so, at least. No, that would be Taylor, I think. He has got the hood popped off there. Not the most aerodynamic layout for a car, Taylor.
It is not, but of course he is still going to try to see if he can battle on, try to maintain track position before the first round of pit stops here today. They've been out on the track for about 13 laps for them, 15 laps overall for your race leader. Rafael Emarin has been come by, as here comes Koholik right now on pit road.
Yeah, Michael Koholik come down pit road here. We're just under 30 minutes in, so this is an early stop here with 6 hours on the board. You think this is a scheduled fuel stop at this stage? He's been pushing that hard?
Could be a possibility as well. He could be also maybe just deciding to come down pit road, maybe do a driver swap in and continuing to see what that will do. But right now, so far, no changes. Koholik going to stay in behind the wheel of his number 25 machine. So it just looks like to be fuel and no tires on this car right this moment.
Yeah, that seems like a very quick stop then for him, as he's just come down for a top-up on that tank. Now, we're expecting him to at least double stint the tyres on this, but we'll see tyre stops, I think, on the next cycle of stops, perhaps, for this field. So, it's going to be interesting to see what we get from this, as he's on pit road here still. At least for me. He is on pit road. He's going for tyres. He's got up on the jacks.
Interesting strategy call here. They must feel pretty confident about their number 25 machine, as we're on board with Horace Knight in 6th position. As we watch him work his way through. Horace Knight currently having a strong run inside the top 6 in the GT4 category in that number 21 Team 1 machine, as they continue to do battle for position. He's got to try to see if he can catch up to the 208 Racing Green team of Enrico Gregorato, who holds that top 5 spot in the 208.
We do, and he is out. He's off pit road now, so he'll be getting himself back on the track here. A strategy call, perhaps, with that 7-second lead. He thinks he can take advantage here by doing this now, and then double stinting in this mid portion of the race when cars are going to be a bit more spread out and he has cleaner air.
We're going to have to keep an eye on his strategy call. Michael Koholik is now already 1 lap down from the field. He is not yet to be put a lap down on his class, of course, as we're going to see where our Dave Schwartz is, the race leader. He's just now coming into turn 1. Koholik is now exiting out of the bus stop right now, so he's got a little bit of breathing room, but he's got to make sure he puts the hammer down and be able to stretch out his gap over the race leader to not go a lap down before that first cycle of pit stops for the rest of the field.
Absolutely is, and we'll have to keep an eye on how that one plays here with this timing. This strategy is an interesting decision, like we mentioned. Not perhaps one we were expecting, so we will keep our eyes on this to see how it plays forward. Koholik doesn't typically make bad strategy calls, so we'll have to see what he does with this. But going on here at the front, Operation Motorsports GT4 Poppenhaus has a really good gap here on Schnell, and the cars behind it are still pretty damaged. They lost so much time in that incident, and I don't think we've seen anything from race control yet on this one. We'll have to find out what they decide to go with. Oh no, we've got Matrix Purple got manually disconnected, I think, with Patterson in the car there, and he was black flagged, so I think that's made that decision for them, I think, with race control there.
Yeah, race control has deemed them at fault for that incident for the driver of Ivan Gomez and Garrett Taylor. He did come down to serve a penalty and now sits 8th in class, 13th overall, but still on the lead lap at this time. He has quite a bit of a gap over his competitor of Rafael Emarim, as he's now exiting out of the boot, while Rafael is just about coming at the end So he's pretty close to put him a lap down, but still anything can happen here in this stage of the race as we watch Garrett Taylor and Gomez still battle for second place, as we watch the GT3 Cup leader of Dave Schwartz holding on to the race lead. He has a 5-second advantage over Mr. Consistency and former champion himself, Leif Peterson, in that Imperial Motorsports machine.
It really will do, as Peterson there will have to push what he can here from Imperial Motorsports.
Commentator's curse.
Commentator's curse. Oh, I didn't fully fit on my screen there. So the commentator's curse. Wow, they are really challenging us this time. We should keep the cameras here on Leif Peterson. In fact, let's go on board with Leif Peterson here, just to rub this one in here. Because I'm pretty sure if they want the commentator's curse, they are going to win this race. I will say that right now. They will win this race. They will never have an incident on track. They will have an incredibly quiet race. Do they want me to go on? Because I can keep going.
All I can say is, Cameron, be prepared to do hashtag blame Rachel if they do wreck out during this race at all.
No, you can't blame Rachel for this, because they cursed themselves. They are the commentator's curse. They have asked for this. So if anything, blame Leif Peterson.
Well, I mean,
that's the way to go for this.
Well, they will be up in the booth later on during today's broadcast, so I think that's the reason why they consider themselves the commentator's curse, because they may curse their own vehicle because of their commentating of it.
Yeah, they're going to even be their own commentators, so at some point it will definitely be interesting to see what will happen with them, but getting themselves moving here. It's Eureka, Imperial Motorsports, Celtic Racing, equipped for tests, Spanners, and your name here are to the back of this group now after that pit stop, but nobody else has stopped yet, so we'll see what this does for them, especially with a tyre strategy this early. They may be on something with the math, we'll have to find out.
Having a great drive right now as we watch on and see them continuing through the field, as Leif Peterson sits in that second position. Not really made up any ground. He's actually about 2/10 off the pace of our race leader, Dave Schwartz, who just ran at almost a 150 flat over him as they work their way through the field and continuing on. And then you have the Celtic Racing machine of Rodney Campbell in that third position. He's just getting by the second and third place GT4 machines of Gomez and Garrett Taylor as they work their way up through the S's.
They will indeed. Still quite a way to go in this race. 5.5 hours left on the books for them here, as we're starting to get to that point where it's spreading out a little bit, and we've got some differentiation, so we say, in the field so far. Matrix Purple are back on track. Mike Patterson is behind the wheel of that car. They're running here. They've obviously had a penalty to serve, but the car is running still here. Passing through traffic at the moment, working their way back towards the GT3 class there. Our leaders, JRT Racing. Amarim working his way through traffic as well. He's working his way, in fact, through your Cup class, actually. So Amarim is going for this thing hard today. 11.8 seconds over Wookiee Racing. And whoever let the Wookiee win definitely wasn't JRT Racing. E2 JR Motorsports behind them. They are 6 seconds adrift of Wookiee with Ian Simon there. Matrix Green just behind them there. That's Matthew Siddle. Marble Motorsports 2 seconds adrift of them. That's a little close grouping there with Dave Craig. And Exchange Motorsports 5 seconds adrift with Ed Nelson. So a lot of cars stacking up here in this kind of bottom end of this grouping. The leaders in all three classes really have legged it. We've got 5 seconds for Eureka over Imperial Motorsports. Commentator's curse. I'll be saying their full name every time from now on. Operation Motorsports have definitely closed that, or opened that gap, I should say, rather than closed it. They've closed the door at any kind of chances to pass them. In fact, I think Matrix Purple helped them in that, so I should give them a good round of applause afterwards. For now, though, that is still a very static class now in GT4 Taylor. We've seen that real separation after that frantic first 30 minutes really begin to open.
It certainly was a lot of great racing in that GT4 category. Probably some of the best racing on the track currently up until then when the contact happened between Gomez, Taylor, and Patterson. But as we watch on here, it's another great battle between Volker Krebs, Enrico Gregorato, and Horace Knight. These three drivers battling it out for the 4th position in class in the GT4. They do have to deal with one very fast GT3 machine who's working their way through. That is the Wookiee Racing machine of Chris Braun. It's racing, not racing, of course, for some reason. But hey, they're going to try to work their way down the back straightaway, get by those three drivers, and head down into the bus stop.
You had to throw a Weason in there, didn't you?
Well, I mean, that's what it says on the team name.
No, it says racing. You said you threw in Weezen as well. You bought into that.
I bought into that apparently. Oh well, we'll move on and watch them pull away in the pink machine.
We certainly will, as they'll keep themselves moving up here and hopefully get a little bit further on with this field. But as it goes, still plenty of time left in this to really make an impact, and we will see what these guys can actually pull forwards here. Operation Motorsports are first in class and second to last in their other class, so it's been an interesting race for both teams there. So GT3 class not doing great, but there's still plenty of time left, and in GT4 they are leading class, so it's huge for those guys. We'll have to see what they can do towards the end of this. We'll keep a close eye on them again. We'll mention the event, of course, don't forget, huge one coming up in support of their charity, but at the moment I think it's looking a bit quiet here, Taylor.
Really quiet indeed during this half. The first 30 minutes of the race have gone by, and it's hard to believe 20 laps have completed, and we're expecting about just over 200 laps to go, or 200 laps in this race. Very
much so, yeah. Plenty of time still to come in this, as we have lots and lots of racing action. Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse in second there. Still not closing that gap. Looking on board here. Not on board, I should say. Looking at the cars running. And we're not seeing a ton there. That's the 77 machine. Coming up the crest, we'll see some of the other guys here. This is Matthew Siddle from Matrix Green in P4. In his class. Matrix Green, of course, running up in your GT3 cars. Just ahead of that's E2 Junior Motorsport. That's really close here. Well, we will have a small break here. We're going to introduce a different kind of commentator's curse. We're going to be bringing in Christopher Pies and friends as they come to have a bit of a chat about the racing. We've got Chris Pies, we've got Chad Dick, and guys, how's your day going?
It's going pretty well, Rachel. It's a great day for racing. I mean, it's a lovely Sunday, and there's nothing better to do than do have a 6-hour race with your friends.
I couldn't really disagree on that one, but we are going to let you two. Oh God, this seems like a really. Oh God. Hey Ryan, are we really doing this? Are we leaving these two crazies in charge? We are. Oh wow, yeah, we're doing it. Well, folks, we're going to hand over to Chris Pies and Chad Dick for a while, whilst these two crazy drivers have their run with the commentary box. So we'll see you soon. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Rachel. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel.
So hi, everybody. Yes, as Rachel just mentioned, thanks to both Rachel and Taylor for doing a fantastic job getting us started off on this 6 hours at Watkins, Glen, sponsored by the Porsche Exchange. Thrilled to have you here watching us, racing on this wonderful Sunday, as I mentioned before. Yeah, some storylines, Chad, going on already. It looks like out of the 2 out of the 3 classes, the pole setters and frankly, and especially in GT4, a lot of the leaders of the group have all of a sudden found themselves at the back of the field.
Yeah, we've got, I think in the GT3 class and the GT4, you could argue the favorites are in the back trying to climb their way back up to the top. One because of an incident, the other seems by choice. So, sorry, that's in the Cup class with your name here taking the early pit stop and looking to run some laps in clean air, I guess.
Sure, yeah, and it's interesting to see, especially with the GT4 class, with how closely matched it seems like the front runners are, at least of now. This is a long race. There's still 5.5 hours, a little under 5.5 hours to go. Star Racing, with its overall pace and frankly, it's been lights out for the first 2 races of the Team Racing Series. They should be able to, even though they're a lap down, come up to the field at some point over the course of the next 5 hours and potentially even challenge at the front. So it's still early in the race, lots of potential for comeback drives, so to speak. So we're looking forward to seeing how that all plays out. But right now, I mean, I've watching the first 30 minutes of the race, I've been frankly very impressed with the patience of a lot of drivers, especially with the GT3 class coming through both the Cups and GT4s. What do you think, Chad?
Yeah, it looks like we just had an incident too involving a couple of the GT4s there with maybe a GT3 trying to overtake. But you're right, there's a lot of ground to make up. I think I just heard them say there's 200 laps left in the race. So that's, people are probably doing some math in their head trying to figure out with 200 laps left, do they have enough time to make up the gaps in front of them?
For sure. So when you drive in a race like this, what are you kind of thinking about? My understanding is, frankly, you're on our team, right, with the commentator's curse. What are you thinking before you go in? I mean, Leaf's doing a fantastic drive right now, but as a driver getting ready to do their second stint or do this next stint of the car, you got butterflies? You have a strategy? What's going on in your head?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was going to be coming in on the second stint, so that's a full tank of gas, kind of coming in cold, not having done quali right before. So that's kind of how I did my practice, was getting the car cold with a full tank of gas. And, the car feels very, very different than it normally does when you jump in like that. So just trying to settle in on the first couple of laps, find the feel of the car, find out, particularly with a track as hot as this one, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. With a full tank, there's a couple corners here where it's easy to lose it. Particularly going into the boot and the toe. So just try to get a feel for the car, settle in, and then find that pace that you can just kind of repeat over and over again. Particularly in the middle stint, my goal is to just run the race as clean as I can and as consistently as I can, because I'll probably either inherit a lead or a gap that I need to make back up, and I just need to try and find a consistent pace to deliver, to not mess that up.
Sure, yeah, and one of the best things in this endurance racing is it is a team affair. So you have a whole bunch of folks trying to move this car along, get it to the finish line, have fights on battle, overcome adversity. But there's nothing it never goes away when you're standing on that pit wall, ready to jump in the car, waiting for it to come down pit lane. The butterflies, I don't care how often you've been doing it, whether you're a 10-year veteran or it's the first time you've ever done it, the butterflies are always there. And it's we're always trying to, as racers, chase that feeling of a little bit of anxiety, but mostly excitement of getting behind the wheel of a car that your teammate just brought to you. And it's fantastic. As we watch here right now, we've got two cars, the 208 of Enrico Gregorato, trying to chase down the next car in his class right in front of him, while at the same time maintaining pace ahead of the car behind. It looks like we could put three cars under the proverbial blanket, so to speak. It looks like Enrico may even have a little bit of a draft on his opponent here coming into the bus stop, but wisely decides to back out of it. So
that's a tough place to pass if you're not, if you're coming up on somebody with better pace coming into that first corner. That's, it can get sketchy. I've seen some crazy wrecks into that corner.
Definitely. A little bit of a hashtag Ask the Booth right now from Mr. Liam Rositas, who's also competing in the race. What is the drink of the broadcast? Well, right now, because it is quite early, I am still I'm on my second cup of coffee. What about you, Chad?
Well, I drink a very large cup of coffee in the morning. It's like 32 ounces. I've already gone through that. So I filled that same mug back up with water because somebody told me coffee can be dehydrating. So I'm rehydrating and refueling for the next 5.5 hours.
Well, and especially with that 120 degree track temp, you need to stay hydrated, am I right?
Yeah,
so,
I don't do coffee afternoon because otherwise I get the shakes and the jitters. And, just to what you were saying before, you hop in the car, you're going to get a little adrenaline boost no matter what. And the last thing I need to do is add caffeine on top of that.
As we see Michael Kollick making quick effort of these GT4 traffic, but as you can see, they're all playing nice. I mean, Kollick right there could have made a little bit of a dive into the penultimate corner there, and he does make a little bit of a dive going into the final corner, but wise on the GT4 car to see it coming, and they make it through clean. So definitely a good fight amongst those GT4s. Kahalik gets through there and tries to put down fast laps. I do wonder what the strategy on Kahalik is for this race pitting so early. My only guess is potentially he may have back time this race, basically take the remainder of the race, put that pit stop on that stint at the very beginning as opposed to the end, when the track is hottest and the tires are wearing the most, to potentially try to gain an advantage for the end of the race. But only time will tell. I mean, that'll be a story to look at in about 5 hours. But in the meantime, we still have these three GT4s really duking it out here. And this is illustrating a really good point. If you are the car in front of P5, so in front of Horsch right now, you can't really fight too hard against P3 because you risk putting yourself in a position where you may actually compromise an exit on a corner, let's say, and it will result in P5 making a move on you. So you want to, as P4, become P3, but at the same time, you don't want to fail at your attempt and then give P5 an opportunity to pass you, thus putting you one position back than you sought. So interesting little bit of cat and mouse going between these three cars. Based on the past few laps we've watched them go around, it almost seems like they're content with where they're at. They recognize this is a long race. I don't see too much of an aggressive fighting between the two. Their lap times are identical, frankly, to be running in such close proximity. They may be content with just, hey, three cars going in a straight line, working together, go faster than one car on its own. And they may be trying to chase down P2 and P1 as this race goes on.
Yeah, that's been my experience, particularly in the GT4, because, unless you have a really long stretch, you don't get much of a draft help on this car. We ran it at Coda the other night, and on the long backstretch, I think at best I ever picked up like 1/10, 2/10 on that long stretch. So I think, unless you've got a lot of free air in front of you and you're trying to put the fastest lap to make up time, a little bit like Koholich's strategy seems to be doing in the other class, just settle in and just wait and see how things develop in front of you. Better to save fuel and tires, particularly if you're the cars behind, than push it this early in the race.
Yes, as we see, Enrico, though, has a hell of a run on the P3 car coming in, but wisely decides to back out of it, especially with lap traffic coming up behind. Doesn't want to put himself in a compromised position where he will go slowly through the bus stop, and still wants to remain on the back of P3 and keep him in touch. Meanwhile, the Cup car, very patient through the S's, waits to a good opportunity through the bus stop, get a good run on the slower lap traffic to get by them cleanly and safely, so he can continue his race. It's one of the best things about multi-class racing, and one of the reasons we are doing this team series, frankly, in the PCA, is it's a race within a race. You've got three different classes, all fighting against each other in three different cars, going three different speeds around the track. So you've got three races effectively at once. How they play with each other and how they manage traffic is just as important as actually managing lap times. So you want to be able to engage the lap traffic as cleanly as possible in order to go around them as quickly as possible, while always remembering that a car not in the wall is going faster than a car that gets wrecked and is in a wall. So it's always an interesting dynamic. And as the race starts to wane on and get later on, you'll start to see some moves potentially amp up more, and folks trying to make dives and get a little antsy as we watch Ed Nelson coming through the carousel, or actually coming down through the boot, coming up into the heel, trying to chase down P5.
Well, we just saw Dean Chapman work his way through three GT4s, starting at the end of the long stretch, going through the bus stop into the boot turns, and he took a line to get in the middle of them in the the bus stop, and then sort of was patient and finally made his way through, I think, by the second to last turn. I'm curious from your perspective, with the Cup car and the GT3 being faster than GT4, if you were coming down the fast stretch towards the bus stop, do you have a preferred line, like where you want to pass them before, during, after? Do you want to be on the inside, the outside? How would you navigate that in a much faster car coming up against a slower class?
Yeah, so we're actually getting a little bit, now this is a little bit different, where you've got a Cup car coming up to a faster class technically, but in general, unless you can get by the car in the brake zone without sacrificing your momentum through the actual corner itself, I would wait through the bus stop. So effectively, at the end of the day, the fastest way through a corner is accelerating out of the corner, typically, as we see a move being made right now on the slower car that's got a little bit of front end damage. Makes a clean move into the bus stop, so good job there. But yes, you don't want to take a corner away from a slower class car, because one, they may turn down into you and it may cause an incident, or two, it may compromise your line in such a way that you lose time by taking an apex away. Typically, it's better to wait a little bit and have the foresight to even sometimes lift a little earlier so you don't catch the car at the apex, and delay your progress just a bit, so you sacrifice a couple of tenths in order to get a good run coming out of the corner to make a clean pass on a straightaway where it's easiest to pass. You lose 2 tenths, but you don't lose a second, and both cars are able to continue on at the fastest rate as possible, as we see GT3 here kind of demonstrating what I was saying. He was able to get by them with before the apex, make a clean pass, and the GT4 was able to just tuck right behind him, lose minimal amount of time. And it takes 2 to tango. I mean, the GT4s also need to be aware of what's happening in the rearview mirror where the cup cars are coming, not race them into corners because they're not in the same race, so to speak. And if everybody kind of plays their part and works together, you can get through here pretty quickly, and even through traffic, not lose a whole lot of time on any given lap. Now, Chad, I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah, I don't, if I recall correctly, you don't necessarily have any real life race experience, but you've been racing in the sim with us for a little bit. What do you think? Is this sim racing thing, scratching that itch to get behind the wheel of a car? I mean, you have done performance driving in the past, but what do you think of the PCA Sim Racing program and what you've been able to experience over the course of about the last year or so?
Yeah, a little over a year. It started, I think, spring break of last year. I've got a 14-year-old who just turned 15 this week, and he's really into cars and motorsports. And so, it's something that he and I sort of share in common. I've got 3 boys, and he's sort of my gearhead. And so for spring break during COVID, I was like, what do you want to do? He said, let's go to the Porsche Experience Center. So we road tripped down and checked out road tracks along the way, and spent 2 days down at the PEC in Atlanta, just had a blast. And that's actually where I first discovered sim racing, because he was only 14 at the time, he couldn't drive. And I said, well, you can do drive-alongs with us. And then they had a whole sim racing room. So we did that together. We ended up spending like 2 hours in there, just having a blast together. And I said, are you serious about this stuff? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, PCA's got a sim racing league. Let's get into it. And so honestly, he was the impetus for me to even discover sim racing. Otherwise, we've just been fooling around on Xboxes and PCs over the years. And, when you decide to get serious about it and treat it like a hobby and a sport and not a game, there's so much to learn. And that's kind of the learning curve I've been on for the last year. I've been driving a Porsche for 20 years, but never raced it. And I find that both my everyday driving, the sim racing helps with, because I'm so much more aware and conscious of how the car handles and what's happening in the car and around me than I would if I was just a layperson. And I've already started to get involved in the Porsche club here in the New England area with autocross and some, I'm not too far but an hour from Lime Rock, and they do driver education and events up there all the time. So actually this summer, my son and I are planning to do road trips to Lime Rock and Watkins Glen. The one that's I'm still trying to figure out right now is the Porsche Carrera Cup is coming to Watkins Glen in July, but I can't find anything about spectators and tickets, so I'm not sure if they're allowing them in or not.
Yeah, if you can, and if they are, you should definitely do it. Just a little bit of a plug for another PCA series, which is the Pro V Pro series, is mirroring the real life Porsche Carrera Cup schedule. And in fact, we have a number of drivers that are racing in that series in real life are actually racing in our virtual version of it, and we compete against them on a regular basis. So it's really cool to see how real life drivers jump into the sim and compete against some drivers that don't drive in real life, and see how they kind of stack up. And it's been an enthralling series so far. I think everyone can say that's been either a part of it or watched it. It's led to some fantastic battles on track. We've seen some real life drivers do really well. We've seen some sim drivers do really well too. But I'm sure, I would think that they would allow spectators now. It seems like everybody has opened their doors and welcome spectators with open arms. So hopefully they'll get something up, but you should definitely check it out. And heck, you could even see some of the guys that I race with on the virtual team in ACI Motorsports. I think at this point there's 3-4 drivers now that are doing both. So definitely go say hi to Kurt and folks over at ACI Motorsports.
Well, I think that was the thing I appreciated the most down at the Porsche Experience Center was, you spend a couple hours on the track with an instructor. They get you going as fast as you can, as safe as you can. But then I also did a ride along with the pro, where I rode shotgun with them to actually show me how the pro line and the pro pace and all. And I mean, it's worlds difference for somebody who's got that kind of experience. But you know, I don't think they're the same, but they're very, very complementary, the sim world and the real world. And I think both can learn something from each other. And you know, when it comes down to that sort of, you know, that concept of you master something with 10,000 hours of practice, it's a good way to get a lot of practice and reps in without maybe the logistics and the expense of real life racing. It's not a substitute for it, but it's something that probably didn't exist 10, 20 years ago for the people who were getting into racing back then. And I think it's only making the entire world of racing better. If more people get an opportunity to get involved and get practice, then all boats rise when the tide rises.
Absolutely. As we see on the screen, we saw a GT3 get by this fantastic fight between Enrico and Volker for P2. And then we see our very own Leif Peterson and the commentator's curse trying to cut his way through. Currently, Leif is running in P2 in class, trying to chase down the Eureka car driven by Dave Schwartz. Leif will also be joining us in the booth. He's the third member of this three-man team, so to speak. And so we're having a little bit of fun here with the commentating and the actual driving. So as somebody gets out from their stint, Leaf's doing a double. Chad, you're the next one to get in. So Chad will jump in behind the wheel behind that car and drive it for the next 2 hours. And then I will get in and bring it home with whatever's left. So we're trying to have a little bit of fun, both commentating and driving at the same time. And shoot, who knows? Maybe we'll even get one of us in while we're driving to come in and say some thoughts while behind the wheel if we can manage it. As we ride with P10, Adam Poppenhaus trying to chase down P9 in front of him. This is the one of the Operation Motorsports cars, trying to do what he can to go ahead, Chad.
Well, I was going to say they've got two cars, right? They've got one in the GT3 class and this GT4 class, which I guess they've taken they've changed positions a few times there, so I'm guessing they had to take a pit and switch drivers, which is why they fell back. But they had a nice run in the first stint, sticking up in the front with the leaders and eventually making an overtake there.
Yeah, for sure. That car was running in P1 for a while, especially after Star and Los Muchachos got into turn one on P1 on lap one. So they must have already taken service. That means that car did not. Okay, so 5 laps ago they already took their service. That's why they're in the position they're at. So once the pit stop cycle, looks like they're probably going to shuffle up towards the front end. This right here we have right now, Rafael is currently taking service. So we have the leaders for GT3 coming in, and this is kind of interesting with the GT3 cars. They can't quite go a full hour on a tank of fuel here at Watkins Glen. So we have a 6-hour race. So if they're leaving a little bit, like a minute or two off their pit window every time, by the time at the end of the 6 hours, they're probably going to have about a 5-minute remainder. So if there is a car out there that can sip fuel and save a little bit of gas throughout the duration of the race, they may be able to cut off an entire pit stop, which would be very beneficial to their position. So
well, if you remember back to Sebring, Wookiee Racing, I think middle stint was run by Nicky Chan, and he did just that. Really, really stretched it out, and I think he's racing for them in the middle today. So I would keep an eye on that team and see if, because they're one of the early pits as well, see if maybe they can make up some of that time. Because you're right, otherwise it's a splash and dash for a lot of them at the end.
Yeah, Nicky is my fuel save hero. He is able to somehow turn whatever car he's driving into to a hybrid where it runs on gasoline and air, because I do not know how he can maintain the lap times he does while still going almost multiple laps longer than other folks. There was a race in season 8 this past year at Winton Speedway in Australia, which is that track. He was able to do the entire race without even pitting and ended up getting P3 as a result. As we see the current leader, Matthew Siddall, come down pit lane. This is a scheduled stop. He was able to go a lap longer than Rafael and the other leaders. So as I was saying, by the time he comes out, it's going to be close to an hour, meaning that it looks like their strategy may be that they're trying to cut off an entire stop. A couple of other drivers in the GT2 class following Sidal down the road. So with this, we will most likely see JRT Racing jump back up to the front and resume the lead. But it's one of the things that makes endurance racing so much fun is it's not just about who can go the fastest for a short amount of time, but there's so much that you have to manage as a driver. You have to manage strategy, so fuel burn and fuel rate. You have to manage the tires that are underneath you. I mean, if you just go out and do qualifying laps, you may find that at the end of the stint, you are not able to go the same pace because there's just not enough grip anymore. And then you also have to manage the mental aspect. I mean, driving, for some of these drivers are going to be doing double stints. They're going to be in the car for 2 hours, yourself included, Chad. And managing and keeping the stress to a level where you can continue to drive this car at a rapid rate around, let's face it, very complicated tracks. It's a task in of itself. So a lot to take in. And a lot of these drivers don't have a crew chief. They've got teammates and co-drivers, but it's kind of a rule by the entire town. Everybody's trying to pick up where they can, put the strategy out there, plan as they go, and prepare for all circumstances and all outcomes. So when it does happen, they're ready for it.
Well, you've done a lot of endurance racing. I'm curious as to whether, where this track in particular sort of ranks in your maybe either likeness or degree of difficulty for endurance racing. The reason I ask is we did the Summer Fun Series at COTA on Friday. And I can only imagine what doing a 2-hour stint at COTA would be like, because that track is so unforgiving with off tracks, and the sections are so different, between the sort of sweeping S's and then the hard hairpins into some of those off-camber turns. Like, to do that for 2 hours would, to your question earlier about being prepared, I'd be far more concerned about an endurance race at COTA than I would be here, because I love Watkins Glen. I think it's such a nice balance of speed and some sweeping turns and some good banks, and with 3 different classes on the track, there's just so much fun to look forward to. So this is a track I would look forward to an endurance race on. I'm just curious as to, you with so much more experience on many other tracks, like where this one ranks in the larger scheme of things.
Yeah, well, before I answer that, just a quick race update in terms of what's going on. In the pit stop, it looks like Amaram took tires, which is to be expected. This track is hot, and this track does like to eat tires with the high loads, but Matthew Sidal did not. So Sidal was able to cut his pit stop by about 30 seconds over Amaram to bring that gap down, and in fact is ahead of Amaram on track currently. So Matrix Green has inherited the lead after the first set of pit stops. We'll see if he can keep those tires under him. But as I was mentioning before, I mean, that's one of the part of the strategy of endurance racing. If you just go out there and do qualifying laps and burn your tires, you're gonna have to take tires every pit stop. If you're able to manage them, maybe go a little bit slower, but are able to double stint your tires, you can make moves like that, and that's what we saw from Matthew Sidal. So we'll keep that updated. I expect to see Sidal through the duration of the second part of this stint, probably to start slipping back towards JRT as a result of the double stinting of tires, but we'll see. Maybe he's found a magic formula of keeping these tires happy and underneath him and able to do what he can and drive similar paces. But to go back to what you were saying, Chad, with regards to Watkins Glen and endurance racing, I mean, it's a classic. IMSA has been racing here for forever in their own 6-hour race. The NASCAR runs here, and NASCAR races are effectively endurance races for how long they are behind the wheel of the car at any given time. So Watkins Glen has a lot of history with endurance racing, and it's these long sweeping turns. The track is relatively wide, so it lends itself to lots of room for different classes and passing and multi-class. It's definitely a great track for doing endurance racing, but to be honest, it's not one of my favorite tracks. Maybe if I've raced here in real life, that might change my opinion a little bit, but like, for instance, as you had mentioned, COTA, I love COTA. It's my home track. In real life, I've turned probably 1,000 laps plus there in real life races in endurance racing, and it's just fantastic for endurance racing because of those tight corners that COTA lends itself to. It basically creates action amongst multiple classes, which is always fun to do. So yeah, Watkins Glen, it's a classic. It's been here forever, and it will continue to host races and sports car races in general. I'm looking forward to IMSA's upcoming race here. But yeah, not one of my favorites, but that's just me. What do you think about Watkins?
Well, I love it. I mean, I think that, it's a track where you can get a good sort of rhythm and flow going. It's not like you're changing styles from one end of the track to the other, I guess. And once you find your markers, you can sort of settle in and just find a groove. And not every track. The other thing that I think matters for me, at least in endurance, is having a track that has elevation changes, and in this case, a lot of the Armco, it gives you good depth perception. If I had to go do an endurance race on, I don't know, Paul Ricard or Kodo or even Winton, which is flat and there's, it's wide open, I think it's easier to sort of get tunnel vision and not boredom, but you know what I mean? Like you kind of go numb behind the wheel, and it's easy to make mistakes when that happens. And I think a place like here where there's plenty of turns, there's a lot of stuff coming at you, it's sort of easy to stay engaged. And for me personally, 2 hours can go by pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's almost that feeling of when you're driving on the highway and you don't realize what happened in the last 20 minutes because your brain turned off. That can definitely happen behind the wheel of one of these cars as well. So yes, no, very good point. So, well, we are now officially a little over an hour into this race. So thank you for watching for the first hour. We now go to this next hour, and I guess we should probably have a quick rundown of, where kind of everybody stands as we've got GT4s ducking down. So in P1, currently in GT3, is being led by Matthew Siddall, and that is due to great strategy by trying to double his tires over P2, which is JRT Racing. JRT Racing, currently being driven by Rafael Amorim, who is incredibly fast and your pole setter, decided to take tires and full service for the last pit stop, and is now running second, about 20 seconds behind Matthew Siddall in P1. P3 is Wookiee Racing, and is being currently piloted by Chris Braun. Chris Braun is another stalwart of the PCA Sim Series, driving in the pro category, and he's looking to do what he can to try to chase down JRT. In P4, we have Exchange Motorsports, not very far behind Chris, driven by Ed Nelson. Ed Nelson hails out of the Pacific Northwest region. I've actually met him in person. Last time I was up in Seattle, we got together and was able to meet him and Mr. Ed Eisenring, a couple of great sim racers, and can't meet a nicer guy. So I'm cheering for Ed. I hope he does well. P6 is Marble Motors, currently piloted by Dave Craig, and trying to chase down Ed as best as he can, as you see him drive by that GT4 lap car. P6, Ed Eisenring. I mentioned him before, chasing down the other Ed as best he can. Ed is another pro in the PCA Sim Series. He is incredibly quick, incredibly fast, and again, based out of the Seattle area. After that, we have the first of the Cup cars in Eureka, driven by Dave Schwartz. Dave Schwartz started P2 for the day and is currently P1 after the Your Name Here Racing took an early pit stop for service. P2 is the Commentator's Curse, Imperial Motorsports. So our car is driving really well. Well, it looks like Operation Motorsport just passed them, so we'll go with that. So in GT3, P7, John May is trying to work his way up to the field, trying to catch on and try to catch Ed, but he is a little bit behind currently right now. So Leif Peterson, currently in P2 in Cup. In our car, in the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse, driving really, really well right now. He should have already pitted and is on his second stint. P3 is Celtic Racing, driven by Rodney Campbell. Rodney Campbell's another PCA. He's been with the PCA Sim Racing Series for so long now. He's just always there, and he is doing a really good drive right now to maintain the final portion of the podium right now. In fact, he may be pitting soon, because I'm noticing that Leif Peterson is pitting right now. So went a little further than I thought they would. P7.
Probably a benefit of some drafting there, because I think they've both been pretty tight behind, the leaders for a good chunk of the first stint.
Oh, for sure. And as you can see right now, here we go, is Celtic Racing coming down pit lane to take his first service. We've got in P5 P8 is Matrix Purple, is in GT3. He's currently mixed with the Cup cars, but with the pit stops that are currently happening, he will now jump to the back of his class ahead of all of the Cup cars. So that's Stephen Kemp in that car, and I think he had a little bit of trouble earlier on. I saw a disconnect. So P4321 now is Michael Kaholik, who has jumped the field due to his early pit stop. So after those guys in the pit lane come out, they will all be on the same cycle. But Michael Kaholik is a little bit off cycle, off strat, in the sense that he pitted first around lap 14 or so, which was way earlier than the other ones. If he's back timing, then that may prove to be really helpful for him. Chad, I'll let you take the next part of the field.
Yeah, so in the GT4s, it looks like everybody is pitted at this point. Our last one in was the leader coming into the pits. That was Los Muchachos, which they're going to drop down because they're in the pits right now. So at the moment, currently showing P1, but dropping down. So P2 and now back up to P1 is Max Schnell, who's been pretty consistently up at the front for the duration of the race. In fact, I think they've had a really good battle with the folks who are now in P2 Operation Motorsport. Those guys made it through the first lap. There was a little bit of an incident with some of the GT4s on the first lap, and that unfortunately put one of the front runners, Star Racing, down at the bottom, and they've still been playing catch up since then. So if we keep moving down, we've got Three Stooges, probably appropriately so, in third place. Running all three of those guys in the front, actually all four, are running very, very consistent lap times. So I would expect to see quite a lot of battling between the top 4 or 5 in the GT4 class here in this stint. P4 now is 208 Racing Green. Again, this is all sort of changing in front of my eyes because we've got Los Muchachos, who just pitted, moving down through the ranks as everybody cycles through. El Coro Racing is P5. They're up 2 spots on the day. Again, running pretty comparable lap times to 208 Racing. So it's funny, the top 3 are running very similar times, and then the next 3 are right on top of each other. So I think we've seen a couple of times some good bumper-to-bumper trains with 2 or 3 GT4s up in the race so far. Team 6 is Team 1. P6 is Team 1. Running just right on the heels of El Coro.
Oh, trouble.
What happened?
It looks like the 21 car just took a spin. Team P1, Horace Knight, got 2 wheels off into the grass going into the bus stop. Luckily was able to do a kind of a relatively exciting spin, but he was able to not hit anything or hit anyone and able to get it righted and continue onward. But definitely an exciting moment for Horace. Probably didn't want that at that point, but is able to continue on. And another car had to kind of avoid him going around the outside. He's probably trying to bleed off a bit of a slowdown. Sorry to interrupt, but that was a bit fun.
I'm going to say, I don't think that was the announcer's curse, because I wasn't in fact looking at him on the track when I was just running down the list of placements. But yeah, you're right. They dropped down a couple of spots because of that. But it looks like it was mostly just a spin on the grass, no damage. So hopefully they can make that time back up. But they put them right ahead, right behind Los Muchachos, who we've been talking about because they were the last ones into pit. And then bringing up the rear in the GT4 class, we've got Backmarker Motors, who are down 3 spots on the day, but they are trying to keep pace here with Team 1, just under a second behind. So we'll see if maybe there's a position change there coming up. Anchors Away, up 1 position on the day, holding their own in the 104 car, and then we have Star Racing bringing up the rear. And just to give an update on that, they had an incident on lap 1, and I think fell down. They had a long pit stop. It was almost 4.5 minutes long, but at the moment the gap is showing about 78 seconds. At the moment they're also running about a pace that's pretty comparable to the front runners. So, I don't know, we probably have about 130 laps or so left in the race. It'll be interesting to see if they can make up 78 seconds in 100 laps and change. That'll be one to watch.
They're going to have to make up a little bit more as they take a dive down pit lane. I think that's for scheduled service.
You're right, yep.
Yeah, but their pace definitely suggests that they have what it takes to potentially drive back up to the front of the field. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think towards the end of this race, it's going to be pretty exciting with Star Motors coming up through the field. So there you go. That is your 1 hour race break. Again, this race is the 6 hours at Watkins Glen, sponsored by Porsche Exchange. Porsche Exchange is the title sponsor for this team racing series with PCA Sim Racing. Porsche Exchange is located up in the Illinois Chicagoland area, and they are a Porsche dealer as well as a Porsche boutique. So please visit them if you're ever thinking about joining us in the wonderful world of Porsche owners, or buying some Porsche merchandise for somebody that you love. So coming back to the race, everybody's finished their pit stops. The field is sort of lengthening out a little bit. Those fights that we had earlier on are starting to become far and few between. This is the time in the race where, some drivers have switched out, so some cars' paces may change a little bit based on the skill level of the drivers that have gotten in from the folks that started the race. And then also, it's just kind of the dog days of the race. People are just settling in, turning laps. We have the adage of just keep the car moving forward. And you're going to do well. So, while cars will catch each other and positions will change, it won't happen nearly as frequently as the first hour. And it will kind of stay like this for the most part until maybe that last hour when things start to heat up again and hot shoes for different teams start to be thrown into the cars for the anchor stint. So we'll see how it goes as we look at the Operation Motorsports car. Really has made some progress. Again, they pitted relatively early, so they had fallen to the rear of the field. But now that that Operation Motorsports car has really moved back up towards the front of the field, it's currently getting passed by JRT Racing. So, hey, Chad, so while the racing is going on, obviously you're a member of the PCA. What is the Porsche that is yours that gives you access to this wonderful car club?
Well, I saw my Porsche that I own for the first time in 1983 when my best friend, and I won't reveal my age, but I was in school, high school, elementary school, that kind of stuff, and his dad came to drop him off the first day of school in a brand new 1982 ocean blue metallic 930 turbo that he had to import from Germany because from 1980 to 84, 930 turbos or 911 turbos were not sold in the United States. And on top of it, he lived in California, so had to go through lots of hoops. I think he brought it in through Canada in order to be able to get it into California. But I saw that car and I fell in love with it. And then oddly enough, like 30 years later, I ran into that same friend at a mutual friend's wedding, and his dad happened to be at the wedding. And we were catching up on things, and as life would have it, he was in his mid-60s on his second marriage and about to have a baby. And he told me that his wife gave him the ultimatum that he could only have one Porsche. And so he decided to let go of his vintage 82 930 turbo. And I said, you can't sell that car. And I literally got my checkbook out on the spot. I made a check out to him, blank check, and I said, you fill in the blank with whatever you want to sell me the car for and whatever it's going to cost to ship it from California to Connecticut, and no questions asked. And then a week later, I had intercity transport dropping off the 930 in my front driveway. That was 20 years ago, and between he and I, we're the only two owners of that car. I think I'm up to about 80. I got it with about 55,000 miles on it, and I'm probably just shy of 90,000 miles now. But just like him, I drive it a couple thousand miles a year. I believe cars are to be driven, not sit and collect dust. That's just my style, and I have absolutely loved driving it. And the thing that, back to your earlier question about how sim racing and real life racing complement one another, I've of course never had an opportunity to drive the 92 Cup car. And I was scared of it when I first came into PCA Sim Racing because I was like, oh, no nannies, no traction control, no ABS, no modern technology. I'm not going to touch that car. And it turns out it drives very, very similarly to how my 930 is set up. And so I would argue that my sim racing experience in the Cup car has actually radically improved my ability to sort of drive and balance the 930, which only has 4 gears and no anti-lock brakes, no traction control, and far too much horsepower for a car of that weight. I think mine's more of a resto mod than a pure restoration, and I've got it up to close to 500 horsepower with a new intercooler and turbo and some upgrades in the engine. And anybody who knows anything about that car, with that much power and that little weight, it's called the Widowmaker for a reason. So it has my attention and respect. And again, I think PCA Sim Racing has made me a better driver in that car.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and those stories, I mean, your stories, it's unbelievable. Basically a car that you've known since almost all your life, right? Finally became into your possession, and you've owned it for decades at this point. I mean, it's part of the family. It's a family member, right? And there may be people that say, well, it's just an inanimate object, but yeah, but these things carry sentimental value. And I tend to find that a lot of Porsche owners, they'll find their first Porsche, or something will happen, and you have experiences with those cars, and those cars become mementos to those experiences, and we tend to hang on to them for a long time, and they become part of the family. So it's really cool to hear that story. So thanks for sharing that, Chad.
Well, it's literally a part of the family, because I have 3 boys, as I mentioned, and I have under orders that I'm never allowed to sell it. And there are sibling rivalries and duels over who's going to get it in my will. So I have been instructed not to sell it and make sure it is passed on to one of my 3 boys in my will. And we're going to do everything we can to keep it in shape to be able to do that.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, and you need to, up there, I believe in your zone is another wonderful PCA member, PCA Sim Racing member, Jim Huth. He's also got a 930 Turbo Black that you guys need to have a play date with 930 turbos, I think.
I think we have that scheduled at Lime Rock in a couple of weeks. The entire
fantastic.
Zone 1 is going to try and do a little bit of an in-person reunion at one of the, it's either an EDE or one of the PCA sponsored track events there.
Please take lots of pictures and show them with us. We definitely want to see them. I want to live vicariously through you guys, because that's going to be a lot of fun. And I know for me personally, whenever I travel for work or find myself in a city that I'm not familiar with, I'm constantly reaching out on our Discord channel and seeing who's in that area to see who we can meet up and chat with. So, we've got another hashtag Ask the Booth. What is your favorite real-life Porsche race car of all time? Are you looking forward to the Porsche LMDH? Chad, I'm going to let you take a first crack at that.
Well, I'm not going to claim any, allegiance to any of the race cars, because I don't have the experience running them on track. But I will admit that I make a regular visit to my Porsche dealer anytime there's a new model. And I am torn right now between the GT4 RS, which has just come out, just because it has a similar sort of size and feel and balance to my 930, and it feels like the modern incarnation of maybe what my version of the 930 was back in the day. But nothing for me compares to the Turbo S. I mean, when I went down to the Porsche Experience Center, that was one of the 3 cars that I drove. I did the GT3 versus Turbo. I can't remember what the 3rd car we drove one was. I think it was a touring car or something. But in any event, I mean, I thought I was going to love the GT3 because it was manual and it would be more like what I'm driving now. But the technology in that car is just, I mean, you can drive it like a daily driver and you can drive it like a sports car and anything in between. And I just think it's remarkable. I think it's one of the reasons why anytime you see those comparison videos on YouTube or whatever, they're always comparing to the Porsche Turbo S. So I think, if I could ever get a production car, that would be probably the top of my list.
Very cool. For me, I'm going to break it up into 2. My favorite Porsche race car is the one I drive in real life as well. So I'm totally smitten with the 981 GT4 Club Sports. I've got a lot of time in real life behind the wheel of them in endurance racing, and that is the Porsche I currently own. Is I have a 981 GT4 that I bought from new and ordered and watched it come across on the boat. So I had to wait 9 months or so after I spec'd it out. So I was very fortunate to get an allocation, and is the car that it is my 930 that you have, Chad. I am probably never going to get rid of that GT4 for as long as I possibly can, if I can at all make that happen. But in terms of race cars that aren't the ones that I run, I'm kind of partial to the Moby Dick. That classic sports car whale tail ridiculousness that is that 911 is just the noises it makes if you ever hear it in some sort of historic sports car racing or something, you ever get a chance to see one run, which is becoming increasingly rare, definitely do it. It's those kinds of noises that come out of that car will make you find religion, so to speak. So yeah, that's probably my favorite one in terms of the way it looks and everything.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I think the 70s racing cars, I try and inspire a lot of my liveries from that class. So, my yellow and blue that I ran in Series 8 was partially inspired by John Paul Jones' 935. And I just think, they just look raw and muscular. And, I'm sure the sound is right in line with that.
Yeah. The second part of the question on hashtag Ask the Booth was, the Porsche, the new Le Mans hypercar that's coming out. I guess the homologation between, or I don't know if that's the right word, but basically, the IMSA and WEC or the FIA are trying to create a class that can, somebody can race in IMSA and then take that same car and race it in Le Mans, so to speak, or in WEC races. And Porsche is definitely entering that again. So, anybody that is a Porsche filer or follows Porsche racing will know that, the 919 was their Le Mans prototype, LMP1, and it's actually in iRacing if you wanted to drive it and experience it yourself. But, Porsche got out of the endurance racing game, WEC, a number of years ago. They kind of were winning it every year, winning Le Mans, and they kind of said, okay, we've done our job. We're going to move on to other things. But now with the new class, the hypercar class, it gives them an opportunity to show and prove their mettle again. And they're going to jump in along with, I want to say Audi as well. There's a lot of different manufacturers that are looking for that class. And then also with the recent announcement that Porsche is going to enter Formula One in some shape or fashion. I hope it's an additional team gets added rather than the acquiring and taking over of another team. But that remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, Porsche in racing, it's always been there. It's in their DNA, and now is not any different. In fact, it's almost seems like a resurgence and almost another golden year of Porsche racing, especially with what Porsche is. They're doing it on the top end, but what I love about Porsche is they're also doing it on the quote-unquote relative grassroots end. So we've got, the Porsche Sprint Series with both Cup cars, 991 Cup cars and 992 Cup cars, as well as Cayman, so the 718 GT4 that you see right now actually in the pictures. Those are also currently being raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in North America, and it offers a great way for drivers who are interested, amateur drivers who are interested in racing these cars in kind of a one-make series, to be able to experience that professional type racing with the hospitality and such. And I know a couple of drivers that are currently in it. Quick shout out to WTW Racing, which I've raced with in WRL in the past. They currently swept the podium. They're at VIR this past weekend, and their cars have been basically taking all the hardware from every single race in the Porsche Sprint. And Adrian Kinney is currently winning that series and is in the lead in the points battle. So good luck, kid. You're doing well. Your future is definitely bright. So hope to see you on more podiums, and hope to see you in WRL as well. I want to race against you some more. So, great stuff. So in other words, long-winded way of saying, yeah, Porsche has got a bright future as always with racing, and we're really excited to see what they have to offer. I am, for sure.
What's your take on, Porsche obviously was one of the sports car manufacturers who made an early bet on electric technology, battery technology, both in the LMP, the 919, had great success with there in their production models. But at the moment, battery technology doesn't really allow you to do endurance racing.
Yeah.
So
wasn't it Formula E that at one point when they were racing them, they actually jumped, they'd do a pit stop and they'd change cars because you can't charge a battery that quickly.
Right.
Which I always found a little bit humorous to switch cars mid race. But now the technology, the cars can go for longer. But you're exactly right. You can't race a 6-hour race on battery power because you have no way to refuel the power, so to speak.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, particularly with gas prices the way they are right now. You sort of see these seismic changes in the auto industry, trying to find alternative technologies either to deal with fuel issues or to deal with performance issues. And, whether it's all electric, hybrid, you saw Audi try and do the turbo diesel thing for many years in endurance racing. It's just going to be curious to see how it all sorts itself out here, knowing that, the climate change thing says that the whole industry is going to move a lot more towards either all electric or hybrid electric cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of well, everything's going that way. I don't think that the fuel pricing and the fuel shortages right now are necessarily driving the electric car market. I think it's been coming for a long time now. And look at the success of other electric automakers like Tesla. Tesla, yes, was first to market, but now the big players and those with huge economies of scale like Porsche, Ford, and such, they're now all in the game. And so it's an exciting time. It's different, obviously, and I'm a bit old school. I mean, I like my internal combustion engine. I like the noise it makes. I like the power delivery. But electricity is the future, electrification, and not just in racing, but all industries. It's coming, and so it's either you adapt or you die. And Porsche is definitely adapting. And shoot, the next GT4 or the next Cayman is supposed to be 100% electric. It's supposed to be kind of Porsche's first foray outside of the Taycan to be a fully electric vehicle, a sports car for them. I'm excited to see how it works, especially in a consumer setting. So, where does electricity sit with racing? I'm not totally sure. They got to fix the refueling problem and how to recharge cars in a way that you're not sitting for 20 minutes in pit lane to let the charger run. But at the same time, I don't think that if we just dismiss it right away. I don't think that's doing it service. So it'll definitely be here. I still think the technology is still quite a ways away for it to be in endurance racing, but we'll see. Hopefully it's further away than sooner, because like I said, I like the shouty noises these cars make.
I'm right there with you. I think, I'm looking forward to the next 10 or 20 years of hybrid racing, like the 919, because I've seen a few of its laps on the Nürburgring, for example. It's just extraordinary. You don't lose that internal combustion sound and feel, and yet the performance it achieved with a sub 6 minute mile at Nürburgring is like astounding. But I've also watched laps recently. Porsche just ran their 911, the GT3 there, and took 5 seconds off their lap. I mean, that was just a pure muscle car racing lap. It was so much fun to watch. And then at the same time, I've seen, the Tesla Plaid run there, and I was bored to death. You just can't hear anything. I was like, okay, it's like watching a fast lap on mute. And then I also saw the test they ran at the, I think it may have been at the Porsche Experience Center in LA with the new Mission R, and it was really cool. I think that's the technology that's going to be leading to the 718 that you're talking about. But the sound of that car is almost like fingers running down a chalkboard. So
yeah, it is.
I can't imagine racing for 30 minutes with that sound in your ear.
Oh, for sure. And we have a little bit of a moment coming through the bus stop there for Stephen Kemp. P8 has to relinquish, I believe he relinquished P7 right there to the car in front. If not, he was getting lapped. But a little bit of a moment. Good job. Straight lined it. Kept it safe, kept it out of the wall, and he keeps running. But yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, the noise, if you don't have tinnitus from being a race car driver in general, you definitely will if you're driving some of those electric cars. But we'll see. Hopefully we can, as that discipline matures, we'll definitely get better and better cars, and we'll see what the sport's future holds. Another hashtag Ask the Booth. Did you hear about the Porsche teaming up with Concada Sim Sport to create a factory esports teams? Do you think this will be the future? What do you think this brings to esports and iRacing? Well, yeah, I'm going to take this one. So I think it's fantastic. 2020 was a rough time for the entire globe, right? With the pandemic hit, everything was thrown up in the air. We questioned everything from how we work to, how we purchase things. Everything in general was put up for debate. But one of the really good things that came out of the whole pandemic was sim racing. We saw NASCAR run to it and host actual races to replace their real life races with real life drivers. We saw Le Mans happen virtually, I think in 2020, and it still happens today, but maybe not to the same extent. But we had all the big name and hotshot drivers in real life Le Mans were driving now virtually all of a sudden. And we're still seeing the lingering effects from that run to sim racing from the pandemic, and seeing a manufacturer like Porsche really step up in Canada, trying to create an esports team. They recognize that, you know, there's an opportunity here for virtual drivers to make a sport out of this, and the idea that you can, I mean, at the end of the day, we're watching this for sport, you know, whether it's in real life or whether it's pixels and ones and O's running through a fiber optic cable. At the end of the day, it is sport. You have people competing against each other to be the best that they possibly can be and ultimately come out on top. And so Porsche giving it some credence and creating a sport or esports team of their own, hopefully that takes other manufacturers, other major manufacturers to say, hey, we want in on this as well. And it just snowballs from there. And any kind of trickle down we can get here at the kind of the club racing level, it's fantastic. I'm all for it and looking forward to it to see what comes out of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think, you know, this is one of those seismic changes from the pandemic that's been really beneficial. There is a dark side of it that may be revealing itself now as we emerge from the pandemic, because I noticed some people talking about how attendance at things like autocrosses and EDs are down. And I just wonder if either that is people have found an alternative, or they did so much of this this opened up so much racing during the pandemic that people are taking a break. It'll just be interesting to see how that settles out over the long term. Because I think, like I was saying before, the two complement each other really well. You know, those who are really enthusiastic about racing should probably do both, real life racing and sim racing, and, you know, find the right balance of how much time they invest in that. Unlike, you know, you think about it in the work world, Zoom, everybody was on Zoom for 2 years and now nobody wants to be on Zoom. So I don't think that's going to happen in the racing world. It's not like people are going to go back to just real life racing. And I think all these young drivers you're seeing, some of whom are in PCA, so you think of Lauren Heinrich, you know, who excels both in the sim world and the real world. Ooh, we just had an incident there coming out of the bus stop with our leader in the Cup class. I think he just did some door banging and maybe kept on going, but there was a little mix-up there between a GT4 and looks like maybe Los Muchachos and Your Name Here had a little come together there for a second.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. So here they are going into the bus stop. Oh, it's a very, very ambitious dive there, going for the same time. Oh, and Kolek kind of moves Los Muchachos out of the way. A little bit unfortunate there. Maybe a little bit of patience would have done everybody a little bit better. So we'll see if anything comes out of that from the stewards, but that was definitely a hard hit. Hopefully, it looks like Los Muchachos was able to continue on. Looks like the car is tracking relatively straight. Hopefully they're able to get away with that one. But yeah, that was definitely a hard hit. Also in the Cup class, look at us go. We're P2, baby. The commentator's curse, Imperial Motorsports, has passed Eureka for P2 on track. So we're moving up. The pressure is starting to build for you, Chad, when you jump in there and run your double. I expect excellence at this point.
Yeah, there's only a 44-second gap between our team and Your Name Here. I'll do my best to, you know, eat as much into that as I can.
Absolutely. And we see right here, I think this is P2 and P3, Three Stooges in Operation Motorsport. These guys have been nose to tail. There is a string tied to their bumpers, and they are pulling themselves around this track. And you know what? They're doing a good job, because we mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. Two cars going in a straight line and working together are faster than one by itself. So I'm hoping this is Adam being very patient and realizing that, you know, while he may not have the outright pace over P2, if he just follows in their wake, uses the draft to his advantage, the two of them can be pulled along forward to try to catch P1. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, it's also interesting to see, if we look at all three of our classes, all of those who took early pit stops or were sort of working their way back up through the grid have found their way back up to the top. So you've got although it looks like Your Name Here just chopped off the top. Maybe they're going in for some repairs or a driver change after that little incident, because they've dropped down to 3. I was just going to say they made up their time back to the top, and JRT Racing's back on top.
Well, it makes sense. Remember, Your Name Here is off strategy, so they are pitting a lot earlier than the rest of the field. So they're probably taking their normal time. And also at this time, we have another one of our commentators coming back in. So Rachel, welcome back. Hope you had a good little break. Oh, well, she will chime in when she's here and ready to go. But
Technical
there you go.
difficulties.
No worries, no
Turns
worries.
out I was muted this whole time. That works just fine. But anyway, thank you, boys, by the way, for this insightful conversation. I've been really enjoying listening to this one. Hopefully we'll keep you around in a more commentary focus for a little bit. I know you have to run off shortly and hop in the car there, but we'll hopefully get some of these guys talking with us for the next little while here. But both of them, big hand to the guys from the Imperial Motorsports Commentators Curse team, who managed to not curse the commentary, at least. It may have cursed their car, we don't know yet. We'll keep our eyes on that, but they've not cursed the booth. It's been going well, and the furniture's still all over the floor, which is more than I was expecting. But Chad Dick, of course, and Christopher Pies are both joining us here. And guys, you were talking earlier about how esports, of course, in the real world have melded during this time, and we'll have a quick run through on the field in a moment. But what do you really see that future being? Obviously, we've seen changes in other worlds thanks to the pandemic, whereby a lot of people are partially working at home, part of the week, and then in the office the rest, even though now they could be completely back. Do you think that esports has found a more serious home in motors racing than, because let's be frank, before the pandemic, sim racing was a bit of a, oh yeah, that, to real world racing. Do you think that has changed now?
I think absolutely, and I think it was already happening before the pandemic. While maybe not in sim racing specifically, there's other esports or other programs and other games that have humongous followings. I'm thinking of, for instance, a lot of the I'm gonna totally butcher it, but I know, like, for Dota 2 and things like that, League of Legends, they have incredible communities where they all culminate in an annual tournament. I know Dota specifically, where it is in the multiples of millions of dollars purse for the competing teams. And granted, it's really big in Asia and such, and that's part of the world has really embraced it, and it's been there for decades now at this point. But it's starting to now trickle into other disciplines and other games. So I to see it succeed in that in that crucible, I think can definitely just come over here into racing, and especially with how expensive racing is in real life. I mean, we all know that it's just astronaut. It is a sport for the haves and not the have-nots, and to be able to bring the joy of racing at a fraction of the cost of real life racing to everyone. I mean, that's the goal, and I think you're going to get these teams that come out and compete. You already have them on some scale, but I could definitely see it just exploding into something that is very mainstream.
Obviously, you have the Morgs, the League of Legends, the Dotas. You have, of course, more in the Western world, things like Overwatch, Counter-Strike, Siege, Call of Duty, really being the big esports stars. And here, these games will fill stadiums. These games will fill arenas. Still huge $1 million prize pools. But why do you think sim racing, something that is arguably already a competition format, right? Like it's already racing. It's already a winner's decided. It's a very understandable format, we all know. Why do you think this hasn't gone as quickly as, goblins and gnomes running down corridors, or, people jumping through windows, shooting each other in the face? Why do you think this is more slowly progressing? Is it because of the real life overlap?
I think a lot of it has to do with just the cost of entry. For any of those other games, you get a keyboard, you get a mouse, and they can run on almost any computer, especially the Counter-Strikes and the Momorpagers. The cost of entry is really low. If you start really dedicating yourself into a sim rig, I mean, it can get very expensive very quickly, and I know myself included, at this point, that my sim rig is probably the cost of a nice entry level race car like a Miata or something. So that definitely creates a barrier to entry for anybody and everybody, especially maybe some young kids that maybe want to jump in that don't have the ability to get that kind of equipment. There's that barrier to entry that I think is definitely is there, and probably creates a little bit of a restriction on the pool of potential competitors.
Well, see, I would flip that and say I actually look at that kind of glass half full. I think there's tons of room for growth in the industry. I agree that there are barriers to entry, but I think that's more of an awareness issue. People just don't know what you need to get started. And I'll use myself as an example. When I first joined PCA Sim, I joined with the wrong computer setup and the wrong hardware. But once people sort of set me straight, you start to realize, it doesn't you don't have to break the bank to get into this sport. And I think just understand the distinction between, I think there's still a public perception of, on a computer, if you're in a race car, it's a game like you would see on an Xbox or a PlayStation, versus this where the technology, because, you look at companies like Facebook renaming themselves Meta, and Apple last week announcing that, that virtual reality is going to be a big part of their future. I mean, can you imagine what the world's going to be like when Apple designs a virtual reality headset? Look what happened with the iPhone. So I still think
expensive will be the problem.
Maybe, but I think all of that is still out in front of the industry. And so, to me, that's growth. Like there's a lot more upside than there is downside. I don't think this industry has tapered by any stretch. And just look at the numbers of people who are coming into PCA. Our entry league numbers are growing because people are, word of mouth is spreading.
Quickly before we continue with this conversation, which is fascinating, by the way, and I love what we're going with this, just want to quickly mention that the Your Name Here team picked up a penalty, a black flag, for a contact through the bus stop there. Unfortunately, Kahalik was behind the wheel of that car, so he has had that penalty assigned by race control, which means they are going to be down the order a little bit here, which has changed things around a little bit. You guys are now in the lead. Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse. The curse has been reversed. You're leading the Cup class. What's the strategy here, guys? Does this change for you two on an actual racing note here? What does this change for you as a team?
Was there ever a doubt? No, I'm just kidding. no.
Here we go.
No, we are. We unfortunate for Kahalik to have that incident in the bus stop, and looking at it from a completely impartial view, that was definitely a ambitious move that he made on that GT4, and probably something that didn't need to happen. But that's one of the things. The common thing that we were talking about earlier was, it is a 6-hour race. You've got 3 different races going on at the same time. You're going to have intermingling of different classes. Patience is key. And as long as you keep the car rolling forward, you're probably going to end up in a decent finish. And where you start to get in trouble in endurance racing is where you try to force moves. And that's an example of it right there. Just ran out of space, 2 cars going for the same spot that are going at different speeds. But yeah, our strategy is kind of, at least from my point of view, we keep doing what we're doing. Leaf's doing a fantastic job in doing Leaf things, which is just runs the same lap time over and over and over with no drama. So Leaf is doing a great job. But if we keep the car rolling forward and we keep it moving forward, we're probably going to have a good chance of finishing well. Let other people make mistakes, and we'll find ourselves in a good position.
Seems like a great approach to take with this one. So before we get back into full-on regular race commentary, I just want to finish off this conversation, because I think it's going to be a huge one for viewers, really, as we get to watch, of course, all the excitement on screen right here. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to have a recap before we head into that final hour of the first half. And we'll pick up the next commentary team, of course, at the halfway point. You'll be having some great fun with those guys coming up shortly. But before we do, I'm going to pose something to you two, and I'd like both of you to give me an answer to this. And you, the viewer, as well at home. I'd love you to tell me what you think of this, but I will pose something to you both, and I'd like to see what you think. I believe that sim racing's real problem with being an esport, with being a seriously recognized esport that is something that is big, huge prize money, can put people in stadiums. Let's think of how easy it would be to watch a race when you get to literally be just in a stadium. It'd be fantastic, right? How? My issue is, as we see, I believe that 3 Stooges hitting pit road, Chris Pippin in the car, but I believe saying it's not a game, it's a sim, has actually been the biggest crippling point of sim racing as a recognized esport. Is this stringent desire of simmers, and whether this is flight simmers or sim racers or any other kind of simmer, there is this very weird attitude whereby you don't want anyone to call your hobby a game. When, let's be honest, we're playing it largely for fun, we get enjoyment out of it, and it's an application we launch on our computer, which by most definitions would be a game. Yes, it's a very realistic game. Arma, for example, the military game, is a military simulation. yet it is still referred to as a game. Has sim racing been crippled by its rejection of the game component?
It's an interesting point you bring, and it's definitely a real thing about what there are programs which are more gamey, or if you want to call it that, or more simulation, for instance. But at the end of the day, the way at least I look at it is, no matter what you're doing and what you're watching on television is a game. So if you were watching baseball or basketball, for example, that's still a game. Yes, it's a sport, and there's people that are paid to be professionals and do it for a living, but at the end of the day, it's just a game. So I think that in much like that similar scenario, those things, while they are not, I mean, they are real life and people are actually physically at a location playing baseball, let's say, they're still playing a game. And at the same time as professionals are playing in stadiums with 40,000 people, you've got people in a beer league that are playing a slow pitch with their best friends on any given weekend, just for the fun of it, for a purely game aspect. So I don't think that is necessarily what maybe be stifling some of the growth in terms of an esport. I just think it's the marketing at it. One of the things that I kind of find kind of humorous is the past couple of years I've been noticing on television, NASCAR Heat has been broadcast on like ESPN2, like for hours on end, like blocks, and it seems almost like these races are syndicated at this point on television. And out of all the different sims, games, however you want to call them, I would have thought NASCAR Heat would have been one of the furthest from actually being on television, but here it is out front. And I think it takes somebody that is enterprising, obviously has some sort of backing and partnership with some of these broadcasters for like ESPN or any of the major networks to work with them to say, hey, we want to try to promote this and build it into something. Because frankly, if NASCAR Heat can get to that kind of exposure, there's absolutely no reason why iRacing or any of the other sims could do it as well. So, I think it's a little bit from a business standpoint of who has the funding to be able to try to make that jump, and who has the busy savviness to be able to sell it to folks that want to advertise on it, and et cetera, and basically monetize the sport or the game that is this. So we'll see how it goes. I think the potential is there. It's going to take a little bit of time, because at the end of the day, as we said before, I don't think anybody will argue that sim racing is a much smaller community than any of those other esport titles. It is a much smaller knit of people, so the population with which to draw from is much smaller as well. If we had 1 million people or 5 million people racing in iRacing, I think it would already be on network television. It's just we got to get the population up a little bit and get people interested.
That's an interesting perspective. What are your thoughts, Chad?
I've spent my entire career in branding and marketing, so I echo a lot of what Chris just said. And that's what I meant earlier about the glass being half full. There's tons of room for growth on audience and participation and monetization in this sport from my perspective. I think, from a marketer's perspective, I do think language matters. And so I'm very conscious of referring to it as an experience and as a sport and not as a game, to try and change people's perceptions. And then the other thing that I would say I think will be a big driver is people and personalities. So when you get stars and just like we were saying before, even big brands like Porsche getting into esports with a cadre of drivers, that's only going to help, because I think the younger generation, you look at what's happening in Formula One with Drive to Survive and all the young people that are really, finding some affinity with each of the different drivers and the debates that people get in as to who they follow. I think you'll start to see that happen. That hasn't happened yet. And when it does, I think there's a huge upside. I have a very good friend of mine who runs the in-game monetization P&L for League of Legends in North America. And I'm talking like people buying, skins and accessories for their game. This is like not even performance enhancing stuff.
I know that pain, trust me.
But they spend billions in North America on that. Billions, like it's in the billions. That blew my mind when he told me that. And he said in Asia, it's like 4 to 10 times as much. So, there's a great quote from William Gibson: the future's already here, it's just not widely distributed. I think we are looking at the future, it's just not widely distributed, and distribution is a marketing problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and one of
100%,
the
I would agree. Go on,
one of the
Travis.
I was going to say another person that is champion sim racing in general, and especially iRacing, Tony Kanaan. And what did he finish on the podium at the
Yeah,
Indy
he did.
500? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's your P3.
yeah. So here's a guy who is racing in the greatest spectacle in motorsports, as they say, who is on the podium, who on any given night is streaming on Twitch, iRacing. And he works with the makers of Sim Gear. In fact, I have a wheel that is a Tony Kanaan branded wheel. And so folks like him are doing an amazing job to get that awareness out there. But it's going to take more than just him. And once the pocketbooks, and when I say the pocketbooks, the companies that realize that, hey, there's exposure to be had here for our products, understand that there is a demand and that people are watching it and that they have exposure to folks who are watching this sport, realize that this is worth throwing some money at, then you're going to see it take off. It's going to be crazy and it's going to be wonderful. And
well, I've done a fair amount of work in the realm of like digital advertising and stuff, and the sad thing to report is that the industry is still very oriented on scale and numbers. How big is your audience? I think with some of the privacy concerns that are taking place and people, all these data brokers that people are starting to find out about, I think you're going to find more of a shift away from quantity to quality. And when that happens, places like sim racing that have maybe not the biggest audience, but a highly involved, highly passionate audience will become incredibly attractive to both marketers and brands. And that's when the money will start to flow. I don't think that's happened yet, because I think that there's still a myopic fixation on the old media model of how big an audience can you give me? And as brands like Google and Facebook and Netflix and Amazon start to struggle with that because of issues like data privacy, I think marketers will direct their money towards high value, maybe not the biggest audiences, and I'll be interested to see, when that takes place.
That is an excellent point, because as somebody who is in content creation myself, and for those who don't know, my day job is I have YouTube channels. Now, it's a huge factor for someone like me, because you're working with the advertisers all the time. And he does raise an excellent point, as I think Chad is trying to eat his microphone at the moment.
Sorry, I'm moving it out of
tasty?
the way.
Ooh,
No, I was just moving it out of the way.
Yep,
Sorry.
it's your cable's a little bit crackly there, bud. Sorry, my ears, ow. But no, the advertisers are a huge factor, and we're starting to see it come more and more and more. And I think the real kind of opening point is iRacing's own history with NASCAR, because the NASCAR series has really picked up the branding, picked up the affiliation, picked up the esport feel. They have the Contender series, they have Challenger, the Road to Pro stuff. It's getting into that side of things where you're starting to get that tiering, people fighting to get in, and you're getting the viewership. Coke's on board with that, and you're going to start to see, even though it's a smaller thing, and I think endurance racing will probably struggle the most, I will be honest. Because like in real life, in the real world of racing, endurance racing is we've got Travis Brody in here for JRT from P1, getting his car service here. Endurance is the smallest, I would say, of the mainstream racing disciplines in terms of viewership and fan following. You compare Formula One, you compare NASCAR, IndyCar, even the sprint racing for GT, because it's shorter, there's more action, it's faster. Endurance will always be a slightly, should we say, weaker pick in terms of that, but there is the potential, like you said, because of a dedicated audience, and we see this through things like YouTube memberships, Twitch subscriptions, Patreon support for creators. We're seeing that the advertisers and the people who are willing to put money in, it's the dedication, like you say, not the volume. And the more dedicated viewers are, the more likely they're going to listen to that advert and that advertiser and how they do it. And people are getting very creative with these things, and it really does make people want to go down that direction. And I think that creativity and that approach, rather than giving people the same, it's the old legacy media, I think, approach Chad would probably agree with, is the TV ratings numbers and what your volume is of people, not how you can deliver it. Because the old way of, here's your script, read this for your ad segment to get your sponsorship money, it doesn't work. People see through it. It's transparent. It's boring. But now obviously things are changing. We're seeing it in different angles and aspects, and esports has been a big driving force for that. And where better when you can slap it all over a car just like real life. You know? How good is that to advertise? You can't cover a SWAT operator or a Navy SEAL in Call of Duty in adverts. But you can sure as heck cover a pretend race car in adverts. And it helps.
Absolutely.
I think when brands figured out that for pennies on the dollar, they could put their logo on your car for 6 hours in an endurance race at, at Watkins Glen for an affinity community that loves Porsches, when that behavior starts to happen from the corporate world, I think it's gonna turbocharge the money that flows into the league, and then the participation and what people can do with it.
Yeah,
so I've got about...
Sorry guys, just quickly pause this for a second because we have hit the top of the hour here. We're going to do a rundown on your field as things currently stand and take a look at this, not really the halfway point here, but we're going to do a deep rundown on our field on this 2-hour mark.
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm going to duck out because I got to go hit the men's room and get myself ready for my stint, but it's been fun chatting and I'll be back in a couple hours.
We'll see you in a couple of hours, but best of luck with your stint. We'll hopefully see Leaf at some point.
Well,
but, thank you,
I'm going to put a little post-it on my thing that says, don't F it up. Don't F it up. Leaf did a good job. Don't F it up. All right, that's
We'll make fun of you if you do. Have a good one. Good luck. We'll see you in the car.
Thanks, guys.
Well, for a moment, it will just be myself and Chris as we're going to do a rundown on that field. So we'll go up towards the top here and look at Matrix Green. This is Jordan Dyer in that 55 car. Jordan is currently leading the way, of course. We did have an update on our penalty. We'll talk about that after we do the run-through, as this will change things significantly here. But right now, JRT are in second place. We'll talk about those in a moment. That is the issue we're going to be talking about in just a second. But the H4 car, Travis Brody now has taken over in that vehicle. They'll be up there as well. As now third place is going to be Wookie Racing with Nikki Chan behind the wheel, a 258 machine. Wookie are where they started in third place. It's been a very solid run for them so far. We look down towards Exchange Race Motorsports with Ed Nelson, that 15 car. They are up from 8th place, so from last in your field of the GT3 cars, they're up here now into 4th. Big moves. Marble Motorsports there. In the 5th spot, Robert Rose. They are where they started too, in 5th place. The 996 car is having another solid run for themselves, so some pretty solid finish in this one. They've had a good first 2 hours. E2 JR Motorsports coming up behind them, Ed Isering behind the wheel. That one machine in 6th place. They're down from 4th, so they've not had the best race, but it's not a big plummet. It's been a pretty stable drop. A couple of places, we've seen some shaking, but it's been mostly just faster cars finding their way past rather than their mistakes. Behind them, Operation Motorsport. That is Tyler Beeman behind the wheel of the 22 car. We'll talk more about the Operation Motorsport event coming up with PCA shortly as well. That is 14th of August. Le Mans, 6 hours. It'll be amazing. You want to be there. That will support a great cause. And after them, it's Matrix Purple. They did have an early incident with the leaders of GT4. Not their best day. Mario Gonzalez behind the wheel of the 29 machine there. Last in class at the moment running on the track. So they could have had a better day, I think. As Chris will take you through the Cup class.
So in P1 is the best livery, I think, on the track, designed by somebody who's been, it's gold. But Leif Peterson is doing a fantastic drive right now and is trying to bring the car to pit lane in order for Chad, who we just heard from, get in. And P2 is Eureka, currently driven by Chris Chibraski. He has been in P2 for much of the race. He was leading Imperial Motorsports for a good part of the first stint, but has now found himself at home in P2. P3 is Celtic Racing, currently piloted by David Palmer, and getting passed by who was in P5 but is now in P4, which is your name here. Duncan James has taken over from Michael Kahalik and is now piloting that and moving up the field, who is now in P3. P5 is Equip Vitesse, and it's Lynn Wilson, who has been driving relatively consistently. He's currently in 13th overall and started in that position as well. And then finally, rounding out the Cup class is Spanners Motorsport, driven by Gary Reese, who is currently in 6th place.
Well, next up we have the GT4 class with Joachim Baker in the 718, the Max Schnell Motorsport machine. Having a great run today. They are currently up and are leading the GT4 class. Fantastic run for those guys. And it's been a busy one because the 208 Racing Green Team have moved up now into the second spot here. This is Joseph Evers in that car. They're up as well. They've had a climb of 3 so far for them on the day. And it's been a pretty strong race as this one plays out. Third place is Three Stooges. It's Garrett Taylor still behind the wheel here. Long first stint for him. A 42 car is where it started, and they are really pushing here. They've been in third almost this entire race. It's been pretty impressive. Although they did nearly, of course, lose out with a big incident early on with Matrix Purple, so we'll touch on that again later. Fourth place is Team 1, who are in P4. That's awkward. Horace Knight in that car. The 21 machine is up from 24th overall. They've had a gain of 6 spots, of course, in class, and then to 4th place from 10th. Operation Motorsports GT4 car there with Tyler Reed behind the wheel now. The O22. Some pretty consistent laps here. They've been as high as first in class, and they're struggling to get back up there, I think, since switching out drivers, so we'll see if they can recover it. It's not been a great middle stint so far. Behind them, Backmarker Motorsports. That's Jeff Lashway in the 27. Lashway and crew are exactly where they started. Looking about 6th in class, I should say. Anchors away. Well, they pulled their anchors in, and they're definitely away because they're up from last on the grid to 7th. So it's been a growth so far for those guys. Jack Stevenson behind the wheel there of the 104 machine, putting on a good run here and trying to not get run over by a GT3. Then it's Star Racing, who started on the pole, and it's still Shibal Bandiapadi behind the wheel of that car. They got caught in the lap 1 incident. It's been rough for those guys, but they've been fighting back, and they are pushing back up through the field here. So a long day, but one that they are still working to recover from. P9 is Robert Walton in Dreadnought Racing. I keep imagining a angry refrigerator on legs when I hear Dreadnought Racing rather than a battleship, but that's just my own mental problems. They've been up now in 9th place overall for the moment, and they started exactly 9th. After them is Alcaro Racing. They are down 3 spots to 10th with Arne Klassen behind the wheel there. The 242 machine struggling a bit, a little bit of damage. It's not been their day so far. And last but not least, 11th in class, Peter Kuma behind the wheels of Los Muchachos Motorsports in that 23 car. I keep expecting it to pull a lowrider routine at some point, start hopping, but you never know. Great run from those guys. They are struggling a little bit here, but they've been battling back after lots of incidents that have occurred to them. So they're pushing on. They're trying to get this thing done and get themselves back through. But hopefully we'll see what we can get from those as we conclude this top of the hour report on how these guys are doing. Chris, we did get news from the stewards that Kolic's penalty for your name here has been overturned. The penalty's been moved to the 23, which is going to, of course, be, as I look through my list, that's Los Muchachos. So that was unfortunately an incident they were involved in. They are now penalised, which is why they're so far down. They've taken a black flag, but the time accrued by Koholic serving that penalty and his ingress and egress of pit road is going to be awarded to him after the event is over. So he could possibly win this race for the Cup class if he's in the right position to have that time count.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard of time being added back to a car at the end. It's always the other way around, right? But we'll see how it works. So we're definitely going to have to get the let out, so to speak, and try to make sure. As we have a spin from the Koholic car, so that's your name only off on the inside of the bus stop right there, getting it righted and going. So. Well, that may have done the time there alone, so we may all be square at this point. But yeah, it's, the stewards saw something a little bit different than I initially had seen, but they have more camera angles than I'm able to look at, so trust their judgment. But yeah, definitely not a good incident there.
Of course, 25 off a moment ago. That has actually completely changed things, unfortunately. So that was them getting themselves off the track, which I think has saved your boys in the Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse machine. It has undone everything it might gain, which is unfortunate. Once things have gone wrong, at least once, I think, Chris, they just find a way to keep going wrong. It's like if you have a clean race, it goes great. But as soon as you have some sort of error, the hardest part of racing is, even the sim, is trying not to have something else go wrong to you, because you end up in a position you didn't think you're going to be on track. You're around different cars. You're frustrated. Maybe you're annoyed. Team 1 here on pit road from 5th, as it really does start to impact you mentally.
Yeah, we as racers need to have an incredibly short memory. The tendency is you make a mistake and you want to make up that time you lost, but you can't look at it that way, because if you try to do that, that's when more mistakes will happen. So mistakes beget more mistakes, and as a result, you're basically driving on tilt, and you start falling down the order. Instead, if you make a mistake, you need to relax, take a breath, maybe take a lap or two to get your nerves settled, forget about what happened, get back to it, drive consistent laps as best as you can, and that's the best thing for the team and for the car. So hopefully we can see Duncan in the Your Name Only get back to business and run consistent lap times, and forget about the little incident he had at the bus stop.
Yeah, I'd hope we can see that happen for them, of course, as looking down at the Operation Motorsport GT4 car there, being passed by 2 of our GT3 machines. Lapping has been thick and fast today, with a 10-second difference between GT4 and GT3. Is it perhaps more difficult, Chris, when we're seeing a multi-class race between 3 different types of Porsche GT cars? I think is probably the safest way to describe this, that it's all GT cars here. Yes, they're faster or slower, but at the end of the day, you're not seeing that dramatic difference like, for example, you would see between a prototype and a GT car.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're looking at the 992 Cup and the GT3Rs. Down the straightaway here at Watkins Glen, I would actually probably say the Cup is faster than the GT3R. And that comes down to the aerodynamics. The GT3R is a very aero-intensive car, and aerodynamics, while they give you lots of grip in the corners, they give you drag as well, and it makes it more difficult the faster you go to go even faster. Whereas the 992 is relatively a proverbial bar of soap going through the air, so it's able to achieve a higher top speed, and to some extent the GT4 as well. I mean, if you're looking at this GT4 that we see on screen right now and a GT3 going by it, look at the difference in the size of the 2 cars. That GT3 is making a much bigger hole in the air versus that GT4. So you can actually see here going into the bus stop, the speed difference is not that much, but where the GT3R shines is right here through the carousel, where it can just go probably a good 5 miles an hour faster than a GT4. So, they make speed a little bit different, the cars, and as such, you have to plan your moves through traffic to basically exploit the advantages your car has over other classes.
I think that would be the big component of this, is trying to find where you can best benefit, and also how you can play with the cars that are faster than you, because obviously you guys with the Cup car are not as quick. You're close, but not as quick as the GT3 car, which is mostly a corner advantage, correct?
Yes, it's definitely a corner and braking advantage. They can brake so much later than the Cup car. It's trying to get them. And where you actually start to find it really interesting is if for some reason you have a GT3R that sustains a bit of damage, let's say, their lap times are going to be very similar to the 992 Cup. So you have 2 cars going relatively consistent speed with each other, but they're doing it in different ways. So you get this situation where the GT3R is going to want to go faster through the corners and get by, but then when you get to the straightaway, the Cup car is going to want to go by. So you can get a little bit of a frustrating scenario where the cars keep passing each other back and forth because they're faster in different segments of the track. So thankfully we haven't really seen it. I think all the GT3s are technically ahead of the Cup cars, so that's great. But you never know. Sometimes they can mix it up with each other when they're not necessarily racing each other.
They certainly can. As we've seen a couple of cars heading onto pit road here. It's a quick Vitesse from the 5th place of the Cup class here. Glen Wilson coming in for pit road, as I believe we've got one of the Caymans behind us as well. I think that was Max Schnell on pit road as well. Another Cayman coming in for their service. Going up for tyres, I think, at this point in time, a couple of those guys. There's the 55 there. I think that was 55. They're P1 right now. There's Matrix Green leading the way in your GT3 class, leading the whole field here. And of course, going to be Jordan Dyer.
I tell you what,
Brody still for second. Go.
I am absolutely amazed that Matrix Green has been able to hold this lead on double stinting these tires. I did not think that was possible, and kudos to them. I mean, they gained this lead on strategy and strategy alone, and they are holding it. And looks like they're holding it through the second set of pit stops. So good job, Matrix Green. You guys are killing it with strategy. I mean, Rafael is super fast, but he couldn't overcome the lack of a tire change from Matrix Green.
See, that's an interesting question. I assumed, based on the GT3 cars in the past, that we would see double stinting, especially for a 6-hour race. That's where you'll get the advantage versus the loss of time is in the time saved on pit road. That's not a factor you're saying, or you think that's generally for the field not going to be a decision they'll make?
No, I mean, it depends on the teams and how comfortable they are with tires. You tend to see the folks that do a lot of endurance driving comfortable with worn tires because they are more comfortable with a changing car as the tires wear, as the track surface becomes more and more rubbered in, the car is going to behave differently. And so those that are used to driving super long stints, multiple hours, let's say, know what to expect and know how to adapt to those changes. Drivers that maybe drive solely sprint races, for example, need the car to be absolutely perfect in order for them to get the maximum out of it. And a lot of times, if the car starts to get outside of that optimal operating window because the tires wear or the track temperature changes, for instance, they start to get a little bit uncomfortable with it. So they want new tires to be able to feel like that perfect car again. And so I think that's what you're seeing a little bit here in Matrix Green is I know that a lot of the drivers in this car are endurance drivers. They drive a lot of the iRacing endurance races outside of the PCA. So they're probably used to going longer on tires and making it work than say maybe some others. And that's what propelled them into the lead. And they're able to maintain a rapid pace despite the lack of grip, and hats off to them. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and you make a great point there. I think it is that comfort in a changing car, and this is one of those factors I think that will come in for a lot of guys, especially the sprint guys will struggle with, is getting into this car after 2, 3, 4 hours, because they're practicing on a track where the conditions will likely be pretty green versus a rubbered in hot track that they're going to experience later in this race, especially with places like the bus stop where dirt kicks onto that track. So you're dealing with very different grip levels, different braking areas than you'd be perhaps used to, even on brand new tires, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is definitely true. And one of the things that I try to tell new drivers, especially new to PCA Sim Racing drivers, is, everybody wants to drive and practice on what the conditions are for the upcoming race. And that's definitely important to do. But at the same time, there's a lot to be said about not knowing what the condition is going to be at. So setting up a server, and the nice thing is it's a simulation, so we can change all the variables that we want to change. So change the variables to something that you don't know, or drive somewhere where you're not expecting and see how the car behaves. If you can adapt quickly in the first couple of corners to a car and a track that you're not familiar with, then when you're actually driving in a race and the grip starts to change over longer races, you're going to be a better driver in general. So, you can definitely see the endurance drivers tend to have a little bit of an advantage, oddly enough, in endurance racing than some that are just sprint drivers. And so it starts to shine out and starts to become apparent. I mean, a 6-hour race, that's a long time. It's not a 40-minute race. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And we're seeing that right now at the front of the GT3 field.
Yeah, it certainly is. And well, as this one pushes on, we're about 3 hours and 20 minutes, or 2 hours and 20 minutes, I should say, into this race, with 3 hours and 40 remaining. So we're coming up on halfway in about 40 minutes time, which will be a big milestone for these guys. 3 hours into a race is no small amount, especially when you consider it's only halfway. But right now, Matrix Green, JRT, and Wookie are your top 3 in GT3, top 3 in the Cup class, as we see car hitting pit road here. That's the 77 machine, I think. Imperial Motorsports commented his curse, so Leaf is about to hop out of the car, and I expect after a tinkle and a drink, he might come and have a chat to us, so I'll have to see what he does. But I don't expect to within 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure he will want to go do things after 2.5 hours in the car.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to definitely take a little breather to gather his sensibilities, so to speak. But he's did a phenomenal stint. Good job, Leaf. So, Rachel, got a question for you. Out of the liveries that you see,
Here we go.
out of the liveries that you see on track, which one do you calls the most to you, and why is it the Imperial Motorsports car?
Oh wow, that's a tough call. See, I'd say the car on the screen right now is one of the ones that does talk to me. The 25 car has a rather nice livery on that machine. But the Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse car is very nice, I'll give you that. I can't say there is a particular car that wows me beyond all imagination because frankly I'm pretty sure I could do better. But
Oh, okay, we got to see this. We got to see one.
Well, what most people here don't know is that before I was a commentator, I actually used to make money doing liveries for people's cars in iRacing, and I worked as a freelance graphic artist as my job before YouTube. So I always enjoyed doing my own cars. So I'm always super critical of everything else I see because I'm a narcissist. But that's not the point. No, the Imperial. If we have a quick look at the Imperial Motorsports, I will judge it live. Let's have a look at this. Let's get a camera on Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse. Oh, well, it's a good bold color choice. That's something that's actually important, and keeping colors to a minimum of 2 or 3 is kind of important when it comes to a car livery. You've got to balance things to have enough pop, but also not too much clash. So red, you got the one, should we say a character color, a dominant color, the red in this livery, which is great. And then you've got 2 colors that are secondary, but not dominant colors in their own right, the black and the white. So they do complement the red there, and there's good separation between the colors. Okay, so it is very well done, actually. I do like the design. It's something you'd see on a real car. It has good pop, good separation. The black outline in the red really makes it kind of vividly stand out there, rather than just red and white can blend into each other very easily if they're just next to each other. Whereas you'll see on this one, it really does separate. Good placement of the sponsors. It looks good, I think. As although I have just been shown, oh dear, Cameron Obanon's just showed me a car which is going to be on the PCA Twitter, I'm pretty sure, which is a rather good one there. Oh yeah, no, that's not bad either. But no, I think you are right, Chris. That is a rather nice car, actually.
I think it deserves the praise of the amount of time that went into it, which is about 10 minutes.
No, but in all seriousness though, that's one trick. If you're ever going to work on a livery for your car in iRacing, pick a feature color and then pick 2 other colors, or 1 or 2 other colors that are going to complement, not contrast. And if you want ideas, go get a color wheel off Google. That's a fantastic way to find complementary or contrasting colors, but try to keep things simple, because the more you have, the more busy it is to the eye, the harder it is for it to look good. Simple is often way better than people would imagine, and that's simple but effective. It actually does look good. As we get back to the actual racing rather than the art show this has become. Imperial Motorsports are back out on track, of course. We now have Mr. Dick behind the wheel. He is taking that one for a drive. Chad Dick of the Imperial Motorsports Commentators Curse team. You had him talking to you here on the show. He's now on the racetrack as the leaf on the wind is currently soaring to the bathroom. I hope someone in the audience got the Firefly reference, but I will leave it at that. If they don't, I'm disappointed in everyone's lack of great taste. But either way, as we go back down to the classes, of course, behind them, it is Eureka and Your Name Here. Your Name Here, of course, cursed by a penalty that was assigned and reversed. Unfortunately, they have lost a lot of time because they had a self-spin after that. Down in GT4, it's Max Schnell. Motorsport is back where they started, leading, with the Three Stooges Racing in second, Operation Motorsport in third. Those 3 have been strong together so far, Chris, from what I've seen. Max Schnell, Three Stooges, and Operation Motorsport, for most of this race, have been there in some order or another, those 3.
Yeah, definitely so. And I'm wondering that the 30-second gap between them right now is probably due to pit stops. But yeah, for the first 2 hours, they were inseparable. So I'm kind of hoping after the pit cycles finish cycling through that we can see them back to basically nose to tail and giving each other pressure all the way through. To see a race like that go on for hours on end is fantastic to see, and I'm looking forward to what they have for the latter half of the race. And the nice thing about these team-based races is that you don't have the same driver behind the wheel of the car for 6 straight hours. You've got variance. Some drivers, there's going to be a driver that's faster than other drivers, for instance. And so while there may be a hot shoe behind the wheel of the car to start the race, when they swap out drivers and get another team member in there, they may not be as quick. So it can lead to a little bit of an ebb and flow of where cars will be placed on track. It's not always just whoever jumps out to the lead in the first 30 minutes is going to stay there for the rest of the race.
Yeah, that is a major factor, of course, and one to consider here, but it's going to be interesting to see what this will shake out to be towards the end here. We've seen great performances from all 3 of these cars, and I believe now, looking at them, Three Stooges have still got Garrett Taylor, Max Schnell, James Leshow, they've swapped out there. Porsche Motorsport have Tyler Reed, I believe they have swapped out. I might be wrong. No, they have. It was Adam Poppenhaus before. Chris Ramirez possibly still able to get into that car there. He's a very quick driver. Chris, have you seen him on track?
This is actually the first time I've been exposed to him and seen him drive. He's definitely impressing me with the way he's handling that GT4. It's been phenomenal.
We'll have to see what will happen when the rest of them get into that machine, but they've all made a driver swap apart from Three Stooges, which is possibly why they're currently out front. But Three Stooges have had a relatively rough day, although it does seem right now Operation Motorsport have lost the front end of that car. They have got quick, should we say 5 spare cars to use in pit road, so if they need to, they can get in there. Oh, but to dive back to something you guys brought up earlier, Chris, as I meant to say something at the time, but you guys were so engrossed in the conversation. We talked about the possibility of electric endurance racing and how that could work. Hot swap battery packs. Make it like a Black & Decker hand drill, cordless drill. Hot swap battery packs on endurance racing. Could work for Formula E as well.
Oh, for sure.
Change pit road, have a recess where you literally have, because obviously the batteries are huge for cars, they have to be. Have the entire base of the actual central part of the car floor almost be like a saddle tank battery that fits around the actual drivetrain, etc.
Right.
Drop down and be swapped out.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it's something that I've considered as well in terms of, hey, this is a way that you can get these electric cars into an endurance style scenario. My only concern with that is the safety aspect, right? Because the batteries at the end of the day are, while they're encased in the car and they're relatively safe, especially when you compare it to, say, a gas tank, if they are to get ruptured in some way, they pose a huge risk in terms of, you've seen some of these lithium fires that burn for days, right? So if it's in that part of a car that is easily accessible to where it can be hot swapped in or out, my question is, everything has to clamp in. If something fails, does that compromise the safety of the battery pack or in event of a collision? And we've seen some motorsports collisions are not fun to look at, and I wonder how that can result. I also remember years ago where Tesla was saying, well, instead of maybe supercharging, or maybe it was Porsche, I forget which one, but somebody was thinking about, you instead of supercharging your car and spending 15 minutes to charge your car up at a station, you just drive over a battery pack, as you said, that will automatically unload the battery pack from the bottom of the car and swap in a new one, and then you drive off, and it can be done in 10 seconds, 15 seconds, as opposed to 15 minutes. But for some reason, I haven't. Yeah, or pickups too.
Electric's this thing.
Yeah, exactly. So
the actual race surface. What about underground, like wireless charging? It could work. You could actually pick up from the track.
So interesting story. Back when I was in graduate school, this was in 2012, I want to say. We had the VP of General Motors come in. He was the legal counsel. I was in law school at the time. So the legal counsel of General Motors came and talked with our little law club. There weren't many of us there, maybe like 3 people outside of the actual admins of the club. And he said today General Motors has the ability to make 100% electric downtown with conveyances, vehicles and such, and it can be dirt cheap and we can get it to run. The problem is the infrastructure to be put in place isn't cheap. So the roads, as you say, right? But the idea behind the GM one and what he was describing was very small cars, almost like pods, that are incapable of running into each other because they're all smart and they're all on like a grid. The road has the charging in the road, so they don't have to be plugged in ever. And if you can make them where they physically can't hit each other because of they all communicate with each other, you don't have to have any safety requirements or crumple zones or anything like that for these conveyances, because there won't be any accidents. So they can be made incredibly light, incredibly efficient as a result. And then the road just keeps them all powered. They had the technology 10, 20 years ago to do that. The problem is, how do you get it to communicate with current technology cars? So people that are still driving ICE cars, for example, and that are not part of the smart grid. And then how do you get a city to say, okay, I'm going to go spend all this money on this infrastructure to create the roads, repave the roads, put all this stuff in the ground in order to get to that process. But yeah, he was adamant back in 2012. He said, we've had this technology for quite a while. It's a bit of the chicken and egg. How do we get it to get implemented? And then how do we get the old technology? Exactly.
It's the amount of money spent already, and people's views of this is mine. I need this. This is what I've spent my money on, or I want to use this. People don't like change as a species. We struggle with it, as we're seeing a lot of the leaders here of your GT4 field. Coming down to turn one, the lapping traffic, I should say, coming up the inside there. As we're seeing a hot race here with these guys. But as back marker at the rear of that grouping. But I think it just isn't feasible on current cities or current constructions. It would have to happen in a new city or construction. So, for example, if we became an interstellar species, this is the kind of city you would see on Mars. When you're building an entirely new system where there wouldn't be other vehicles, you could easily do this. It would make sense. It would actually be cheaper. And especially somewhere like Mars, where you've got dome cities, most likely. Let's be realistic here, that's what would happen. You wouldn't want any fossil fuels. So obviously electric would be king. But in a racing setting, Chris, you have a contained track there. You could implement a system similar where the cars do have batteries. And obviously if they run off the track, they're not just immediately run out of power. And it's not going to stop them hitting each other because that's part of racing. But you could have much smaller, lower duration batteries where they have enough power to be off the grid for a period of time, but not too long. You know, like they still need to be within the lines to pick up power. You could easily reinsert this system into an existing racetrack, but they could still get off the track and be able to get back on again, for example.
Yeah, one thing I've always found kind of interesting about the electric racing that is out there, which is Formula E, let's face it, right? The Formula E track, they don't race on any, for some reason, I don't know why, they don't race on typical tracks. They race on custom built tracks that are the equivalent of putting up a bunch of barriers in a parking lot to create a track, which is odd, which we have a little bit of trouble.
A moment there. Yeah, we had one of the, I believe that might have been, was that, no, it wasn't Matrix Green. It was GJR Motorsports, E2JR Motorsports. The one car, piloted by the Isering, dumped it there in the penultimate corner and has now come straight to pit road, I think, to get repairs here, swap his car out, but that's a big change. They were running pretty well so far before that.
They were in P5. Ed usually doesn't make mistakes. I know Ed, hard into the barrier, so no wonder he came down pit lane. It's very easy coming through that penultimate corner to get a little bit oversteer. The car is so on edge that if you don't get it slowed up and back on power early enough, or you lift mid-corner, that back end will just go around, especially with these Porsches and the engine being in the absolute rear, over the rear axle. It's very easy to just get that rear end out of shape, and ultimately that's the result.
Very much, yes. Unfortunate there for those guys. As things are still pretty separated out here on track. We're about half an hour to the halfway point here, as we've got a battle for the lead.
Oh, absolutely. We've got Wookiee Racing fighting for JRT, nose to tail in the middle of GT4 traffic. Definitely spices things up. Nicky Chan is definitely quick in order to be able to, he's just always quick in general in the PCA Pro class. So being right on the tail of JRT, who is currently being piloted by Travis Brody. Both of these are experienced pros. I've raced against them a bunch, and they can definitely bring it, and you're going to definitely see an awesome battle here. Hopefully they can stay with each other and provide some exciting footage for the remainder of their stint. Matrix.
I'll have to see this one go forwards, but yeah, Matrix, they're in third place now. They're hopefully going to be able to get back from that. Matrix actually started running solidly here, I should say. I was confusing them with JR because they're both green, which doesn't help my recognition of the cars, but they're currently 24 seconds back. That's a big gap, Chris.
Yeah, and I was wondering how that happened because they were in the lead for quite significantly by about 17 seconds. Pit cycle down to that makes sense. And like I said before when I was talking with Chad, these GT3s don't seem to be able to make it the full hour. So unless there's some significant saving, which we have a pass. Oh, it looks like Nicky Chan's trying to make a move on the outside going into the bus stop. Oh, but the inside line by JRT and Travis Brody was able to keep and maintain position. If I'm Nicky Chan at this point, obviously Travis is signified to me that he does not want me to get by him. So unless Nicky Chan's pace is significantly beyond, which he runs wide going down into the boot, but unless Nicky Chan's pace is significantly faster than Travis, if I'm Nicky, I would just sit behind him, draft off him, save a little bit of fuel, make it so that if I have to make that last pit stop, it's absolutely as short as possible, if not completely cut it off in general. I mean, JRTs, they're the leader. You know, once you pass them, you're in first place. So as long as you keep them in touch, that's the race. There's no need to necessarily go much faster than that if you can save fuel and potentially put yourself in a better strategic situation by doing that.
Very much so, and I think that will be an important consideration for them as they progress through the race here. As things are starting to warm up as we're approaching halfway here. We're seeing a lot more action on the racetrack, especially that lead battle there with JRT and Wookie.
Yes,
we'll get the best of that one. We'll have to find out, of course, as it seems like Eureka, have they stopped? That is our question here for Eureka, piloted by the Schwartz. He's still in the car. I don't know if they have. Let's take a look at their race times here. Oh, no, he has. They stopped about 8 laps ago. Schwartz back in the car, of course, after Chabrowski was behind that wheel. So is that a pass for position on strategy, Chris?
It probably is. So no, good for Eureka. They're putting their best foot forth. We know Dave Schwartz is fast from his first stint in the car. So yeah, it's going to be a tall order to see if Chad can keep up with them. You know, Chad was in practice lapping around 150, 151s. It looks like Dave Schwartz is picking up right where he left off in the 49. So yeah, we may see a little bit of a lead stretch out here. But I know Chad, he'll get at it and he'll keep going. But you know, as I said before, probably the most important thing is keep the wheels turning, keep going the right way. We're in the dog days of the race here. It's just complete laps and be safe. And if you can make it past this point and get it down to the last hour, then you can start to race again. I also see down below, it looks like we may have somebody waiting for an interview.
I think we do indeed. We'll have to see if we can have a chat to them. That'll be Max Schnell at Motorsports. Let's see if we can get a chance to chat to Joachim. We have him, in fact. Joachim Baker, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Joachim. You guys, of course, coming from the Max Schnell Motorsports team up in GT4. How's the race been for you guys so far?
So far, very good, actually. We had two very steady stints. Only one minor incident with the GT3 in turn 6. But no damage, so we could continue on our normal stint. Ran out the full lap, full session, and then I did a full session without any incidents as well. So we are pretty happy campers.
It would look that way, of course. You're running today, as we've seen with James Lejeau, who's currently in the car, and Ivan Gomez, who started that car for you today. What's the discussion been between you guys in terms of evolution of the car and the track here?
So we did a lot of testing and we looked at all the conditions, etc. realizing that the first part of the day was going to be the hottest, and that proven to be the fact. When we started out, it was like 49 Celsius for Ivan, and then when I got in the car, I think I've seen up to like 51 Celsius. Ivan and I had the most opportunity to put practice in, so we thought it was a good idea for us to start out and deal with the somewhat more complex or difficult driving situations, and then James now, and once James is done, Edwards Rapat's going to get into the car. Oh, I just see us spinning off.
It's a bad timing, unfortunately, I think, to see that. Yes, they are in fact off the track.
He's still moving, so
he is.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's after the bus stop. Seem to have just lost a bit of a counter steer there, going through the entry.
Yeah, we got a meatball flag too, so.
Yeah, we're gonna have to let you go. I think you need to go talk to your teammate.
Yeah, I'll come back later.
We'll talk to you later, Joachim. Thank you for joining us, Maxdom Motorsports. Catch you that commentator's curse, because apparently Imperial Motorsports don't want it. Thanks for joining us.
Well, fix the curse.
We'll have to see if you can. Thanks for joining us, Joachim Becker from the Maxdom Motorsports 718. See, you guys passed the curse on to them, Chris.
See, we leaned into it.
It.
Yeah, absolutely. We looked right in the face and said, "Not today," and so it's now going elsewhere.
Yeah, they were born into the curse. They were raised by it, to quote Bane from arguably the better Batman films. But it's going to be one of those debates. Oh, unfortunate for Max Dahl. They've been really strong today, and one of those big players. Of course, this moves up 208 Dreadnought to back marker. Operation Motorsports have gone backwards considerably here. I'm not sure. Oh, they've obviously had damage to that car, but I think they've pitted now and got some of that repaired here. Looking at the lap times, yes, they have just pitted, so they're out of order right now on strategy. Tyler Reed had the damage. They've kept that car running to the stop, and Poppenhaus is back in the car now. So we'll have to see what those guys can do to recover that for us today. This one is definitely getting busy right now. We're starting to see the tempo really pick up. The gap here between GRT and Wookiee is super tight, and they're on top of each other. They're in the sole of the boot right now, right in their tread, the gnarly rubbery bits. Although it's arguably not the gnarliest part of the track, which they should have redone that. They need to make it bumpy or something to make it fit. But side by side here at towards 9. I think this is my least favorite corner, Chris, on the entirety of Watkins Glen, is exiting that boot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely difficult. It's very slow. It looks like Nicky Chan's coming down pit lane. Interesting choice by Nicky. He made the pass, made a good move to do it, went side by side for a couple of corners, and then immediately pitted. So maybe a little bit of games to say, hey, look, I've got the pace. I can do this when I want, but I can do it now, but I'm going to pit anyway. So interesting to see. I don't know if that does anything on their strategy. Maybe they're getting their short pit stop that would be at the very end of the race out of the way early, so they can take the fight and get some clean air. I'm not sure about that. That's an interesting move by them. We'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what they can do with this. But this could have gotten them out of the sequence here and possibly helped things. But it's really hard to say what would occur from this or how this would play forwards. But yeah, this is a really tricky situation to balance out. Long pit stop will have to happen, of course, but it's going to be telling, especially when JRT react to this. That's what I definitely want to see.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. The tendency or the allure of going off strategy. You basically encounter cars at different times. You hopefully can get some clean air and run faster laps than your competition. So by pitting a little bit off sequence, you're able to change things up a little bit, especially if you're not able to get around another competitor. You may be able to go faster when you're not around them. So you'll see a lot of teams that'll try to do that if there's a little bit of room. Obviously, if there's yellows, which I don't think it's this particular series can totally rule them out, but yellows will also shake things up and lead to potential off-sequence pitting and such. So interesting to see Nicky and his team take that early pit stop, and we got a car off in turn 1. Looks like he's able to get it righted without too much drama, no cars behind, didn't hit anything. David is able to continue on safely. So yeah, so we'll see how it plays out, and when the pit cycle's done, to see if remains in front or if Nikki Chan was able to actually get in front on pace.
We'll have to see what they can do as we've got a car spin out we saw a moment ago on the first corner, but wow, this one's shaking up. That was Purdy, I believe, there. Saw, of course, but playing forwards now. 19 seconds in Matrix Green and JRT, of course, with that pit stop for Wookie in the cycle there. We'll see when that one shakes out. And JRT come down pit road. We'll keep our tracking on that. But the race at the moment is definitely becoming quite an interesting development. We've got change down in the GT4, change in GT3, different strategy choices here. And we saw the double stinting there on Matrix Green. Chris, Wookie appear to be going for the single stint. Is that a sign maybe they're not quite as comfortable with the changing car?
That's what it tells me. Either they didn't plan for double stinting tires, it wasn't even a consideration, or they don't like the way the tires are running towards the end of a stint. And that could be a number of things. It could be driving style, it could be how the car's set up. But whatever the case is, the car is eating tires at a rate that they do not necessarily like, which is prompting the change every pit stop. So, if a car is wearing evenly across all four tires, then it can spread the load out amongst all four tires as opposed to one specific tire, which can lead to longevity of the rubber beneath them. So Matrix Green, as the track cools down, the tire wear should be getting better and better, meaning that there is less tire wear. So if they were already starting to double stint tires off the first two stints, then they should definitely be double stinting and maybe even triple stinting their final set of tires, if possible. So the fact that it's less than 20 seconds gap between JRT and Matrix Green suggests that Matrix Green is in a really good position on strategy. I expect them. Yeah, for sure. So Jordan Dyer is incredibly fast. He's one of those drivers in the PCA that has improved tremendously over the course of the past year. He is a force to be reckoned with. I know he really likes the GT3R, as he's demonstrating with the amazing pace of the bus stop there. So I have a feeling this gap is going to come down more and more. And then on top of that, with the double stinting of tires and saving about 30 seconds off the pit stop, I expect Matrix Green, unless they have a problem, to be in first after the next set of pit stops.
So a quick question. Obviously, as an experienced endurance driver, would you set a car up more for speed, or would you set the car up to wear its tires evenly over all-out speed to plan to double stint?
Absolutely. If at the end of the day, what you want to do in an endurance race is you want to absolutely minimize the amount of time on pit road. Because if you are spending 4 seconds extra on pit road, let's say, because, and I'm talking about a little bit on real life because we don't have real life crew, for instance, but in real life, if it takes an extra 4 seconds to get the fuel nozzle in the car, to refill the car, or whatever the case may be, you think about 4 seconds in relative time on the actual racetrack. That's an eternity. 4 seconds ahead, you might as well be on a different racetrack at that point. So time, these races tend to be won and lost in pit lane. So if you can minimize that time by not changing tires, for instance, you're going to get a huge advantage off of that. So by Matrix, or the question was, would you want to set up for speed, or do you want to set up for tire wear and minimizing time on pit road? Absolutely the latter. I want a setup that is going to allow me the option to be able to double stint tires, to be able to win on strategy rather than outright pace.
Well, I believe we have an opportunity for Chip the Bird to have a premiere interview as his debut for podium here at the PCA. Chris is standing by with his teammate, Leif Peterson.
Hey, Leif, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good. You managed to keep it.
Did you see that? Sorry to interrupt, but Matrix Green just got all Tokyo Drift for a second there. That's one of the biggest whips I've seen in a Porsche.
Yeah, well, Jordan has been spending a lot of time in the 992 Cup car, so he's used to a little bit of oversteer situations, and that definitely helped him there in that situation. But hey, Leif, good job. Kept it out of the wall. Small victories.
Yep. I I overheard what you guys were talking about. Just so you know, at the end of my first stint, my left front was at 12%.
That's
not great.
that's
Yeah, that
troubling.
So next stint, I ended up with 35. I backed off a little bit. And I tried to brake in a straight line rather than short brake so aggressively. So, yeah, just so you know, I warned Chad as well. But yeah, definitely we want to... I was pacing myself, and to that point, I think it was... who was in front of me? Duncan for a while, who was walking me, or David? One of those guys. And I was slowly catching back up to them at the end of the stint. I think they had got me up to like 10 seconds because I got caught up in traffic. And towards the end of the first stint, I closed that back up to 6 seconds. So I'm guessing they had a little less tire than I did.
So when you're out there driving Leaf, are you it's a 6-hour race. You know you're going to be in the car for over 2 hours.
Right.
Are you concerned about your competitors around you? Or are you hey, they do what they do. If they go off and start running qualifying paces, hey, let them go. I'm going to drive my race and not let them influence me.
Yep. That's what I told Chad as I was handing off. I was watching him for a while. I said, listen, Duncan and whoever this other person is going to catch you. Don't race them. They're not. You're not on the same pace. One of them has penalties and different pit strategy. All you can do is what you've practiced. If you try to start racing them or driving their line or changing your line, you're just going to have an accident. You're just going to lose time. At this point, at race time, it's too late to change anything. Consistency is more important. Sticking with your strategy. This is true in other parts of life too, but here, as we've experienced together, the race will come back to you. If you don't try to race or be fast, whenever I say I'm going to be faster, that's when I have troubles.
Yeah, and Chad seems like he's doing a pretty darn good job driving consistent lap times. And as you said, Eureka came by and they definitely passed the Imperial car, but Chad hasn't let it affect him. He's definitely running the consistent lap time. So good job on that. How's the traffic going out there? Are people minding themselves?
Very good. Yeah, very good. I had one GT3 getting him to clear me. And it was kind of, and then we Chad had the same experience. So we try to let them by, and then they don't take it, and so then we both lost time going into that corner. Mine was in turn one, his was in the bus stop. But yeah, other than that, if you catch a GT4 just before the bus stop, you just have to eat it. You just have to wait, and then set up for the exit of that. Right? So if I'm coming out of the toe of the boot, I'm going to go wide and do a cutback so I can get underneath them more quickly and shoot out of there, as you do. Right? You do an over and under. I'm trying not to do any passes into the corners because it's just so risky, because everybody's got different experience levels with multi-class racing, so we don't want to spook anybody mid-corner because that's a race ender.
Leaf, sorry. We just had news in that Dave Schwartz and Eureka have just been black flagged for an incident. That was their involvement, of course, a few laps ago. But, this changes the open class quite significantly. If they have to come down pit road, Leaf, what does this do for you guys? Now you've got a new guy in the car who's pretty quick. Is this your advantage again?
It is to our advantage. This is always kind of our philosophy, is to just run clean laps and let everybody else make mistakes, and the race will come back to us. If we try to race them and run and hot lap, that's okay, but the odds are inevitably stack up against you, right? If you keep multiplying lower percentage odds, sooner or later you're going to have an error. So, obviously, Schwartz might be racing whoever's in the geodesic car. I don't know. It's too early to be in a race right now. We're just we're just turning laps, and the race is in the last stint. To me, every other stint besides the last is just staging for the last stint. That's where the race is.
That is an interesting perspective, Chris. That, obviously to finish first, you was first finish. And the vast majority of people retiring out of endurance races often ends up becoming who's left at the end gets to race for the win. And you see guys who are fighting in the first hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, when they really don't need to. When just being there on the track and not wrecking, they would have ended up in the final fight.
No, you're absolutely right on that one. It's a bit of a meme in our Imperial Motorsports group. We tend to, we just had a big wreck from the overall leader, JRT Racing. Just put it in the wall in the back straight leading into the bus stop. He's going to have to wait a long time. He's able to get it right or turn back around, but that was a huge moment for JRT. I think we're probably going to have to get a replay of that one.
I see it. Yeah.
A little bit of indecisiveness from JRT when passing a GT4. A little bit of and that's the problem that we have. You sometimes, you think one person's going to go one way, they're going to zig, and you're going to zag, and they don't do it, and somebody's waiting for someone else to make a decision, and indecision always results in bad situation. So there you go, the GT4 moving along, maybe didn't see him in his rearview mirror, focused on racing the other car, resulted in JRT having to get on the binders in a place he was not expecting, put two in the grass. He had expected to go over to the left. I think the GT4 tried to get out of his way. Unfortunately, he got into his way, resulting in a spin. But that is huge implications for the race. I'm sure that car is going to have to come down pit lane for repairs, which is going to put Matrix firmly in the lead. But no, as we were saying, it's a bit of a meme with Imperial Motorsports, because in the official iRacing endurance races, like the Daytona 24 or their version of the Watkins 6 hour, for instance, we tend to always qualify towards the rear of the field for whatever reason. But we always tend to finish really well. And I think it's because, while we may not have outright pace in our car, we are consistent and able to stay out of trouble and keep the car rolling forward. And people just wreck each other out, as you said. Rachel, people for some reason think that the first stint is the race and it's a sprint race, and they end up getting in trouble and banging off other cars or banging off the wall or making mistakes, and we end up just taking positions very easily. So yeah, endurance racing is all about consistency. I don't care if you're 1 second off the pace of the guy who's currently leading. If you can maintain that pace and do that lap time over and over and over again, that's what I'm looking for in a teammate.
You make better decisions in traffic.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just as a personal anecdote here, I ran the Sprint Cup Series, the GT3 Sprint Cup Series, a couple of years ago when I still raced, and I decided, as an experiment, because I wasn't really fighting for points, this whole season I would run the whole season, and I would start from pit road or the back, aka not qualify every race. Mm-hmm. And I would see what happened. I would obviously try and drive as quickly as I could. If I got to a point where someone was coming up quickly behind me and they were faster than I was, I'd let them go. Now, barring one race where my accidental banker lap to get a good pit stall put me on pole, and I was forced by my crew chief to actually start on pole, that I won. Sonora, I love it. The Mercedes jumps on curbs like a dog on a sofa. But that pit road / back of the grid all season, not actually fighting cars that are faster than me, I was top 10 on points after an entire season.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
It's just like, just by actually finishing without incident points, without damage, not getting off the track, not putting myself in accidents, picking up from other people's mistakes. Imagine if I'd actually gone at that a bit more aggressively and actually pushed. Like, consistency matters more so in endurance racing than anything else. Just finishing the race. Like, the amount of times I've covered 24-hour races or 12-hour races and people have pushed too hard, even when they're in the lead and there's no traffic around, and they still go at 110% because it's the only thing they know how to do, and they flip the car. And it's like, why? You were completely clear. You had nothing to fight with. It was no one's fault but your own. And
JRT had a 20-second lead when they had their incident.
Yeah, people bin solo leads completely, but no one's fighting them, even without lap traffic. And it boggles my mind that people don't have that long game mentality of win the race, not the hour, not the minute, not the lap. Who cares if you don't have the fastest lap if you're leading? Like, that one race I won in that entire season, I did not go as fast as I could. I drove to a time gap. I drove to 1 second off the guy behind me's bumper. I kept that gap at 1 minute because, well, what, not a minute, sorry, a second. I kept it a second because if he was slower, if he was going flat out and I could keep a second and I wasn't going flat out, I had tyres left. Right. I had fuel left. I had a car left underneath me and I wasn't pushing it too hard. I knew that if he got closer, I could push harder. But by maintaining a gap to behind me, as we have, I think, Matrix Green coming down pit road, Jordan Dyer's in there, by racing to the cars behind me, not the nothing in front of me, and an imaginary lap time on myself, you have a much more solid race because obviously second, third, fourth, if you're racing the guy in front, you can set your pace. Running as a leader, you've got to think backwards. If you do that, you can actually balance out the race and have a car left, and it's about what you've got left, not what you've used, that will win a race. But I digress on my own stories. JRT's there on the track, pushing themselves up now. They're cycling through here. Green have just pitted, so we'll see where JRT pit come through here. They're coming out to the boot now. We'll see where Matrix Green are currently. Are they still on pit road getting service?
Yes, they are. They're currently in their box, fueling up the car.
They may double stint, or they may not. I think that Klaus Nielsen's in. I think he's just gotten into that car, unless I'm incorrect. Yes, he's out from Jordan Dyer. This will likely be I'm looking at them now. Are they going to go up on the jacks after fuel? Keep your eyes on this one, because this is going to be tricky. Well, they're passed already.
Yeah, JRT just came rolling through right now.
They have pitted as well, as far as I know.
So I'm guessing that when JRT came down pit road to get a new car, get a new bullet out of the gun, so to speak, that they probably took service at that time, which puts them a little bit off strategy, meaning
tires.
that
Matrix tires.
Yeah, so there you go. So there is going to be a bit of a gap between the two of them. We'll see how it all plays out, because if the way he's coming out of pit lane right now, there's 3 hours left in the race right now, they might be able to make it without having to come down pit lane, whereas JRT is definitely going to have to pit before the end of the race one more time. So that's at least a 20-second delta for a splash and go at the end of the race for JRT, where Matrix probably won't have to. So definitely interesting, and this is one of the things that makes endurance racing so much fun, is that macro strategy that sits on top of everything. But also to what you were saying a little earlier, Rachel, about racing and racing to a time or not going as hard as you possibly can. The one thing that we don't have in sim racing is the wear and tear on vehicles. So both Leaf and I do in real life endurance racing with WRL, and a huge aspect of that is if you don't take care of your equipment, you're jumping curbs all the time, you're shifting when you don't necessarily need to shift. That puts a lot of wear and tear on the vehicle itself, which can create mechanical failures. We don't have mechanical failures in sim because it just wouldn't be fair for your gearbox to all of a sudden explode randomly. But in real life, it's definitely a consideration we have to take. So here
we go. Sorry, just into turn one, side by side here.
Yeah.
It's going to be JRT, and I can't work out who that is next to them.
I don't understand why Brody can't get by Schwartz here.
It's getting busy. Yeah, it's Nicky Chan from Wookiee right up behind JRT here. This is battle for the lead. For your GT3 class, Nicky Chan was nearly on it there, right up behind JRT. This could be a drag here, but we've got the car ahead. That is, as you mentioned, Brody, I think. And they're going to have the equal pole, which means there's not going to be a real draft advantage there for Chan. To the bus stop will come.
But Brody hasn't been able to clear Schwartz, who's in a cup car.
Yeah.
Right here, he should. They're much faster in the carousel, but Schwartz is blocking in the carousel, which is where you usually want to let them by.
Well, there's just been a black flag on, I believe, James Lejeau's car, which is trip it behind the wheel now.
There it goes. Now they're by.
Yeah, they've just literally black flags on 4 blocking. So why you do that, I don't know. He's got no cars around him. He's racing, so it doesn't make much sense to do that. But no, to answer your point about the wear and tear, I don't do car racing, but I do mountain bike racing, endurance racing, and obviously that is a format where you have 5 downhill runs, and you have to basically ride between those, back up to the top of the hill, each different hill, and you run down them. If you bang it out on the first stage, like you're doing a single run downhill race, you destroy your gear. Like if you just slam that thing, yeah, you'll get a rapid time on stage 1, but you'll have probably mechanicals between stage 2, 3, and 4, and you'll spend half your time working on the bike. It just doesn't make sense to do that. You've got to basically look after it for the whole time, because the less time you spend fixing is the more time you can rest, you can recuperate. And the driver is something we don't think about in the sim as well. Like for me riding, for you guys driving a real car, if you are constantly at 100%, you are wearing yourself out in the sim and in real life. Your own mental freshness is just as big a factor as the tires.
I remember a few years ago, I was racing a Mazda MX-5 in an endurance race, an 8-hour race. And there was a particular set of corners, I forget the track, but a particular set of corners where there was a question on, do we take it in second gear, downshift to second gear to go through it, or do we leave it in third? And it was kind of a wish-wash. Nobody could really determine whether we wanted to do one way or the other. But the MX-5's weak point was the gearbox in general. We had more failures that year than I'd care to admit. So we decided we were going to do probably about 300 or 400 laps over the course of this race if we were green the whole time. Why not save 400 downshifts and 400 upshifts by leaving it in the higher gear and leaving it third gear, even if it is a couple of tenths slower than going down to second gear?
But you drove a fixie.
Yeah, so it saves wear and tear on the equipment to finish the race. Sometimes it depends on how you drive it, but it's just if the equipment doesn't have to do that 800 times back and forth, then why not just leave it in the higher gear? So that always kind of stuck with me. Nowadays cars are all PDKs or sequentials. They do the shifting. You can't money shift a club sport anymore, which is probably a good thing, but but it's the same kind of mentality, even on these automatic gearboxes or these dual clutch gearboxes. If you can save a shift in the way that you drive and keep the speed up and not lose any time, that's the better way to drive to keep the equipment under you.
Wow, fantastic, fascinating other aspects to consider in racing. It isn't just put foot to floor, go fast, race car, go. It is now time, before we move on. Sorry, just before we move on though, with another hour on the clock, and it's officially at halfway in this race, it's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located to the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at forporsche.com or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. That is forporsche.com and at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Let's have a look at our rundown on our field so far. It's JRT with Travis Brody here in P1 for the lead. They've had a very up and down race with their own incidents, their own mistakes, and it's back up to the front for them. Heavy traffic right now for the lead of this one. Really dense car pack here. There's Wookie Racing behind them. Nicky Chan wanting to take advantage of this. Wookie Racing has been really fast so far, but it's not quite enough. It might be now. With this amount of traffic here, they could bring it to JRT. We'll have to see what happens there. But a little bit further back, 26 seconds in fact, after their strategy has perhaps not paying off right now, is Matrix Green. Matrix Green are currently sitting back there in third. They're a little bit adrift here. It's been an unfortunate cycling of events when it comes to how that runs. Klaus Nielsen behind the wheel of that car. Currently keeping our eyes here on this actual lead battle. This is intense stuff. As through will come Wookie Racing to the lead. Getting things really down here. We'll come back to your midway in just a moment as this one filters out. That's Klaus Nielsen, of course. Matrix Green there onto fourth place. Marble Motorsports. Robert Rose, the 996 machine. They've been running really hard today. Marble down from second on the grid to fifth on the grid up to fourth, I should say. Up one net for them. E2 JR Motorsports, they've had a spin we caught on camera earlier. Ian Simon behind the wheel of that thing. The one car is down from where it really has been wanting to perform, but they're getting themselves back further up now. As long as they keep it on the black stuff, that'll be important. Exchange Motorsports behind them. That's Joel Stiffel in the 15 car, pushing themselves on well. That is up from 8th. Operation Motorsport are up 1 now again, back into where they started. It's going to be Tyler Beamon here in the 22 machine. A tumultuous race for the Operation Motorsport guys in the GT3. Their GT4 car has been far more successful, but right now they are second to last here. After them, it is Matrix Purple. They are down 2 from where they were running earlier. Mike Patterson struggling in the 29 machine. They're down last in class, but they're keeping on trucking. Down in the open class, it's the guys who you might be, forgiven for imagining this is the Imperial Motorsports broadcast. It's not. It's Chad Dick behind the wheel right now of the commentator's curse machine, who, by embracing it, have rejected it. They're doing very well at the moment. They're leading this class after a couple of incidents for other competitors and some penalties back and forth. Really pushing hard as they get underneath one of the Caymans there. A 77 car doing very well. Eureka behind them, that's Dave Schwartz. The Schwartz has found him again, and he's managed to get himself further back up the field here. But a couple of little moments for him too has made the race a little bit more interesting than he would have liked in that 711. Behind them here is Your Name Here. Michael Kaholic behind the wheel there. And they've had a spin, they've got a penalty, the penalty was reversed. It's been a very busy day for Your Name Here. I'm pretty sure they're asking for a sponsor if anyone's interested. Behind them, it is Celtic Racing with Rodney Campbell. 62 car has been basically static. It's where it started in this field, and they're holding their own. They're actually running a pretty quiet and uneventful race, which could see them finish fairly well. After that, it is going to be Equipped for Test with Lynn Wilson behind the wheel there, the 982. Another quiet, consistent race for that car. They are basically exactly where they started as well. No real change in that running order at the back of this open class. 6th place is exactly the same story too. Spanners Motorsport. Gary Race in the 194. Also static where he began. Now it's the GT4 class. Adam Spence of the Three Stooges in that 42 car. They've been first, second, third. They're currently first in the 42. They're running very, very well right now. They are currently up from where they began in 3rd overall. Now they're running in 1st. Behind them is 208 Racing Green Team, who kind of appeared out of nowhere and have injected themselves as a competitor here, getting around some of the traffic, or getting lapped by traffic, I should say. The 208 machine really pushing on. And after them, it is Backmarker Motorsports, who are not the backmarker. So I guess they're also employing irony in this race car. The 27 machine with Chris Costas behind the wheel there, putting on a great performance today. Anchors away, are sailing well off into the sunset with Anker Bergerson. The 104 machine is pushing itself further forwards from being almost dead last on the grid. It's now actually looking at a top 5. Dreadnought Racing behind them. Jason Brodigan. Is it a battleship or a stompy robot? We can't decide. But the 8 car is having a great day out at the moment. They've been in the thick of some of this action so far in these battles at the mid-pack of your GT4 field, and we'll surely see them again. Behind them is Team 1, who is the 21 car, currently running 6th place in class. Team 1 are up 4 spots from where they started in 10th, so movement in the positive direction for them. Maxwell Motorsports, we spoke to one of their guys earlier. They just had a penalty for blocking. Edward Trippett there behind the wheel of that car in the 718. It's been a very eventful day for the German team. Not one they would have wanted. And it's Operation Motorsport GT4's car there. It's the other team from the Operation Motorsport charity. Chris Ramirez driving that machine. The Operation Motorsport GT4, they're the 022. Having a fantastic run. Don't forget, on the 14th of August, there'll be a PCA special event supporting Operation Motorsport at Le Mans for 6 hours. Check that one out. It will be awesome. Yes. Engage, excite, and empower. Helping to support injured and wounded veterans from the Canadian and US military. Support the cause. It will be amazing. And it does great things. Next on to Star Racing with Antonio De Silva behind the wheel there. The 24 car is in 9th right now, and they are getting themselves going forwards here. They've come backwards. They've lost about 8 spots overall, but they're trying to recover this. It's been worse. They are actually improving, so keep it up, guys. You're getting there. After that is Alcuro Racing with Volker Krebs. The Haribo is not with him today because it's not on the car. If it was, he'd be further up the field. But the 242 is currently running down in second to last in your GT4 field. Speaking of last, after penalties and crashes, it is Los Muchachos Motorsports who have lost the drive at the moment, unfortunately. It's not been their day. they're off the track. They're out of the race. Unfortunately, they've retired that thing. So that will be our full field run through. This concludes tonight's race update, brought to you by Porsche Exchange. And at this particular time, we'll still be hearing from the boys at Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse, but you will be saying goodbye to me as I'll be replaced by the one, the only Joshua Lee and Michael Johnson from Podium Esports, and they will take you through to the conclusion of this race. So thanks for joining me, and I'll be handing over to the boys now.
Rachel, nobody could ever truly replace you, though. It's just
agreed.
It's just putting lipstick on a pig at this point.
I'm a pig.
No, not calling you a pig, calling myself a pig, definitely. Just trying to make the broadcast sound somewhat good with me at the helm. But we welcome everybody to the broadcast once again. Of course, 2 hours and 46 minutes just about left in today's 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Joshua Lee here with you. I got Michael Johnson to my right. And of course, Christopher Pies and Lee Peterson still with us in the booth. And we'll be taking you to the checkered flag of this event. And right now, as it stands, Michael, starting with you, a 3.5 second gap at the front of our GT3 field, with Wookie Racing at the front, with GRT Racing now in second place trying to chase them down. But Nicky Chan behind the wheel of the lead car right now in GT3. Travis Brody sits in second, and for 3 hours gone in an endurance race, 3 seconds now stretching up to 4 is not a big gap and is still very much usable for JRT Racing to try and catch up.
Well, normally I would say, yeah, absolutely. But that pass happened not too long ago. If you recall, we were going through, or Rachel was going through the list, and, well, it looked like Nicky Chan and Wookie Racing was in second. But now they're really pulling away. Last lap was a 1:44.4. The last lap for Travis Brody at JRT was 1:46.2. That's a big jump, and I don't know if Travis might have gotten caught up in some traffic or something, but I can tell you I would want to be having that gap at about this point, because that's a great way to frustrate the guy behind you. So if I'm Nicky Chan, I'm looking to frustrate Travis and pull away as quickly as I can.
And Chris and Leaf, you guys, of course, racing endurance in real life and in the sim. At this point, if you're Wookie Racing, okay, you got pushed down. Maybe it was only to second, but you did get pushed down from the lead, and then you were able to kind of move your way back up to the front. Does that give you a little bit more confidence going into the rest of the race that, you know, you kind of have one of the cars to beat, you're in the lead, and you're able to come back from getting dropped from the lead and get it back, which a lot of drivers can't say that once they get dropped from that clean air of the lead that they're going to get it back.
Yeah, if they're maintaining their discipline in terms of driving to their what they wanted to drive, or the pace they wanted to drive, whenever you find yourself able to gain the lead while driving to strategy, that's fantastic. It's like it's everything you're looking for. I mean, our car is the fastest, we're driving exactly as we want to drive, and we're in the lead. Awesome. Everything is going right now. The only thing that we have to watch out for is to make sure that the driver of Wookie Racing isn't pushing too hard. You know, the gap, as Michael said, is expanding right now. It's now almost 4.5 seconds. But if it is growing because of qualifying pace, then that potentially means that the tires are becoming worn and that pace may not be sustainable. So I'll have to keep watching to see if the driver is able to maintain that pace, or if it's going to start coming back to JRT.
I'd say the tires will wear more if they're actually touching the pavement, but we just watched Wookie Racing run through the bus stop and completely go off the ground. So he got a little bit of help on the tire wear from that point.
Endurance rallycross, if you will. Not necessarily cars designed for rallycross, but just a little bit of impromptu rallycross on the bus stop, as we see one of our GT4s coming out of the pit lane now, and as they work their way back onto the racetrack, looked like that was the Anchors Away 104 machine that was just exiting the pit lane. They currently sit 7th in that GT4 class now. Jack Stevenson is behind the wheel of that machine. 21st overall out of the 25 teams that started this race in the overall standings. And happy to say, now that Los Muchachos Motorsports is back on the track, yes, they have just spun, but they are back onto the racetrack track at least. So David Purdy behind the wheel is sitting in the 25th and final overall spot, which means that all 25 of the drivers that are the teams that started this race are on the racetrack at the current moment, as here comes a fast and hard charging number 25 of the Your Name Here team for the open class in the third class position. Michael Kahalik going right on by the slower number 23 GT4 of David Purdy for Los Muchachos Racing. But now as we enter into the last half of this race, Leaf, of course, you guys talking about earlier how really you're just planning for that final stint. That final stint is where that race is going to be won or lost. What are you thinking right now? If you're behind the wheel, what's your main objective? Is it to get positions on the racetrack? Is it just to kind of survive until that last stint, or is it trying to set yourself up for that last stint?
Well, as Chris said, we're just trying to run our laps, run our strategy, and not worry about the other drivers at this point. We want to stay ahead. We want to manage the traffic and minimize risk until we can get to that last stint, and then we can push hard, because then we'll know where we are. Pushing at this point may be for nothing, right? We could have an incident later. One of those teams could have an incident later, and that means we introduced additional risk for no reason.
And by the way, we just were focusing on the number 23. They are now out of their 5 allocated fast repairs that they have for this race. And looking down the list, it looks like nobody else getting close to those 5. A handful of teams with 3 gone. Some teams have not taken a single fast repair. Your current overall leader has taken 1. Second place overall has taken 2. And third place overall, and Matrix Green has actually taken 0 fast repairs so far in this race. We'll see how they are going to use those to their advantage, now that they still have 5 in their repertoire for the remaining pit stops that they will have to make in this race. But there is the Matrix Green machine, Klaus Nielsen behind the wheel. And Michael, at this point now, we've talked about the gap between first and second, but I want to talk about that gap between second and third, because now it's 32 seconds. So he's kind of in the middle of no man's land, dealing with either some slower cars or maybe some faster cars that are coming up on him to try and just keep himself in that third place overall. But he still has the JRT Racing machine in front of him. Is he focusing on catching him, or is he focusing on just kind of running his own race? Because they've been talking about the final stint and that being really important. But if I'm a driver behind the wheel, just kind of the way I race when I'm on the sim, I'm looking for as many positions as I possibly can at the moment to set myself up for that final stint. Is that kind of what you're thinking, or what he's thinking on the track?
I think he may be thinking that, but then he's also going to backtrack and kind of go, you know what, I got 2.5 hours left in this race. I'm going to have to get another set of tires before the end. I'm going to have to refuel a couple of times. There's no point in over pushing the car. It is definitely a risk versus reward situation here. You need to drive the car where it's comfortable for you. Now, that shouldn't be too slow, obviously. It is obviously still a race. But what he really needs to focus on, and what he really needs to do at this point, is work on his efficiency. And what I mean by that is being patient, being calm, driving the car around the track, hitting those apexes, hitting those exit points, making sure he nails those braking points. And then through that patience, the precision's going to come, and then the lap times are going to come. And the next thing he knows, that 30 something seconds is going to be down to 20, 15, 10 seconds. So honestly, just get your head down, run the race you've got, and then when you get to the end, maybe if there's a chance that you could push it a little bit, the risk reward situation starts to lean a little bit towards running it faster.
The Exchange Motorsports machine of Joe Seifel has just come into the pit lane. It looks like they are just now leaving. We also saw the 283 machine also come into the pit lane just a little bit ago, or the 982, excuse me. That is Equip Vitesse that were out of the pit lane as well. But you can see here comes a bit of that lap traffic that I was referencing as the third place machine in the GT3 class, Matrix Green, with Klaus Nielsen behind the wheel, trying to get by the Eureka team with Dave Schwartz behind the wheel, second place currently in the open class. And here's where that multi-class racing really comes into effect. And now to the inside goes the Matrix Green machine, but he's not going to easily complete that pass. Dave Schwartz not letting the faster Porsche 911 GT3R around without a fight. And Chris, I'll throw to you with the perspective of the Matrix Green driver of Klaus Nielsen. What is he thinking as he's coming up on a slower car that is just going to fight him to try and keep that arbitrary spot on the racetrack?
Yeah, he's got to keep his cool. You know, if I was him, I'd be like, what is this guy doing? Why won't he let me by? Because, and we alluded to it a little bit earlier in the broadcast, the Cup cars are actually faster in a straight line than the GT3s. The GT3's advantage comes from minimum speed in the corner. They can take the corner quicker, basically, and braking. So it's not on the straightaway. So in fact, I actually expect to see David to pull the gap back in before they actually hit the bus stop here. So in order to maximize the advantage of the car, the GT3 drivers have to get their nose in there, and they have to get really aggressive with it. And they can't sit and wait forever for an opening to happen, or else it may never happen, which is exactly what we kind of just saw with between the two cars. So, you know, it is a bit frustrating, but you have to play your advantage in what your car is capable of in order to make the passes through traffic.
And Leaf, I'm sure you agree with all of Chris's sentiments there, but how about if you're in that 711 machine, the Team Eureka entry with Dave Schwartz behind the wheel? What are you thinking when you have those faster cars coming behind you? And if you're acting like a bit, I'll use a NASCAR reference here, a bit of a Ryan Newman, where you're just kind of making that car as wide as possible, what are you thinking when you have faster cars coming up on you that you have to then either decide, are you going to race them, or are you going to let them go by easy as pie?
Yeah, I want to find the place that's going to allow me to not lose or allow me to lose the least amount of time, like he just did right there. He opened the door. As the lead car, the slower car, you can control the pass. So I want to make sure I'm being clear about where I want him to pass, when I want him to pass, right? Telegraph with your car's position. I like to give the carousel away because the GT3s are much faster through the carousel. I can just hold the inside and let them around and then draft them through the chute. Mr. Schwartz obviously doesn't feel the same way. He wanted him to pass somewhere else. So, you know, everybody's got their own comfort zone. So, but yeah, I'm trying to control the pass to make sure it happens when and where I want it to happen.
Just more of those quirks about not only endurance racing, but also multi-class endurance racing. 2.5 hours left, and that gap at the front of the GT3 field and at the front of the overall field has been growing, still now up to 7 total seconds between those two top drivers in the overall standings. Currently still in the lead is the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse machine for the open field. They sit 9th overall in the number 77. Chad Dick currently behind the wheel, and as Chris Pies leaves us, they might be having a driver change here soon, with Three Stooges Racing in the GT4 field currently leading that outfit 15th overall, with Adam Spence currently behind the wheel of the number 42, who we are focusing on at the current moment. His closest rival has just actually entered the pit lane. That is the 208 Racing Green team entry with David Kaufman behind the wheel, and he was about 10 seconds separating those two, and now it is going to stretch on from there as it is going to go up north of, I believe, somewhere around 40 or 50 seconds with the pit stop that is currently going on, and the driver swap, it looks like currently happening for the 208 Racing Green team, as yes, Enrico Gregorato is going to hop into the second place entry of the GT4 field, with still about a minute separating now second and third of the GT3 field. As a good look at the number 208 machine in the pit lane, and driver swap just concluding, and still 55 seconds to the good of the next place car in line, but it is possible that this 42 Three Stooges Racing entry is going to just keep on moving that time up, as it is now over a minute separating the two top drivers of the GT4 field. Closest gap still is the battle for the lead, but there is a battle that is starting to brew for about midway through our GT3 field. It's the Marble Motors entry, currently sitting in 4th, with the Easy Junior and Motorsports entry sitting in 5th. This gap has closed down to now 6 flat seconds. I was just about to say 6.2. Now it is 6 flat, as Ian Smith from 5th is navigating his way past GT4s, trying to catch up to the Marble Motorsports machine. And Michael, he can't really see the 996 in his windshield just yet. He might be getting some short glimpses, but to even reach him, he's got to get by now a double wide set of slower 992s that he's gonna have to try and find his way around.
And a really good presence of mind right there from Ian. Ian, I've raced with Ian many times. I love racing with Ian because he is smart. If you notice, he went pretty wide out there to try to set the car up to be able to sort of slingshot and stay out of the mess. He didn't want to get the car in trouble. Again, 2.5 hours left in this race. It is not the time to start pushing like crazy. You need to chill and find your space, but still maintain your speed. And going offline like that was actually the absolute right thing for him to do through that corner.
And I think especially in the middle of a fuel run, right? Because he's not going to be touching pit road for a while, so that means that he can't really come down and get a fast repair if there is an incident anytime soon. He'd have to pit out a cycle. He'd have to ruin that strategy if they had one set up, and also lose track position also at the front of this field. Speaking of pit stops, there is your leader of the open class into the pit lane, now second place, as Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse comes into the pit lane. Doesn't look like they will do a driver swap, but it is going to move the Your Name Here entry with Michael Koholik into first. It'll move the Eureka entry of Dave Schwartz into second and keep that Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse entry in the pit lane. Will Celtic Racing and Rodney Campbell be able to grab that third spot away? 6 seconds is the gap, as they will also enter the pit lane. So no, that is not going to be that is not going to be a swap in position for that third place in the open class. Gap of the overall lead still is getting even taller at the top of this grid, but where we currently stand with the pit stops now, a handful of open machines coming in. I'm assuming now, Chris Pice, that the Your Name Here entry is going to be one that comes down soon, because now we saw Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse, your team come down, Eureka came down, Celtic Racing came down. Now it's really on Your Name Here to kind of respond now, because he's out in front and off the cycle now of the other drivers in his class.
Yeah, they've been off cycle shoot since the very beginning. I think they did their first pit stop, I want to say on lap 16 or so. So yeah, there's been a bit of a difference between the two, where we keep jumping first and second place. So we'll see how it goes, of where it all kind of shakes out once they do their next pit stop, which should probably be in about 15-16 laps. We're also might be planning on doing a little bit of a shorter stop, and I might be getting in sooner rather than later. So we'll see how this works out, and I'll try to, when I get in the car, maintain the pace and that Leaf and Chad have done an awesome job to put down. So I'm actually going to take my leave from you guys. So I want to say thanks, and thanks for having me in the booth and helping out. I appreciate it. And yeah, I got to get ready to do my stint.
Thanks for joining us. Loved your insight. Now I'm looking forward to seeing you hop in that car, because you do have quite a bit of work to do, so go get to it.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
And that was Christopher Pye's driver for in the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse team here tonight. And currently his team sits second place in that GT4 class, excuse me, that open class that is in the middle of our two classes. GT3 highlighted in green on our timing tower, the open class highlighted in white, and the GT4 class highlighted in blue. We still do have one member of that Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse team with us in the booth, and that is Leaf Peterson. And Leaf, your team sitting in second place. It's a full minute gap between the top two spots in your class, and of course you sitting in second place with Chris Chris getting ready to hop in and try and make up a lot of that time. Your name here is off the pit cycle, but is that minute gap kind of, are you looking at it and kind of getting a little bit intimidated, or are you just thinking that they still have to pit, you just have to maintain where we are? As we'll take a quick look at a replay. Looks like an incident between our two GT4s, as that is a harsh turn over to the right for, I believe that is the 42 GT4. That is the leader of the GT4 class at the time. That is Three Stooges Racing. He comes into the pit lane, and I believe he made contact with a laps number 24, the Star Racing entry, with Adam Gerling behind the wheel. But Leaf, back to you. Minute gap in the open class. Are you looking at that with any sort of intimidation, or are you keeping in the back of your mind that they do still need to make a pit stop and to just not overstress yourself and not overwork the car?
No, yeah, there's not really much we can do about it. They're off cycle. We have our pit strategy, they have theirs, so we really have to wait till the last stint to see how it all shakes out.
And that last stint is going to come up a little bit faster than I think everybody is anticipating. Still a little bit less than 2.5 hours left, and with 3.5 hours now in the rear view mirror, we're into the final half. And this last stint, Michael, of course, it's about 2 hours away, a little bit less than that, but his ballpark estimate 2 hours away. These drivers still have a lot of time to just sit and log in these hot laps on the racetrack, and with a lot of them not being close to any drivers at all, or at least any drivers that they are racing on the track, no gaps close to each other in terms of intervals between drivers that are racing each other. There will be groups of cars and groups of drivers around the racetrack. All of them are not racing each other, or they are multiple laps down, not on that same lap. So with still so much time left in this race, these drivers are kind of in a limbo at this point, but with still some pit stops coming up and still some strategy, and now with a couple of gaps starting to close on in, the Marble Motors and Easy Junior Motorsports machine are starting to close back in from 3 seconds. This is going to start to get interesting to see how these drivers navigate the sort of just middle limbo stint. It reminds me of the nighttime in the 24 hours of Daytona or 24 hours of Le Mans. Just kind of the same thing on a bit of a smaller scale, with it only being 6 hours.
Well, I'd like to point out that Ian Simon here, who we've been highlighting for the past couple of minutes going around the track, he has just effectively unlapped himself, at least from that Matrix Green car. He turned quite a burner the last lap, getting through there. He was actually able to get around Klaus Nielsen, who was kind of holding him up a little bit. But now that Ian is out in front of him, it's time to make hay while the sun shines. He's got time and he's got a foot. He knows how to wheel this car around the track, and he is, I can tell you, extremely good at this track, because Chris and I had an amazing race. I still remember the race. I have saved the race that Chris and I had at this racetrack several months back, because it was so good. Now, Ian in the car right now, that's who you want to be there, as he is just going to cut his way up through this field and get his team unlapped back onto the lead lap.
So Ian Simon trying to chase down Robert Rose. It is Easy Junior Motorsports versus Marble Motors as they currently race on 4th and 5th overall, and in the GT3 class, that gap down to 2.2 seconds as they will continue to try and catch each other. And when they do, Leaf, this is going to be a very interesting way that they have to pass each other, because we're still going to have, admittedly, a good bit of lap traffic around them, most likely. It's also going to be just, as we currently watch, I mean, last lap time for Ian Simon, 1:44.9. Last lap time for Robert Rose, a 1:45.88. So it's going to be one driver that is much faster than the other at the current moment going against each other. If you're Robert Rose, are you defending too much, or are you just gonna let the faster driver go by? Because it's different if you're in a GT4 letting a GT3 by. Now you're letting somebody by for track position on the racetrack.
Well, for position, you have to remember, you have to remember with track position, you want to hold it if you can, but with two and a half hours left in this race, you don't want to do it too aggressively. You've got a long time left to race. You've got several fuel runs to go through here, and probably at least one more tire change. So I would say, don't push it too hard. Make it mildly difficult, but definitely don't overdo it.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, if he's not holding you up, like if he's on a similar pace, you can stay behind him and save tires, save fuel, have a shorter pit stop, jump him in the pits. If he is holding you up, then yes, you'll probably want to force the issue at some point, wait for a mistake, ideally, or catch a draft on one of the longer straights.
Great shots around this virtual Watkins Glen International Raceway. We're glad all of you are joining us here on Podium Esports for more PCA Sim Racing action. Of course, tonight's event helping out Operation Motorsport in the 2022 Team Racing Championship. 6 hours of Watkins Glen. We've already put a lot of that time into the rearview mirror, and with so much time still left on the clock, there still is a lot of things left to go through. The GT3s are expecting about 2 more stops, or around 3, 2 full stops, and then maybe a splash of fuel to go to the end. And we're hearing that third place team of Matrix Green might be on schedule for only 2 more spots left to go, as that gap between 4th and 5th in the GT3 class is now under 1 second, 7.5 tenths, separating the 996, the Marble Motors machine driven by Robert Rose, as it looks like an issue for the Wookiee Racing machine. No, they're entering the pit lane. This will be a pit stop for Nikki Chan behind the wheel of your now former race leader in the GT3 class. They are into the pit lane for Wookiee Racing. Looks like they'll grab a fast repair, and they're going to grab a driver swap as Liam Rudzitis is going to hop into the car. JRT Racing now takes the lead, and Matrix Green, with 12 seconds still left to go, is looking to take over that 3rd spot, as we still have the battle between Marble Motors and E2JR Motorsports. And here's the move. If he can make it, not gonna work. Heading into turn number 1, Ian Simon gonna have to hold on to that 5th spot, but now going wide off of turn number 1 goes Robert Rose. They're side by side as they go up the hill, and a big wiggle from the 1 of Ian Simon for E2JR Motorsports, but he will grab that spot. Michael, I don't think he could have done that really any cleaner. He had a little bit of a bobble going up the hill, but other than that, no contact made with the other car, and he can now go focus on trying to get the 3rd spot away from Wookiee Racing, who, admittedly, the gap's about 1 minute, but now he has fresh track in front of him.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess Ian did that wiggle on purpose. Just to kind of scare him and say, oh, no, and then take the space. Because, you know, I've said it many, many times through these PCA broadcasts, Ian is a really good, very solid driver. If that car's wiggling, it's because he wants it to. And it's actually a pretty good tactic, honestly. I've done it a bunch of times. It's a little harder in the sim than in real life, but maybe not for Ian, because, you know, he seems to be kind of a master in the sim.
Leaf, what about you? Do you just wiggle the car around to kind of scare your other competitors at any time?
I can't say I've wiggled the car. I definitely will, you know, use the headlights. I'll pop out, catch the draft, pop out, telegraph what I'm trying to do. Make sure that I give the other car time to react. Maybe I can scare him a little. But yeah, if you're faster, it shouldn't be that hard to make the pass. The other car should allow you by and try to hang on to you as long as he can.
I can't say, especially in the iRacing service, the Morse code with the headlight flash is definitely a real thing, and I'm glad to hear that is a real thing in real life racing as well, as the GT4 field continuing to be pretty spread out, but now we're focusing on a gap between the 4th and 5th in class is a faster, looks to be a 992, trying to work its way by. 810 separating Team 1 and Backmarker Motorsports. They're 4th and 5th in the GT4 class, and trying to navigate around is the P7 driver of, and is actually going to be the Matrix Purple machine, and then the Porsche 911 GT3R from our GT3 class in the Matrix Purple entry with Mike Patterson. And 7th place currently in that class. He'll go by both of the GT4s. And now, Michael, that has just stretched that gap out a little bit more than I think Jeff Lashway in Backmarker Motorsports would have wanted, because now he has 1.5 seconds to try and chase down Steve Komatz in the Team 1 entry, as opposed to the 8/10ths that he had going through the boot last time by, that just kind of got swept away by the faster Porsche 911 GT3R that just went on by.
Yeah, when you're looking at out-of-class traffic, that's still in a race. Now, if I'm in this beautiful purple machine here, purple's my favorite race car color, by the way, I am really trying to not mess up a race. I look to see in iRacing, in my relative, are these two people 5th and 6th, 3rd and 4th, 4th and 5th, whatever, are they racing? I might actually back off a little bit to stay out of it. Or if I'm really trying to catch somebody and I know, even though I've got a 10, 12, 15, whatever second gap, I might mess them up equally. At least try to kind of make it sort of along those lines. I know I'm going to mess at least one of them up. And if I can not show favoritism to one, and unless one of them happens to be a client, well, maybe it could happen. But yeah, generally I try to leave that out of class race alone and make my pass more judiciously.
Okay, Leaf, what about you? Favorite race car color? We got Michael's as purple.
I am partial to the Golf livery. That's the livery on my actual race car. I won't say it's not a big part of why I bought that particular car. I like all the classic Porsche 917 liveries. So the what's the red and white one, Michael?
Trying to think. Rothmans.
Yeah, I like that one too. I like that one. It's the I can't remember. It's the first 917 winner. It's the, I want to say, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it's the number 23. I've got it on lots of stuff, but I love the Golf livery from the Ware Racing days in the 70s. And yeah, I don't like one particular color. I kind of gravitate towards the classic colors.
Is it? That might be the shell one, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, shell. Yeah, that might be the shell one. But yeah, great livery too. That one has really cool swooping lines. I love the 917 because of just the way those lines swoop over the car, and they get so much downforce from that car without an actual wing on it, which is kind of cool.
So my Casey Kane fan just has to pick his 2006 paint scheme. It's very, very simple, literally red, white, and black, but sometimes that's all you need for a race car. And just something about race cars in red just is always going to look good. As Ian Simon for E2JR Motorsports works his way into the pit lane from P5 or P4 at the time he came into the pit lane, now P5. As he is still in the pit lane, he'll be coming out here in just about 10 seconds or so, and won't have to worry about the Exchange Motorsports machine of Joe Stifle catching up, as they still have a good bit of time separating both of those entries, about 1 minute 20 seconds currently separating the E2JR Motorsports entry and the Exchange Motorsports entry. It's Ian Simon and Joe Stifle in both of those cars, as JRT Racing continuing to put a gap over the rest of the field in that number 84. And Travis Brody in that entry right now, continues to stretch that gap away. 38 seconds it currently sits. You have to go back another 42 to find Wookie Racing. You have to go back another minute to find Marble Motors. You have to go back another minute 23 to find E2JR Motorsports. That's how they currently stand in the top 5 of our overall standings. Not much closer separating the top drivers of our current top of the class for the open class, which is 1 minute 26 seconds separating Kaholik and Chad Dick for Your Name Here and Imperial Motorsports Commentators Curse. Three Stooges Racing leads still our GT4 class, and then you have to go back about 48 seconds to find second place 208 Racing Green Team with Enrico Gregorato behind the wheel there currently. Getting some of her favorite paint schemes, our social media manager for the afternoon, Cameron Auburn, and a lot of blue, and blue, of course, being my favorite color. I sympathize with that, and I gotta pick blue cars all the time. Blue will always look good no matter where you use it, and personal favorite of the ones. So she sent it in our broadcast chat. I gotta pick the prototype just because prototypes, I think, look really cool. So I think any paint scheme on a prototype just automatically looks really good.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything on a prototype, and of course, with present company not accepted, anything and a prototype, right?
Right.
I love driving prototypes. It could be an LMP 1, 2, 3. It could be an LMP 30. I don't know if those exist. I don't think they do. But I've driven LMP 2s, LMP 3s, and they are so much fun. It's just it splits your brain. You cannot understand that the car can do what it does until you get in it and you do it several times over and you go, wow, I survived that. Cool.
Yeah, the livery I was thinking of was the Salzburg livery.
Ah, okay. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm going to look that one up to make sure, though.
And I've also run the Pink Pig in another series.
Well, I believe the LMP numbers only go up to 4. So we can create, I say we create a slower prototype from the LMP4. It's basically a go-kart, and we just call it an LMP5.
That's basically what my car is. It's an Elan or a Sabeco NP01. It's a 2-liter Mazda prototype.
Perfect.
And those are fun too. It's probably the slowest prototype I've ever driven, but I can tell you, it'll go faster through the corner than you can imagine that it will. That was a little contact there going through the final corner. That was an interesting little nudge going through there, but everybody seems to have survived it pretty well.
Drivers getting antsy on the track is just a couple of inches virtually separating these two drivers as they fight off of turn number 1, and that is the Your Name Here entry, currently leading the open class with a driver currently behind them. That looks to be, not sure who that is sitting right behind him, and that is going to be Joe Stifle in the Exchange Motorsports machine. So that is a faster machine, 992 versus a Porsche 911 GT3R from one of the faster classes, and they're 3 abreast and trying to fight with each other, and he looks for an opening, and 3 wide to the bottom going for that move.
Now that was a move and a half from Liam there in Wookie Racing. That was absolute pro level. I have never seen an amateur level driver do that. I'm sure some have, I just haven't seen it, but wow, that Wookie Racing, hats off. That was awesome.
That is the way to do it, and it wasn't even for any positions that he needed on the track, but what a move. 3 wide to the bottom. Use that speed and his momentum to his advantage, Leaf, to get that spot, or just get that position on the track. It wasn't even for any spots on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think Michael Kaholik is a little bit back on that. Don't see where he's the leader in that class, trying to get by. There's a little radio message going back and forth of wanting to get around here, and he's kind of asking, "Hey, could you let me by? I've got a race to run."
And a race to run he does have indeed, with still 2 hours left. But these two drivers are still fighting. This is Michael Koholik versus Joe Stifel in the Your Name Here entry versus the Exchange Motorsports entry. Two different classes represented. The 25 black and gold machine is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992. And sitting right behind him, trying to get by him, is the Exchange Motorsports machine that is a Porsche 911 GT3R. As they race through the bus stop, still no change in their positions on the racetrack. They won't change anything on the leaderboard, and there's an opening to the bottom for the Exchange Motorsports entry of Joe Stifel to go right on by, and that is exactly what he will do. With 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining, it's just more clear track now for Joe Stifel in the Exchange Motorsports machine. And the Your Name Here entry now will have to try and just keep on logging those laps. He is 1 minute and 32 seconds safe to the next driver that he has to race on the track. So he has a bit of time now, Leaf, to just sort of breathe and just kind of relax himself, because he was making that car pretty wide to not let the faster Exchange Motorsports car go.
Yeah, at that point, because he's off strategy, he doesn't exactly know where he is, so he's just going to push as hard as he can. Koholik is arguably the fastest driver on the track. Pies has gotten in the car. He's got similar pace, so it's going to be interesting to see how this last stint plays out.
Great point there. Just had a driver swap for the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse entry. Chris Pies has just hopped into that car. So he'll try and navigate himself from P3 at the current moment in that car number 77. He's 54 seconds back from the Eureka entry, with now Chris Borowski hopping into that car. And now I believe the only driver in the open class who has not done a swap yet in this specific stint will be Michael Koholik, who, like Leaf just mentioned, is now off strategy. So now Siborowski is into the 711 Eureka machine. Chris Pies is into the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse entry. David Palmer goes into Celtic Racing. Lynn Wilson into Equip Vitis. And Donald Binkley into Spanners Motorsports. So that is now the 5 drivers who have swapped and gotten into their cars in this stint. And still Michael Koholik at the front of the open field, holding strong, about 90 seconds to the good. And closest gap on the track right now seems to be just some straggler gaps. 3-second gap separating Matrix Purple and Exchange Motorsports, but no pass immediately in sight as we go now focusing on that 29 Matrix Purple entry of Mike Patterson behind the wheel. But Travis Brody at the front of the field, Michael, he's going to have to make another driver swap, of course, at some point, but where he sits right now, comfortably in 36 and a half seconds to the good. If you're him, I think, at least from my perspective, as I was behind the wheel, I would be trying to avoid pit road like the plague at this point. Is that kind of what you would be thinking? Leading by that much, you just don't want to give up any of that time? Or, as I say that, here he comes right into pit road. Look at that cue.
Is that a commentator's curse? I'm not sure.
I don't know if it's a curse because it's on strategy. So just a commentator's good timing? I don't know.
There you go. That's what it is. Commentator's good timing. Yeah, if I'm Travis, I'm in a groove right now. I've been trying to watch him. There have been a couple of interesting interclass squabbles going on that I've been watching, but I've also been watching Travis and trying to see what he's doing. And he seems to be in a really good groove. There are a couple of off-time things here and there, but that was clearly traffic related, and he is just putting down lap after lap after lap like a stopwatch. Now we got P2 Klaus Nielsen coming in. We're getting right to the point. We're just over 2 hours left in this race. We're probably going to see one more full pit and then a splash and dash from these folks. And Jacob Schum is in the car. So Travis is out and Jacob is in. No, sorry, wrong car, wrong team. That's going to be the purple Matrix Purple car, isn't it?
JRT.
Oh, that's JRT. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Wow, so he is getting in there. Yeah, time for a driver change. If I were Travis, I'd have wanted to stay, but I think they've got maximum drive times and minimum drive times for everyone. You got to get all the people into the car. And so far, it's only been Travis and Raphael in that car, so it's someone else's turn to play.
Jordan Dyer has just hopped back into the Matrix Green entry from second place overall, and Wookie Racing with Liam Rodzidis behind the wheel now will take our overall lead. But Leaf, do you think that was a good move for Matrix Green to pit at the same time as JRT, because they essentially gave up not saying they had a ton of it, but they gave up any hope they had of overtaking JRT Racing in that pit stop cycle. They just kind of forfeited that battle.
Yeah, but they were going to give it back eventually anyway, so I wouldn't put too much importance on it myself. It's more important to get the anchor driver. I think Jordan, I'm looking at who's been running what. He did the second stint, and he's obviously been tagged as their anchor driver. So they probably want to get him in sooner rather than later if he's their fastest driver.
Still at the front is Wookie Racing. We'll see when they'll elect to come into the pit lane. Expecting it to be at least somewhat soon, but the way this pit cycle has been working, we have gone through a full pit cycle of GT4s, we have gone through a full pit cycle of open machines, and we are currently going through a full pit cycle of the GT3s, and it's just going to rinse and repeat. We think at least about 2 to 3 more times, specifically right around 2 or 3 for the GT3s, and we can assume that I'll be somewhat the same for the Open and somewhat the same for the GT4s as they currently stand. But at the front, Liam Rodzidis has not touched the pit lane yet in this run, but 5.7 seconds back is the JRT Racing machine of Jacob Schum. And at this point, Michael, Jacob Schum's just riding. He knows he's going to get that lead when Wookie Racing inevitably has to pit, but he's got lap traffic coming up in front of him that he's going to have to try and navigate himself around, and it is a GT4, which is not really an argument. That is the slowest car on the track. Not saying the slowest car type, not necessarily the slowest car overall, but it is the slowest car that they're going to have to deal with right now, and Jacob Schum has to try and find a way around, as it looks like the GT4 is going to let him by pretty easily, so that's not going to be a huge issue for Schum, but still a lot of time left to try and make up, as now Your Name Here does a driver swap from the Open class.
Yeah, the challenge that's going on right now for JRT, they've got their J of the JRT in there, and he needs to get into a groove. He's only been out there for a lap or so. I think he's on his out lap at this point. So we can't really push anything onto him by watching what he's doing. There's no way to know, because he's going to sit in the car. He's got full fuel, probably new tires, and he's been probably going through and being the spotter for a while. So now he's in the car. He needs to get into his own groove. So while he at this point is almost 7 seconds off of Wookie Racing, he's not in a groove yet. Give him a chance, and I think you're going to see a little bit of a push out of Jacob. I think Jacob's going to start to push those limits and find that new spot. He's gonna sing the song of this track. He's gonna find that rhythm.
Well, as we're going to put another hour behind us here in just about 25 seconds, we will go through, and it's time to bring you the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche.com. That is the number 4, PORSCHE.com, or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. And once again, that is at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Leading overall, as they have yet to pit in this cycle, is the Wookie Racing machine of Liam Rodzidis. They sit in the lead with JRT Racing's Jacob Schum sitting in second place. A little bit farther behind, it is Matrix Green with Jordan Dyer behind.
We have an incident in the chute.
In third, as it looks like we're going to have an incident somewhere on the racetrack. We'll grab that after we're done with this midway race report. Marble Motors sits in P4. It's Robert Rose behind the wheel there, with E2 JR Motorsports rounding out the top 5 overall and in the GT3 class. And that is Ian Simon, who currently sits behind the wheel there. Exchange Motorsports and Joe Stifles sits 6th overall and 6th in the GT3 class. The Operation Motorsport, or one of the Operation Motorsports entry, I should say, with Matthew Smotherman currently behind the wheel, sitting in 7th place overall. The Matrix Purple entry sits in 8th as Mario Gonzalez, and it looks like he has gotten himself caught up in an incident just recently. Might have been with the incident of the Your Name Here machine as well, as the 25 had also spun out. We'll see what happened in a few, but we'll go through our open field as well, with the Eureka entry that is currently sitting in the lead. Chris Seborowski sitting behind the wheel. The Your Name Here entry that we heard might have just spun, it currently sits in 2nd. Duncan James is currently behind the wheel. The Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse entry sits in 3rd in the open class. Christopher Pies sits behind the wheel at the current moment. In 4th for our open class will be the Celtic Racing entry of David Palmer currently. And back about 1 minute on the racetrack, the Equipe Vitesse entry sits rounding out your top 5. Lynn Wilson is behind the wheel there. Spanners Motorsport and Donald Binkley is going to sit in P6 in the final spot in the open class, and P14 overall. That'll get us to our GT4 field. That starts at 15th overall, and in the lead, it is going to be Enrico Gregorato in the 208 Racing Green Team entry. The Three Stooges Racing Machine, number 42, with currently behind the wheel, Chris Pippin sitting in 2nd. Jeff Lashway sits in 3rd, and the Backmarker Motorsports number 27 in the GT4 field. Down from there, Edward Trippett sits in the Mach Schnell Motorsports entry, the 718, as just a pass was made for this 5th spot as they continue to try and fight out of the bus stop. And that is the Anchors Away, number 104, Jack Stevenson behind the wheel with the Dreadnought Racing Machine with Bob Moore, trying now to get back by him in their number 8 machine. The Team 1 entry with Steve Comat sits in 7th place currently, and he's also close to another machine in front of him that has just gone by. The Alcaru Racing entry of Volker Krebs currently sits P8 in that class, with the Operation Motorsport GT4 entry. That's Tyler Reed behind the wheel of the 022. He sits in 9th currently in class, with the Star Racing STAR Racing entry of Adam Gerling sitting in 10th. And rounding out your full field, all 25 drivers overall in the 11 drivers of our GT4 class, is David Purdy. And the Luz Machachos Motorsports entry is around. Right in front of him goes one of our 992, one of our GT3s, and that is the JRT Racing entry of Jacob Schum from 2nd place.
That was a tough spin for him. He was working his way up, and he's in the way of the GT4 car. Tried to get out of the way, tried to get off the racing line, and
That's
just
going to be a black flag.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a black flag for him. 1, the self spin, then 2, coming in, causing the collision by being in the way of the traffic coming through. Yeah, just got a little bit wide out there. That is a tricky corner. So in real life, you can get out there. It does allow you to get all the way right up to the wall without spinning, usually. But sometimes you get up in there, as we go on here with Three Stooges Racing coming around the corner, and then surprise, there's the car. Uh-oh, he moved. And it's a little bit of target fixation, but honestly, I think Chris was trying to cut down to the inside, and he saw a little bit of a movement from that GT3R going away, and tried to come back, and then everything stalled, and bam, right into the tail of him.
Yeah, it looked like Jacob was trying to spin the car around and couldn't get it done.
And that was unfortunately from the point of view, the Three Stooges Racing entry with Chris Pippen behind the wheel just had nowhere to go. There's the Duncan James, Your Name Here entry of the number 25. They went spinning into the boot, and that got them back into the tire barrier. Still was able to rebound, 6th, current 10th overall, 6 seconds behind the current leader of the GT3 Cup class. That is currently the Eureka entry with Chris Seborowski in that car at the moment, as we are south of 2 hours left now, and a handful of pit stops now gone, and now seeing a handful of gaps starting to close their way back on through, even after the issues from JRT Racing and losing that spot. They are still well within a good striking distance of the Matrix Green entry and Jordan Dyer, 2.5 seconds. And I think the big thing is, Michael, can they catch them? And I think another bigger question is, do they have damage that is going to prevent them from kind of chipping easily away at this current second place spot for the overall in the GT3 class?
Chipping is a good word to use. It looks like he's got a bit of a chipped front tooth there. When you take a closer look in on that front splitter, definitely a bit of a snaggle tooth trying to get around there. That is going to affect the way the nose of the car handles. It's going to be how sharp is it on turn-in when you get that aero balance, and he gets right out to the grass there. Maybe he's looking to even out the whole rest of the nose there. Hope not. Woo. Man, I hate it when I see that. And when you're driving a car that's just been broken, it's all about figuring out what to do. But right now, this is actually a pretty clever move, and it's good timing for him, because if you think about the run time, you know what? This might be serving as black flag. But if he's coming in to the pits and he can take any of his repairs, that could work out for him. If he can get fuel, then he's back on an interesting fuel strategy.
We'll see if he's
Unfortunately, I don't think he can.
Yeah, we'll see if he's allowed to take it, if it's just going to be a stop and go. He will take that fast repair, and I believe he is also taking fuel with the look of the pit stop time.
Yeah, I would take the I would do exactly what he's doing here, is get the fast repair, get the car fueled up, and then get out on track, get the tires warm, and then do your drive-through or your stop and go, whatever it is, and then get going again, because he's got a great opportunity to get into a really good fuel strategy at this point.
Could it be a good enough fuel strategy that it could be a winning fuel strategy, and maybe a black flag just gave them a good opportunity to win?
I don't know. Life, what do you think about that one?
If it is, it's going to be extremely lucky, because he still has to serve a black flag, so he's still giving away 20 or 30 seconds. Yeah, this may have forced them into a specific strategy. It may work out.
It could work. It's not a strategy you're actually shooting for.
No.
But you know, it's interesting to see how sometimes bad luck can become good luck. It might actually work out, even with the subsequent drive-through that he's going to have to do, that he's on a better strategy, because if you think about it, everyone else is going to do another couple of pit stops, and honestly the drive-through becomes his pit stop, and he ends up being faster because he didn't have to stop to splash fuel.
Yep. The only downside is it takes away options. Now he has to run that strategy, so see how it plays out.
Yeah, being forced into strategy is unfortunate, especially when you don't know what is going to be handed you in the rest of the race. So Ooh, that's it's nice to have options. I always like having an option to pit early, pit late, pit in between some people, find my spot to get back out. We're on board right now though with Greg Fullwood, Marvel Motorsports. This is the number 996, currently in P5. Now these guys have been up and down through the field. They've made it up close to the front and been basically sitting in the middle for a little while here. He's only 13 and a half seconds off of Ian Simon and putting down some pretty good lap times. Ian's last lap time was a 1:45.4, and he's still running a 1:46.8, and that was with a little bit of traffic. So I'm going to keep an eye on this particular car for at least a few laps to see what's going on there.
Plenty of time to see how all of these strategies that we're watching are going to come into play. But as we currently have an hour and around 49 minutes left to go, we would like to welcome up to the booth Nikki Chan from the current overall and GT3 class leaders, the Wookiee Racing entry. Michael, you're standing by with him.
So, Nikki, hell of a drive out there. Holy cow. You were really going hammer and tongs through your stint. That was some impressive driving.
Hey, guys. Thanks. Yeah, I think we're just all getting into a really good groove. So I think, all three of us are having a pretty good run, and we have our strategy set pretty good. So, we're able to just go out and drive the car.
So you currently have the fastest lap time in that car. Do you think Liam's going to be able to pip you on that one?
Oh yeah, of course. I think I had that lap as a benefit of cooler temperature. So, as we get down, I think we're just going to see laps get faster and faster. I think I'm looking at him right now, and I'm seeing a 44.5 already. So.
Yeah, his last lap was a 44.547, which is just about a tenth off of yours, 448. So it's pretty close out there running with a pretty hot track. So what are you thinking? Are you going to give anything away to the fans listening in without fear that the other teams are listening in to hear your strategy?
Well, there's not much to say. I mean, our team chief has told me that we're done with our pits, so we're not pitting anymore for the rest of the race.
You're going to make an hour 47 for the whole rest of the race.
Yes, that's our public message.
Okay, good. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. I'd like to know how you did it, so I can put less fuel in my car too.
But the truth is, I think we'll start seeing some 43s by the end of the race, I'm sure.
You heard it here first, folks. Liam, if you're listening in on like a little side channel, the gauntlet has been laid down. A 43 is coming your way, my friend.
Yeah, I think I just saw JRT do a 44.3 just now, so we're definitely, if it's not Liam, it's somebody else. We're headed that way.
So you're thinking you're going to be on the podium. Don't know which step. Who do you think is going to be on the podium with you?
I think the top three right now seem like they've been pretty solid all race through practice and qualifying. It's been JRT and Matrix as well. So I think the top three right now is standing a pretty good chance. Only that JRT did lose some time not too long ago over a couple incidents, so that might put them a tiny bit at risk, but I don't know how much. I don't know if that'll knock them off the podium or not. They're a solid team.
They are a solid team. Looking through their roster, the J, the R, and the T, all three excellent drivers. So you think you're going to hold on to the top position? Do you have the strategy to stay there, or is it going to be an interesting bumper-to-bumper race with Matrix Green at the end?
We're definitely going to try. I think we have a shot, but it's still like maybe an hour 45 left, so it's there's a bit of a dice rolling, but we'll see. I think we have a good shot.
All right, so you're going to do an hour 45 or hour 49, whatever it was on fuel. You're going all the way to the end. I'm taking notes here, so I'm going to do that. But Nikki, I want to thank you for joining us here in the booth. That was awesome to have you and get a little insight on your team. Looking forward to seeing how you guys finish out this race.
Thanks for having me, and I hope we get a chat at the end of the race.
Me too. So I will hand it. I will hand it off to Joshua.
So are they gonna just teleport the fuel into the car then? Because unless they have the very much out of regulation fuel tank, they might be giving us some white lies as public announcements.
It's an Amazon drone.
That's what it is.
As long as they, I would love to get a great camera view of how that is exactly going to work. But ultimately, we will find out how they are going to get fuel into that car. Whether they were lying to us about coming down in the pit road or not is up to speculation that we'll eventually figure out. As we stand, there is a pretty close battle now between Marble Motors and JRT Racing that we are focusing on here. As they navigate around a GT4, to the middle goes the 996, and now on the bottom, just side by side, door to door, and trying to lean up a little bit was the Marble Motors entry. That's the 996 that was on the bottom, now is going to get back in the line, goes back to the bottom, looking to that inside, but won't be able to get that move made on JRT Racing's Jacob Schum. It's Greg Fullwood now in the car for Marble Motors, fresh off, or JRT actually, fresh off of a pit stop now, putting them down closer to that number 996 Marble Motors entry. And how is this battle going to go? As now they've stretched back out to about 9/10, closer to a second now as they come across the line.
That was a pretty clever bit of drive, a pretty heads up piece of driving there from the JRT driver. Jacob was just holding that line a little bit tight, commanding the position. He knew he was probably pretty well taken, but as long as he could compromise the exit, properly compromise the exit.
Right.
He's not doing anything wrong there. He's doing everything right. From my perspective, when I look at someone racing me door to door, I kind of expect them to pinch me down like that. And I think that was some amazing driving that he did there.
Yeah, he was in that position because he had just served his black flag on that last lap.
So, and I was saying earlier, I was going to keep an eye on this Marble Motors driver because he's been doing some good stuff. That's Greg Fullwood in that car, trying to close it up again. This is a very similar shot to what we had before, but it's a little bit closer to that beautiful purple machine up there. And watch as they come through here. He's got a nice exit. See how much better he seems to be coming off the corner. I think this is something I try to work on with my coaching clients, is really the corner exit. Everybody talks about, oh, brake late, brake super late, get in there, but it really brings about a lot of over slowing. And if you're focused on the exit, because look at this again, he is doing a nice job closing this up. We were at 9/10 at the beginning of the last lap, and he has closed this down a couple of tenths. He's right at 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, I completely agree. I tell all my students, to maximize your corner exit, back up your braking and optimize your corner exit to make up time.
Yeah, it's definitely the smart way to go. And I get it. It's fun to brake late. I love getting in there and hammering the brake pedal and bringing the car down from 150, 160 miles an hour and just skittering through the corner. It's fun, but it's not necessarily the fast way to go through the corner. It's not the most efficient way. And here they go again. Look at this. Coming up the outside at the bus stop, pushing to, I think he's going to try to make the push again here on the exit. Let's watch as they come into the carousel, trying to close it up. Just compromise that entry a little bit too much. But JRT, Jacob Schum, is doing a beautiful job for an offline entry into the bus stop.
Side-by-side move going into that bus stop, could not keep it out the exit and through the carousel. That means Greg Fullwood is going to have to try again to get back around the JRT Racing number 84. This is the battle for fourth, currently overall and in the GT3 class. It is the closest battle we currently have on the leaderboard. The next closest will be all the way down for 8th in class for the GT4s, that being 22nd overall, about 3.5 seconds separating the Operation Motorsport GT4 entry and the Star Racing entry in the number 24. Tyler Reed, Adam Gerling behind the wheel of both of those, but these fast and furious GT3s at the front of this field now have only about 4 tenths separating the two, and where is Greg Fullwood going to go for this move? It looks like he's eager to make it happen, but with a GT4 up the road, this could get very interesting into turn one. Looking to make a move on the GT4 is the JRT Racing entry. They both will at the same time through turn one. The GT4 lets them both go. Now it's going to leave both of these GT3 entries to fight amongst themselves as they go down the back straightaway and back to the bus stop. Is Fullwood going to make a move? He steps to the outside. This will turn into the inside with both of the left-handers through the bus stop. Does he have enough speed to make it happen? And yes, he does. To fourth place goes Greg Fullwood for Marble Motors, puts the JRT Racing machine of Jacob Schum back into P5.
I gotta tell you, if there was such an award right now, Greg Fullwood would have the Alan McNish award because he cut through traffic like a sushi chef going at a beautiful piece of tuna. He just cut through that traffic. He caught up to that JRT car and he tried 6, 8, 10, 100 times to get around him. Figured out how to do it, and now he's made it stick. That was a beautiful piece of driving.
Well done to grab fourth place. And that currently will put him just a little bit further up towards the top spot of our GT3 field. And now he's gapping as well over Jacob Schum in the JRT Racing entry. Up to 1 second already is that gap, and none of the gaps that I was mentioning earlier have shortened. Still that GT4 gap for 22nd overall, 8th in class, is a little bit close, but it is still well and away down that overall order. First driver off of the overall lead lap is going to be our E2 JR Motorsports entry sitting in P3. The Wookiee Racing and the Matrix Green entry, if I could speak English, sits in second. They both are still on the lead lap. If the Wookiee Racing entry is going to put the Matrix Green entry a lap down, that is going to severely change the scope of this race, Michael and Leaf, because then it's going to really change a lot of the strategy, because the pit lane times, even with driver swaps that I'm seeing, is about 90 seconds. It looks like pit lane time is pretty much the exact for everyone. 1 minute 37.4. So that is, if he gets above that gap, it's going to change how they use the pit stops, because at the current moment, the gap between Matrix Green and E2 JR Motorsports is hovering around that 90-second range.
Yeah, everybody seems to be holding right in there as I'm just kind of scanning through, and I'm amazed at how many people have the exact same stopped in the box time. I'm amazed at how many people have almost exactly the same lane cone to cone time. We got a stable of pretty talented drivers here, just doing what they love to do. This is a lot of fun to watch. It's very rare that you see so many almost equal to the 10th of a second times on lane time or box time.
1 hour and 36 minutes left, and we'll bring up another one of our drivers from the track, now out of the car and joining us up here in the booth. It is Edward Trippett behind the wheel of the Mack Snell machine, and Michael, you're standing by with him.
So Mack Snell Motorsports sitting in P5 right now. Edward, how are you feeling about sitting in P5? Is this working to your plan?
Well, we had hoped to be a little further up, but our hopes is to try to get on the podium today. If we can do that, I think it would be, mission accomplished for us. I do want to point out, though, I got to tell you, the way Ivan Gomez split the goalpost there at the beginning really kind of put us in a good position, and we were able to really kind of hold that for a while, but it got shaky in the middle, but I think we're back in a good place.
So Ivan has your fastest lap. It was from significantly earlier in the race. He is in the car now. Is he going to stay there till the end?
I don't think so. I think Johan's going to maybe finish it out for us. But as it sits now, as you can see, Ivan's putting down some hot laps for us, and it's also a mental game. We want everybody fresh behind the wheel as we grind. So, yeah, I think Ivan will be doing this stint, and then it'll be Johan who finishes it up.
So we heard from Wookie Racing that they have some crazy plan that they're going to do an hour and 40 on an entire on one tank of fuel. Do you guys have some crazy plan that you'd be able to do something like that too?
That was even possible on one of these cars. So no, we don't.
Yeah, he was totally pulling our leg. In case anyone out there watching didn't get it, it's like some kind of Amazon delivery of fuel.
I'm afraid to say, unless he's really got some amazing fuel management system on, which makes the car illegal, right? So he can't really do that. So, virtually speaking. But yeah, we're pretty excited. We want to finish on the podium. That's our goal. And I think we're in striking distance. So we'll just see what the day wraps up with here.
So 11 and a half seconds off of back marker with Mike Sachs behind the wheel. How many laps before you guys catch him?
Let me see here. I wasn't really tracking the numbers, but I think we're doing maybe close to a second a lap on him. So
a little more, yeah.
So, it'll be while Ivan's, behind the wheel. So my guess is, I feel comfortable we should be able to get by him. We'll just stay smart because we're going to do one more pit. And if it gets in a situation where it gets dicey for us, we're going to play safe.
So you're 9 laps into this stint. You're going to do one more pit. When are we going to see that pit come around, do you think?
Let me see. If we're 9 in, we're doing, I think, about 33 laps. So it's gonna be about another 20-ish. We'll do 22, 23 there. So
pretty quick splash and dash for the end.
Exactly. That'll be the strategy. We are going to throw just enough fuel in this thing and throw Johan out there to finish it up. That's the strategy. Exactly. The good thing about Ivan is he's fast consistently. So having a heavier tank with Ivan is the way to go for us, and I think Johan's going to be putting out some really fast laps.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. They're going to get to the top of the podium on one tank of... Oh, no, sorry, no, wrong car.
Wrong car, yeah, but we'll dream. We are dreamers sometimes, but yeah, first of all, we want to thank you guys for putting on a great show. We want to thank our sponsors for doing this for us. This is just an absolute blast. What a way to spend a Sunday, and thanks to the families for letting us do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us here in the booth. It's always nice to hear from the drivers once you get out of the car and get a breath and get a little water because, man, even racing in a sim tires you out. So
I'm drenched.
Absolutely. So, Leaf, how about you? How do you feel when you get out of the car in the sim?
I need a drink. I need an adult beverage.
Yeah, I was going to say, you need to clarify that drink comment right there.
No, I have my little margarita cocktail sitting beside me. All the pressure's off now. You can actually enjoy the race. Before that, you're, not white knuckling it, but you're anxious. So
you're anxious. I kind of wish the FIA would relax that 12-hour bottle to throttle rule, because I can tell you, night before I could really use a nice scotch to kind of chill out. But if I got to be on track at 8 a.m., there's no scotch, no wine, no beer at dinner, because dinner always runs past 8 o'clock.
Right.
So let me toss this back to Joshua, who has been kind of looking around through the field to try to find some of the interesting things, some progressions that have been going on. Joshua, what do you got for us?
Well, I think at this point, it's just a lot of drivers that are just kind of like you guys have been mentioning, kind of just waiting around for this final stint. Nothing really that close. That GT4 battle has kind of moved away from just 2 drivers, Operation Motorsport GT4 and Star Racing, and we've added in the Anchors Racing machine, the 104, that currently sits in 7th in class with Anchor Bergson behind the wheel. and all of them quite well within each other, but there goes the 104 into the pit lane, so that's going to move them down at least 2 or 3 spots, and now a 2.3 second gap sits the same drivers we were talking about earlier, Tyler Reed, Adam Gerling from that 7th spot in class. Another machine into the pit lane, and Michael, this is tough to follow because there's really, everybody is on a different strategy other than really JRT and Marble, I believe Matrix Green, who pitted at the same time. Nobody else is really on an identical strategy. Everybody's on something different that we're really not going to know anything until that last stint and all the pit stops are over.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting shakedown here. It's about an hour and a half left in this race. We're seeing Wookiee Racing at 28 laps with our P3, Ian Simon, in the E2JR Motorsports car on 25 laps. So they're going to be in a similar position when it comes time to hit the pits. Now, 19 and 15 when you're looking at Matrix Green and Marble Motors. So JRT is 9 laps out. They're really on a different strategy. So we got 3 different strategies through the top 5. And the way this shakes out is I have no clue. I have no clue what they're going to do. When are they going to splash and dash? Are they going to try to do it a little bit early and get the full fuel and make the run? We just listened to Edward tell us how they're going to try to make the car light for the end for their final driver.
And of course, those final driver swaps are coming up. And Leaf, if you're getting in the car for the final stint, do you feel any pressure? I'll phrase it this way: what's worse, getting in the car at the green flag or getting in the car at the checkered flag? Which one is worse to you?
Probably the start, because that's where most of the incidents happen. I'd rather be chasing at the end personally.
Do you prefer the end of the race, Michael? Same thing to you, or you like to get that restart out of the way?
I'm known as a finishing driver. Everybody early in their career starts as a starting driver, especially in IMSA where I race most often. It's quite often 2 drivers, and you're a start driver or you're a finish driver. And I've been the finishing driver for a better part of a decade now.
So, honestly, I've only had a C-Class license on iRacing for, I believe, a single season in the road license. And me and a few buddies were going to do the 24 hours of Daytona. And it starts early in the morning. Wasn't even awake for the start. I was going to get in a little bit later. I was doing one of the graveyard shifts. But I wake up. It's about maybe 15 minutes after the race had already started. And we had already wrecked out. So I empathize with all the incidents happen at the start, because I didn't even get in the car that night. We got wrecked out turn 1, and that was it.
Yeah. I got a call. I was at a race at Laguna Seca, and one of my sponsors calls me as I'm walking to from the paddock over to the pit box to hop in the car, because we just had a full course yellow. And I'm like, wow, how funny. She knows that I'm about to hop in the car. And I looked at the TV screen as she goes, Michael, this is kind of interesting that my logo is upside down on the screen. And I looked and I went, oh no, we're the cause of the full course yellow. But hey, your logo got on screen. She was very excited about it, though. She was very excited. Oh, but yeah, funny things can happen. But when you are the finishing driver, that is a real issue. You might not drive that weekend.
Yeah, and as far as arrive and drive, Michael, you probably do this too. I want to put the paying drivers in first, and then
the guys who bring the money, they are definitely they're paying for everything, so they do get to drive first.
Yeah, I want to make sure, if we have a breakdown, that they've got seat time.
Yeah, I'd hate to take a huge check from somebody, because honestly, those are massive checks those guys write to be in the car. It's not right that they don't get to drive. I get to drive a lot anyway, so just from what I do, and I'm sure it's similar with you. So those guys, they're paying for it. They're the reason we're able to do what we do. So absolutely put them in the car. And good pass there from Wookie Racing on the Max Chanel car. That is an out of class pass. That's why it was so easy. But very good heads up driving from both drivers there.
Drivers starting to figure out now that we are roughly about 4 hours into this race, or 4.5 hours even, how to navigate themselves around these slower lapped machines. Of course, 3 machines being used tonight, 3 distinctly different classes. We start with the Porsche 911 GT3R. That is highlighted in green on our timing tower, and those are the fastest of the 3 cars we are using tonight. Second fastest will be our Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992 cars that are a little bit slower in a couple of spots. So just overall, they are just slightly slower, just give or take 4 to 5 seconds slower than our normal GT3s. And then the final class, that's highlighted in white on your timing tower, and the final class highlighted in blue is our GT4 class, utilizing the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. That is the slowest of the bunch, give or take about 10 seconds to 11 seconds slower than our Porsche 911 GT3Rs. So great to see 3 distinctly different Porsches, 3 Porsches that drive very, very differently. And Michael, we know that with multi-class racing, whether it's just in other series or not, the main thing is to navigate around these slower cars. It's a little bit easier to navigate around those 992s for our fastest GT3Rs, but navigating around those GT4s, especially once you get them 2 or 3 abreast, is going to become very difficult to do.
Yeah, but I'd also like to point out that when it comes to straight line speed, the Cup car is actually faster. So if we get a speed up between these 2 cars, we've got Wookie Racing, and then the car right behind him is a 992. If we can get a speed on these guys, you're going to see that 992 Cup car is getting a higher top speed when they get right up here to the bus stop, and it's by a good 5 or 6 miles per hour. It's everywhere else. It's the bigger tires, it's the bigger brakes, the ABS that helps a lot too. It's different aero. So yeah, there's more drag on the GT3R, so it's not going to hit that top speed, but it's going to go around the corners a lot faster, and it's going to brake a lot better. And I think it's going to come off the corner a little better, but I think it depends on the driver and their preference. Leaf, what do you think on that one?
Yeah, it's going to be on whether they are looking to make where their advantage is, right? If they have the GT3, and you know this, coming out of the bus stop, for instance, if I was in the GT3, I'd make the pass on the outside, and I have more downforce, more cornering grip, so that's the longest corner on the track, so it's easier to make the pass there rather than trying to challenge them into the bus stop. They've already got a top end on me. If I pop out there, I'm going to go in side by side, which is not.
Yeah, I agree. It's also situational though. I mean, sometimes we saw that beautiful pass with Wookie Racing about an hour or so ago, I want to say, where they came out of the bus stop and went immediately 3 wide, and they just clung to that inside super tight line and were able to go through the chute and get up there ahead of everybody. But in general, I think if I were coming up on an out of class car, I'd want that outside line and just kind of slingshot around them a little bit to mess up their race less than it would if I took that inside line.
Yeah. The alternative is if you're not right on them and you can't pop out as soon as you come out of the bus stop, and they want to hold the line, I would back off and wait for them to track out and then take the inside line and do it that way.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand how situational it is. We talk in, oh, well, I would do this, I would do that. And that really depends on the situation. It's like, well, what's your lap time here? Well, what was the track temperature? Was it raining? Was it really humid? Was it 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the air and 130 on the track? was the track sitting at 67 degrees or colder? I remember a World Challenge race years ago at COTA. We went out and it was, I think, 28 degrees overnight.
Wow.
That's Fahrenheit. That's -3, -2 Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
And we could not get enough heat into the tires. We went out for one lap, didn't complete the lap. I actually cut in at turn 5 at COTA and went behind the wall there because I couldn't get enough heat in the tires, and there was not a way to do it. There was one car out there, and he almost, I should clarify, almost hit the wall 6 times over the 3 laps he did. So yeah, it was pretty crazy.
For those World Challenge.
I think those were touring car. I think that was touring car class. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's actually a quote unquote safe car.
Yes. It was slower. It was significantly slower. We were only doing 145, 150 at the end of the, well, actually not that day, because you couldn't even get the power down coming off turn 11 to go down the straightaway. So I think when he got to the braking zone and he went into the brakes significantly early, for 12, he still skittered off into the kitty litter there at the exit.
No grip.
Yeah, there was nothing to be had because the track was so cold.
So by the way, speaking of top speed, I looked at the P1 in both GT3 and Cup cars. The top speed for Wookiee on their last run to the bus stop, they hit 160 for a second. Your Name Here hit 163.
A little closer than I thought. I was thinking they might be about 4 or 5, but three is still a big difference.
Yeah,
it's still a pretty big difference for sure.
Well, I mean that's a sample, right? It's probably on average greater than that.
Yeah, and it's just these cars make speed in different ways. So when we talk about, what's the faster car? I get asked questions like this. What's the fastest you've been? Is one of the first questions. And
always
a professional driver.
You go, yeah.
Like, well,
I don't know.
I'm not looking at the speedometer when I do that. I'm trying to find my brake marker so I can not crash.
Yeah, that's always the first question.
Yeah, it's always a fun one, and I love getting people to come out to various racetracks, and they want to do something, and they always want to get the biggest, baddest, whatever car. And I personally have had an amazing amount of fun and my clients that I've put in B-spec cars. Yeah. I don't know if you've done B-spec racing, but I goof around with those guys sometimes, and we've got somebody here in Austin who has a pretty big stable of B-spec cars, and we fling those things around COTA all the time. And I got to tell you, it is an absolute hoot, and they have so much fun, especially going through 12 through 20. So turn 12 through 20, 11 to 12, pull out War and Peace. You're just going to read the book on the way down there. Right. But after that, it gets pretty hairy, and even coming down the hill.
The Honda Fit and the Mazda 2 class that they had years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and those guys are still running. That is one of the biggest fields in one of the club racing groups. That B-spec is what they call it. And it's the Fit, it's the Sonic, it's the Mini, so the non-S Mini.
Yes.
And those are just a blast to drive. I do have a lot of fun in those, and they're cheap.
Yeah. Relatively.
Well, yeah, it's like a friend of mine said to one of his clients, which part did you think was going to be expensive, the Porsche part or the racing part? Yeah, that's a good one. So Joshua Lee has once again been taking a look around to see if we've got some interesting developments going on while we've been reminiscing about old times racing and fun times with clients and taking a look at a few things. Joshua, what have you found out that's going on out there? What's looking interesting to you?
I've been enjoying this quality podcast content. I think we need to bottle this up, and this needs to be a weekly podcast that we do every single week on Podium Esports. But
I'd be up for it.
Yeah.
I wasn't just sitting here enjoying all of that quality content that I was hearing, but it's just kind of as things go. Wookiee Racing did come into the pit lane, and Matrix Green did take the lead. However, that gap now 24 seconds just about from Wookiee Racing to Matrix Green. So assuming they both still need to pit at least one more time. We're expecting maybe 2 more times for Matrix Green, maybe only 1 for Wookiee Racing. That would mean that this is going to go in the hands of Wookiee Racing at some point in the future. Depending on how many stops they have left, they might still have to make 2. But we heard that a little bit ago, they only needed to do 1 other in the only needed to do 2 more and a splash in the GT3. I believe they just made 1 done for Wookiee Racing, and 2 of those still need to go the way of Matrix Green. As E2JR Motorsports comes into the pit lane, they come in from around P4 or 3 in their class, and now JRT Racing goes to P4, Marble Motors goes to P3. And everybody's still spacing their way out, and there's a 4.5 second gap, it looks like, for the lead of GT4, but still a good bit to go before that really becomes a battle in that first spot on GT4s. So, as pit stops continue for everybody in this field, and no real battles on this racetrack at the current moment. And this is another one of those portions of the race, Michael, where you just kind of ride around, see who you find, and most likely the driver that you're going to find is going to be a driver not in your class, as we have a position change. E2JR Motorsports continuing to stay in P5, but they are exiting the pit lane now with a new driver behind the wheel. It is going to be Ed Senring, who is going behind the wheel of the E2JR Motorsports machine. But now, Michael, just everybody just kind of finding other drivers on the racetrack that are not in their class and just having to navigate by them, because at the current moment, closest gap we have is just about 1 second, and that is for 4th of the GT4 class. But other than that, it is about 6 seconds, and north of it, 1 interval being 1 full lap up in our GT3 class.
And that's what we're looking at on screen right now. That is the Wookiee Racing car in front of the Marble Motors car. Now that's Greg Fullwood behind the wheel of that Marble Motors car, and he did get the Alan McNish Award. I awarded it earlier for that brilliant piece of carving through the back markers there for a while, but he has suddenly become a back marker himself, as he is looking at basically what it's going to take to get back onto the lead lap right in front of him. Granted, there is 1 more car, but we are going to see a pit stop probably fairly soon from Jordan Dyer in the Matrix Green.
And we also would like to welcome back to the booth Chad Dick, who has gotten out of the Imperial Motorsports commentators Kurt's entry, and Chris Pice now behind the wheel. And Chad, how was your stint from down there in the car? It looked like it was a pretty hectic one, and now sitting in 2nd place in your current class. We'll see if we can grab Chad.
I got it. Sorry, I was muted, not to bother Chris. I thought I was muted on my headphone there. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, you thought you were on a Zoom call.
Yeah, I mean, how many times does that happen a day, right? That's sort of, you're on Zoom, or you're on mute. That's like the expression of the last 2 years. Good stint. Nice. It sort of felt like a nice, comfortable Sunday drive. I didn't hit a ton of traffic. And glad that I didn't give up all of Leaf's gains. And Chris seems like he's maybe poised to make back up all the losses I gave him.
I want to brag on Chris for a second. He's run every lap. He's run 1 lap in the 150s, and that was just barely over, like a 150.012. Everything else has been 48s and 49s. So he's made up a lot of time on Your Name Here, who's about 17 seconds ahead right now. And we are on the same pit strategy now. So this is going to be probably Pies and Colic coming down to those 2 again for the last stint.
Yeah, when he and I did the pit switch, I think we were 42 seconds behind, and he's chopped that down to 22 in 45 minutes. So it's going to be close.
And
So just out of curiosity, yeah, just out of curiosity, what is Chris's eye reading? I imagine it's got to be in the 6,000 range.
No, I think it's around 4,000.
Okay, well, he drives like it's 6,000 because, I mean, I've raced against him. Holy cow, he's tough to race against. He's such a good driver.
Yeah, we don't do a lot of official driving. If we do, it's just for fun. So we don't really focus on iRating. It only comes in handy when you want to make top split, and pretty much if you're over 3,000, you're going to be in a top split.
Yeah, true. And getting into that top split isn't always what you want.
No.
Sometimes it's actually nicer to be in the second or third split on the massive ones where it's like 24 hours at Daytona, 24 hours at Le Mans, something like that. It's actually nicer to be in that second or third split because sometimes high iRating drivers, I'm not sure how they got their iRating up there. They make some really janky, questionable moves sometimes.
Yeah, they're not always the most polite and patient either. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I know I've been at Bathurst 12-hour before, and a high iRating guy is like, "You don't belong here." I'm like, "What are you talking?" What racing series do you run where there's not people of different classes running in it? Like you're only racing against people of your level. That doesn't exist in the real life or in iRacing.
True. So Chad, you said you didn't have a lot of traffic to deal with. Was there any moment that stood out where you might have come up on somebody and it wasn't exactly what you wanted them to do and it got kind of code brown?
Not that bad, but there were a couple points coming out of the bus stop. Just wasn't quite clear. I came up on a couple of GT4s that were sort of parked in the middle of the track, and I wasn't sure if they were going left or right. So I hung back, and then I think at two instances, one there and one coming around the final turn, where they finally made their move, and so I went to the other side, and then they moved back, and I was like, whoa, that's going to be kind of sketchy, but other than that, I made it through. Pleased that I had a 0x. That was really just my goal for today, was to keep it clean, keep it on track, and not lose too much time for these guys.
I thought I recognized that as you in the car, because I think it was something I was watching on the side monitor. I'm not sure it made it on broadcast, but that was one of those, oh boy, that's going to be an exciting moment.
Yeah, I'm withholding names to protect the innocent, but it's all good. Guys that I race with pretty regularly, so I think it was, it's just a classic case of, sometimes you come out of a corner, and it even happened to me a couple times with the GT3s. I all of a sudden looked at my rearview mirror, I was like, wow, he's there already. So it just happens sometimes, and when you're deep 4 hours into an endurance race, it makes perfect sense that sometimes you're not aware of everything that's going on around you.
So are you guys using a live spotter or not?
That was probably my biggest struggle, was my crew chief was too loud when I was spotting for Leaf, and he could hear it, so I shut it off, and I forgot to turn it back on when I got in the car. So I did the whole stint literally all by my lonesome.
Oh,
I know. I was like, wait a minute, why am I not getting updates from my crew chief? Why is he not telling me when cars are there? And then I realized I had muted him. So when I did my pit stop, I turned him back on. So I had him for the second part of the stint, but that was the short part of my stint. So, honestly, I needed a break from Jim. He's kind of loud every once in a while.
I think I use a different voice in crew chief. I use the German guy speaking in a very interesting accent. And it's Misha. Misha's the one I use. That's it.
And do you have Misha on full swear mode? Because that's
what
absolutely.
You know it. It's the only way to drive. And if you've heard my real life crew chief or car chief on the radio, you'd think, man, they're not even trying on that application.
Yeah, it's always good when he throws a good singer your way.
It's nice to lighten the mood. Now, you mentioned earlier racing with a bunch of these guys and understanding what they're going to do. How has your racing with PCA and these folks in PCA Sim Racing developed to a point of greater comfort? I think most people would agree that when you first get there, it's like, whoa, I'm the new guy and everybody seems crazy. And then they start to understand you. Are you finding that you can kind of more accurately predict what people are going to do?
Yeah, I think that works both ways too, because then people learn your style. So it's a learning curve. It probably took me 3 or 4 months to really feel like I learned enough guys' styles and pace to know, who I can keep pace with and let by and draft off of versus, who's coming up on me and I need to let them by. There's still a few names out there that I'm learning. Leaf knows that because I got stuck behind a couple of them today. I was like, oh, I'll keep up with him. And he said, no, you won't keep up with him. I went, really?
It's cute that you think that.
No, well, I think the quote was, I'll let him by and draft off of him. And he said, yeah, for about 100 meters.
I want to mention your name here just had a little off. They may have taken damage, so they're due for a pit stop in about 5 or 6 laps, as are we. So we'll see how that. Oh, it looks like they're going to pit early.
They're in. Yeah, I see them in the pits.
And that's going to move the Imperial Motorsports commentator's curse machine up to the front. But we do need to mention your name here does have a 30-second time penalty that will be pulled off their total race time at the end of this race. So where they currently stand, they will still be second overall in the class, but if Eureka and Dave Schwartz is able to catch up a little bit, they will then be in that spot. But where they were currently in the lead before that spin, they were going to be in second place in the class no matter what, because the Imperial Motorsports and Commentator's Curse was within that 30-second window. So we'll see where they will stand at the end of this 1 hour before the end of this race, because and now more pit stops happening in the GT3 field. Matrix Green is in. Give Wookie Racing the lead back once again, up at the overall lead.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I think as I read that, that's actually the other way. They're going to get a credit of 30 seconds. So where they sit right now, 8 seconds behind Commentator's Curse, they're going to be actually about 22 seconds in front of them. So Commentator's Curse, you guys need to put the pedal to the metal for a little while.
Well, we have another pit stop, so that's not going to happen. We're not going to get. Eureka does owe us another pit stop, so I'm not worried about them. So if everything just goes to plan, we'll be in second place. If that's true, I don't know. I can't see what you guys are seeing.
Yeah, we've got a note here that there's from the steward's room that I think it was something. There may have been a penalty given to them that they had served that they didn't need to serve. So that could be, so they get a 30-second credit back to them. So it's currently they are 8.5 seconds behind the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse. So let's see let's see how good Chris really is, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say that this race is so long that the IRR Stewards Committee has already met and reviewed the incident, so gave him some time back. But that must have happened while I was driving. I have no idea what happened.
I'm surprised Duncan is still in the car. I figured Michael would close.
Oh, they kept him in the car after that stop, huh?
Yeah.
That's when I was looking at the lap splits too. That's what I thought. So Chris just pulled into the pits for us. So this is our final pit stop if all goes well.
So one final pit stop for the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse team, and that'll be their end of the pit cycle. So their end of the pit cycle, I guess we can assume your name here is close to the end. Maybe Matrix Purple, Exchange Motorsport. I think we can assume Matrix Green now is somewhere at least close to good to the end. So final pit stops being made their way with about 1 hour remaining, and with about 1 hour remaining now, we will go through yet another midway race report, and of course sponsored by Porsche Exchange, being the Porsche Exchange race update. The Porsche Exchange has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Located in the North Shore of Chicago, the Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest full-volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Find out more at 4Porsche, that is 4 PORSCH.com, or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Once again, that is Porsche Exchange on Instagram, and we would like to thank them for also sponsoring this series and being the main sponsor of the 2022 Team Racing Championship. Currently still in the lead overall and of the GT3 class, it is Wookie Racing with Liam Rudzidis behind the wheel. Matrix Green currently sits in second. Jordan Dyer is there in the number 55. Greg Fullwood will sit in third within the Marble Motors entry, sitting in third overall and in the class of GT3 machines. JRT Racing and Jacob Schum sitting in fourth, with fifth place going to the E2 JR Motorsports entry. Currently behind the wheel, it is Ed String in P5. P6 goes to the Operation Motorsport entries. That is Matthew Smotherman behind the wheel in P6. Exchange Motorsports and Ed Nelson sitting in 7th, with P8 going to the Matrix Purple entry of Mario Gonzalez. That will end the top 8 overall in the 8 drivers in the GT3 class. Now over to the open class. Duncan James, for your name here, sitting in the lead with the Dave Schwartz and Eureka entry in second place, with third place going to the Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse entry of Chris Pies, with Celtic Racing in fourth. That's Rodney Campbell currently behind the wheel. The Equipi Vitesse entry of Lynn Wilson sitting in P5 currently in the open class, with the Spanners Motorsport entry and Donald Binkley rounding out the full field of open entries. And we go into the GT4 class. In the lead, it is currently Chris Pippin with Three Stooges Racing, and a good gap of about 2 seconds, a close gap for the GT4 lead, with Joseph Evers behind the wheel of the 208 Racing Green team. Back from there, Max Schnell Motorsports currently behind the wheel. It's Ivan Gomez in P3. Backmarker Motorsports and Mike Sachs sitting in P4, with P5 going to Anchors Away and Anchorberg Zone sitting in P5 in class. Dreadnought Racing and Robert Walton sitting in P6 in class, with P7 going to Star Racing and Adam Gerling. Team 1 and Horace Knight going in P7 currently. And it looks like back from there, it'll be Alcaro Racing with Operation Motorsport GT4, Tyler Reed, and Los Muchachos Motorsports and Peter Kummer still currently at the tail end of the field. That is all 25 drivers and teams competing currently on the track. And we once again would like to thank Porsche Exchange for sponsoring our race updates, as well as the entire series of the 2022 Team Racing Championship. And once again, Porsche Exchange can be found at 4Porsche, 4PORSCHE.com, or at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. And this will conclude our final race update of the night, as we have under 1 hour remaining, 58.5 minutes to be exact, in tonight's 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Wookie Racing leads, Matrix Green in second place. That is your overall lead currently. And still a couple of pit stops left, and a 3-second gap separating third place currently in the GT3 class.
Yeah, and I'd like to give a bit of a shout out. Los Muchachos Motorsports had some issues early on, and they are 41 laps off the lead. They're 22 laps from the next car in their class, but they're out there driving, and driving well. I really got to give props to the team for getting out there and just putting their head down and trying to make a good go of this. It's a Sunday drive at this point. There's zero chance really that they're going to win this, but these guys, it's like the scrappy little team that could. I'm loving watching them just kind of work their way through the laps and just turning them as they go along.
I have a question for you guys. I went back and watched Duncan James do a drive-through about 5 laps ago, and I'm not sure why. Do you see a black flag for him?
I am looking through. I did not see one.
Okay. So
I saw Jacob Schum got a black flag. Ed Nelson. And those are the only ones I see. So that would be an odd drive-through.
Yeah, when he came in,
they figured out the Amazon delivery of fuel.
I assumed he was pitting, and I went back and looked, and he had not. He just drove through. So
I wonder if it was a miscommunication. So here's something I've had happen before in sim racing is I'm sitting there working with my teammate and I'm watching, and then I go to hop in the car and my rig is not working properly. I can't switch over to VR, or I can't hop in the car. Something's not right. So maybe he was going to jump in and they were going to do an off time refuel to put somebody in the car. That's possible. Well, I don't know, but that's just a guess.
I was thinking maybe he was going to come in sooner than he planned to take the repair, and maybe Michael said, no, go on out, it's not worth it, or I'm not ready.
Or pulled a Ferrari F1 at Monaco. Box. No, box. Oh,
he needs to come in though.
He does. He definitely does.
He hasn't pitted since lap 127.
So that's going to put him pretty light on fuel. Let's see if he comes in soon. But not this time. Interesting.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on that.
So anyway, it looks like we have Wookiee Racing still out front, Matrix Green still behind them, and there's been a little bit of movement. Looks like JRT did get around Marble Motors, but that is due to a pit stop, and I expect this is the final pit stop for Marble Motors. And as I look down the list, I'm guessing JRT probably has one more, and the others are going to be running it really tight on fuel.
And interesting to watch now, we've been talking about since the start of this race, the final stint. This final stint is really going to be interesting. Now we're getting into that final stint. So for these drivers who are multiple seconds, some of them being about 30 seconds behind the nearest car, they need to start catching up, because it will reach a point where it is too little too late, as we have a bit of a battle brewing between our fourth place drivers in the GT3 class, the E2JR Motorsports entry, and the Marble Motors entry, as that sit fourth and fifth. They're within striking distance of each other at the current moment, 7/10 between the two.
Yeah, and we're getting some notification on that Duncan James issue. It might have been an incident limit problem. There's no cap on incidents, but he has 24 incidents right now. So he could have hit that 20, and that was his drive-through given to him by iRacing.
Yeah, incident limit is 20x, yes.
So 20, and then 20 later, and another 20, and another 20. And I like it when it's done that way, honestly, because it's kind of like a reset. Yeah. So I really hate it when I get into a race, and you're used to doing races like this where you have 20 incidents, so you use 19 of them to get all the way to the end of the race. You can't really do that in regular iRacing. Regular iRacing, you lose some safety rating for doing that.
Yeah, I focus on trying to 0x every race, because it usually means I'm not overdriving.
Yeah, and always good, but sometimes, and there have been some incidents, I mentioned this on another broadcast recently, where you're coming up to two spun cars, and your proper exit route to not hit them, you have to go off track, and unfortunately you'll get a 2x off track or something for it because you went off track. Well, the other option was to hit the other cars and get 4x. So why is that not a 0? But I think that's just immensely difficult for any of the simulator software companies out there to be able to implement.
Yeah, too subjective. I agree. And that's why you should try to have a 0x, so you always have those in your back pocket. Like if you're racing at Spa, right? You're racing at Spa, you save them all for the last 5 laps, so you can take all those off tracks, right?
Yeah, the one at No Name, I'm glad they extended that, honestly. The one at No Name, I just, because I've raced at Spa, and I have a muscle memory of where to go. I know where I want to put the car. Well, not in iRacing, you don't. So I always ended up picking them up there just incidentally. And I think that puts us at the 1 hour left mark. We are at about 52 minutes. This is getting to the exciting part of the race. This is where this endurance race turns into a sprint race.
Duncan is in, by the way.
And Leaf was just mentioning incident. We were all mentioning incident points and mentioning you wanted to be at 0x. Well, guess who is at 0x? His car, the 77 Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse Machine. Only car on the racetrack right now with 0 incident points.
Wow. And Chris Pike's behind the wheel. I think it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, that's always our goal. We've always found in endurance racing, your final position is directly how many. Yeah.
So the 25 machine, Michael Cahola, currently behind the wheel for the Your Name Here entry, is into the pit lane. They will do a driver swap to put Cahola into that car. Dave Schwartz for Eureka now will retake the open class lead and sits in the front of that field. 50 minutes to go. Final pit stops working their way through as Jacob Schum and JRT Racing exit the pit lane. And now we'll see themselves in 5th in class. And it's a 1-lap difference between the E2 JR Motorsports entry of Ed Eisenring and Matrix Green's Jordan Dyer, who sits in 2nd place. So still needing a pit stop, however, will be, I believe, both of those drivers. And Wookie Racing at the front, 17 laps since they last pit. They definitely will need to come in at least one more time. They have a 30-second gap for the race lead as Wookie Racing, typical things we've been seeing all race, guys, the ebb and flow of an endurance and a multi-class race, multiple different leaders at the front of the GT3 field. Currently, Wookie Racing holds it, but it's still at least one more pit stop for them that they still need to do. That is going to change. We know that much.
Yeah, and if we take a look back at Ed Eisenring, he is currently trying his best to get around the Eureka car with Dave Schwartz behind the wheel. And this is where we're seeing the difference. This is a really good illustration of where the cars are faster. You see how Ed was able to kind of enter not ideally online, but then puts the hammer down and is able to go through the corner very fast. But right behind him, Dave Schwartz, although held up a little bit by traffic, is actually closing the gap at this point. So while Ed was able to open it up, with a little bit of help of some draft, look at that. He closes it right back down on him as they get up into the bus stop. So that top speed on the 2nd class is very difficult to overcome if you don't hit those corners perfectly.
But you notice how out of the carousel, he's going to gap him immensely.
Yeah, he re-gaps him at this point. And if this were something like an oval where you go into a couple of corners, you have to slow down. I'm not thinking super speedway. I'm thinking smaller speedway where maybe you've got a 1 mile or a two, not quite a 2 mile course where you do actually have to slow down to make those left turns. I wonder which one of these cars would do better. I mean, you would obviously trim out the GT3R as best you could, but I think that that Cup car might be able to give it a run for its money with those long straightaways.
Still under it, yeah. I mean, we could throw them onto Charlotte or something and find out.
That'd be fun. Just have a fun night. Throw them out there and take everybody who's here right now and say, okay, you drove the GT3R, you're now in the Cup car. And you guys in the Cup car in the GT4, you go drive the GT3R, and we'll see how this plays out.
We have done that at what's the LA track, the big oval.
Auto Club.
Auto
Club. Yeah, we've taken the GTE and ran Auto Club.
I have raced the GTE at Auto Club with a different Porsche club. Yeah. So and won. In the GTE, and I got to tell you, it was a hoot, but we did run the infield. But we goofed off a little bit and just ran the oval a couple of times just for playing around.
We actually ran a race on the oval. It was hilarious.
Yeah, those were. I wish we could race the RSR a lot more. I really do enjoy that car. It's more of a driver's tool, where it feels like sometimes in the GT3R, at least the way it is in iRacing, there are a few compromises. There's some things you can't set. In the RSR, there is nothing you can't set. You have control of everything, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love having control of the gearing.
Yes, absolutely. I remember setting up the gearing one time. I had a fairly good downforce for Spa, which was like, wait, downforce at Spa? Yep. and I fixed my gearing, so I was at 6th gear as I came out. So I went into the into a rouge, came up to the top of the hill, and I just shifted to 6th gear, and I ran 6th all the way to the top, all the way down, and the power band was perfect. And the guys who had like 3 to 5 degrees less wing than I did couldn't keep up because I was going so much faster through the twisty bit, and then we'd get to the end of the straight and they couldn't quite get there.
Right.
Yeah, playing with gearing is fun. There's so much you can do with it. As we're watching here, so this is once again, this is the GT3R versus the Cup car, and this is a fun little comparison to see here. Look how he takes that compromised line on the inside, but still puts the hammer down, comes through a good bit ahead, but when they get to the end of this, well, it really is a straightaway. There might be bends in it, but this is a straightaway. When they get down to the bus stop, you're going to see possibly an overlap. I think it might be let him take it, but we'll see what happens here. As he actually gets a little overlap and then backs out, tucks back in behind him. Smart thing to do. This is not the race you're in. There is another race going on.
Like I've mentioned, they're not completely different cars. Yes, they are two different machines, but on paper, they're really not that much different. We're only about 3 to 4 seconds slower in the 911 GT3 Cup 992s than we are in the Porsche 911 GT3Rs. So it really is a very, very similar car. And if you're a GT3R trying to get by a 992, it's going to be difficult because in certain parts of the track, they might end up being faster than you.
Oh, absolutely. And as we were noting earlier, the straightaway speed in that 992 is higher. We had one instance where we looked and it was 3 miles per hour higher, and I think you may see even 4 to 5 miles per hour higher, just depending on how well somebody makes it out of turn 1 and tries to get up through the S's there.
I've got to say, Michael Kahalik just put in a 147.1.
Wow.
In the Cup car. He's chasing down Pies. He's got 44 minutes to close up 7 seconds, so it's going to be tight at the end.
Do you need to go talk to Pies and light a fire up under him?
No, I don't need to do that. I already know. He knows. I know he's looking at his relative, and he's going to be pushing.
Yeah, but does he know about that 30 second is the only thing I'm not sure he's aware of. So we may need to poke in there and let him know that they're getting 30 seconds back at the end.
Nah. Let's see if he can stay ahead on track.
Let's surprise him at the end. No, you didn't win.
Well, actually, if we told him that probably would be the commentator's curse. So let's hold that one back.
We won't let him know until after the race is over. How about that?
There we go.
Congratulations on 2nd place. I was in 1st. Not so fast. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. And definitely Cole. He's got his eyes on Pies to get the prize. Yeah, trying to make that sound funnier than it really is.
No, that was good. I like that.
147.1. Yeah, that's pretty fast.
That is ridiculous. Looking at if you look at the qualifying times, the best qualifying time was a 47.2.
Wow. And sometimes it helps to have just the right draft. I find here at this track, if you can get the perfect draft coming out of turn 1 up the straight through the S's, and then you nail those brake points and the car flows through the toe of the boot, it all just falls together for you.
So there are, looking down at the timing screen at the current moment, we've been talking about faster pairs and drivers saving them, taking them, whatever. But now at this point, there is a handful of teams who have taken all of their faster pairs. One being Los Muchachos Motorsports, who sits in 25th overall in the GT4 class. The other one, a bit more important, is the 3rd place driver currently in the GT3 class, the E2 JR Motorsports entry with Ed Eisenring currently behind the wheel. They have no faster pairs left, and I believe a little bit of front end damage as well. It looks like maybe a bit to the side, but other than that, fairly clean Porsche 911 GT3R. But any tap to the guardrail, any tap to a tire barrier or an opponent is going to create some damage for them that now they can't get instantly fixed. They would have to sit through an entire pit stop to get that damage fixed. They can't just do a stop and go.
So, Chad, I got a question for you about these fast repairs. How do you feel about the use of fast repair in iRacing?
I'm kind of mixed about it. I think there are instances like in a long endurance race where at least having one makes sense, because there's nothing worse than having getting caught up in somebody else's incident that maybe you weren't at fault with that might set you back a few minutes. 5 fast repairs, in my personal opinion, might be a little too many, just because some would say that in the world of sim racing, you're already not having the same risks as real life driving when you wreck a car. Maybe the consequences don't get perceived that way, and if you give people too many fast repairs, I think that only amplifies that feeling. So I'm for making it as real as possible, which is why, a little bit like Leaf was saying, I see 0X's and staying out of incidents as a sign that you're driving in control, and I'd rather be a little bit inside the limits than pushing the limits so much that, particularly on a 6-hour race with 120-degree temperatures at one point in time, it'd be really easy to lose the car.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think a lot of people are kind of in that same realm. But I can also say I've been in a race where somebody at the start just torpedoes from way behind. And it's because they lost control. Their pedal controller or something messed up. And there's really nothing you could do about that. So there's one. And then there's a spin that bounces off the wall that it probably would have gotten caught in tech barrier. So, well, there's 2. But getting beyond that towards 3, 4, you're almost inviting bad luck.
Yeah.
It almost feels like, well, if I'm having that much bad luck in this race, maybe I should do what some people were suggesting earlier and just go have a scotch.
Well, I would add to that and say, and I hope the folks at iRacing are listening to this, I think the public races need one fast repair. I can't tell you how many times, particularly in the Porsche Cup, where a lot of people in the general pop racing don't know how to do standing starts. I've seen just total carnage right at the start, and I've gotten caught up in it, and I, either drive back or take the 2.5-minute tow to the pits, and you don't have a fast repair, and it's like you're done on lap 1, and it kills your iRating and safety rating.
Indeed, it happened. I feel that pain. I have felt that pain, and honestly, I think that's why you find PCA Sim Racing, among others, to be so insanely popular. You can come here, and you kind of have a real-time control. You have people like DJ who are watching over the race, and they're able to take control of that type of thing and sort of reset the field if it's necessary. But you also have the ability for them to say, no, we're going to give you a fast repair because we know weird stuff like that happens, and we don't want to destroy your day, your week, your month, or however long you spent putting this team together.
Yeah, people spend a lot of time practicing for this, developing setups, and or an unforced error or an incident that wasn't your fault. That's a really hard pill to swallow.
So how much time did you guys spend on putting together your setup?
None.
Zero. It was in the back.
We took the Watkins and set up and said, oh, we need to touch more wing. We need to click more wing, a click less of brake bias, but it's a pretty good setup.
And that's put you in P2. So kind of if we look at pit stop rotations, if you guys can make this to the end, well, no, I'm just going to shut up because it's commentator's curse.
I think it's going to be close.
The commentator's curse.
Now would be a really good time to avoid the. I've already gotten flack from a few of my friends here on commentator's curse from a race or two ago.
Okay, so we'll try and avoid all commentators' curses that we possibly can do. Every time I have said that, we have always done at least one. So I feel like one is on the way. We just need to not focus on it.
Well, which car are we not going to focus on? So I'll ask Chad and leave that one. Which car are we not focusing on?
Oh, you guys should totally focus on your name here. You guys should talk about them for the rest of the broadcast.
So Michael Kolochik and your name here having a really good race. And Michael, this is going to be a very bad situation if they just spin out right here at the end of the boot, right?
Oh, that would be a terrible place because the wall is so close. But, I think Michael's such an amazing driver. He could probably just flip the car on its side and run down that blue wall and be perfectly fine with it.
Actually, I've heard he's so good that if you guys want to pull him into the broadcast booth and talk to him while he's driving, I've heard that actually helps speed him up.
Yeah, and just give him dad jokes, one after another.
That works. There is one guy in a different Porsche club that I do stuff with, and we always start talking to him in the Discord when he gets too far. He's an alien, so he always gets way out there, and it's like, so Travis, what was that thing you were saying that you and your girlfriend were doing the other weekend? You were going to Cozumel, was it? And it always slows him down. Yep, every single time.
With 36 minutes to go, starting to get a little loopy here in the booth. At least we're not doing a full 24-hour of Daytona solo. Then that would be getting very, very loopy and not there.
I was up at 4:45 this morning doing the last of the 24 hours, the last 3 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans from one of the other leagues that's out there.
Yeah.
And that was after going to bed or getting off of the earlier broadcast at 10 p.m. my time, and then trying to go to sleep because it was a great race and I was really amped up from it. So then I had to go to sleep and get up at 4:45 to cover that race starting at 5. It was a challenge.
I was also up early this morning, but it was not to take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans. It was to go to the airport and get home.
Yeah, my co-commentators were in Australia and Finland, so they were fine. I was the one who was like, "Is there coffee here? Where's the? Oh my God, am I awake?"
I thought that you're supposed to
in that early morning time slot.
What was that time slot? Early time slot?
Yeah, coffee is much needed.
It was, yes. It was beer for the late time slot, coffee for the early one.
There you go.
So not a lot of action on the track right now as we look through the field, though. We are getting pretty close. If we go to P5, P4, we've got Greg Fullwood in the Marble Motorsports number 996 trying to hold off JRT Racing. JRT has Jacob Schum still in the car, and he is about 1.6, 1.7 seconds off of Greg's tail. And if Greg keeps going wide like that through that corner, that might close up just a bit. And I think JRT, the J of JRT is licking his lips looking at that.
Yeah. Greg did a great job catching up to him, but he may have used up a little bit tire doing so.
But that gap being 1.6 seconds, this is going to kind of put him in a really good place for this last run. About 30 minutes left. He's got time to get up to the Marble Motors machine with Greg Fullwood currently behind the wheel. So we decided, is there going to be one more stop, or do you think everybody's good to the end where they are?
I think Team Eureka is getting close to their last pit stop here because they're on 30 of this stint.
They're on a different pit strategy. They're going to have to do a splash and dash.
But how much splash are they going to do, and how much time is that going to take? Because right now, between your name here and Imperial Motorsports, there's only about 2 seconds, and we got to remember to factor in that 30-second. But then up to Eureka from Imperial is about 38 seconds right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. If Eureka pitted on lap
146,
they're gonna get 34, so they're gonna pit at 170. No, because that's already gone by. 180. Sorry, 180. Yeah, I math good, and
I can't brain.
That's going to be in 8 minutes, so they'll need about 12 seconds of fuel, and plus the delta. It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight.
Indeed,
they're going to be right there.
So everybody else is pretty much good, or is everybody else going to need a splash as well?
I'm looking down through here.
Celtic Racing probably does too.
Yep.
Yeah, Celtic is 25 laps into their stint right now, and Imperial is 16 with your name here at 10. Equipe Vitesse is 7.
And Spanners is going to depend on how much fuel they burn, because they weren't too much far behind us, but 6 laps, can they save that much fuel? They might need a little splash too.
Yeah, they're 18 in theirs in their stint right now, but running pretty fast. They're actually a second up on their average pace. Sorry, that was right at a second up on their average pace.
Yeah, temperatures are down. We're down at 85-degree track temp, which is a good 30 degrees from where it was at peak.
Ooh, that's a wide run around there. When they added that to iRacing, added that little runoff there, I know I'm used to using some of it, but I haven't figured out if iRacing got it right, and you have to use it like you do in real life, or if you have the iRacing version. Have you raced both the real life and the iRacing version?
I watched the Ferrari thing that was at Watkins Glen a couple weeks ago, and I thought I heard them say at the beginning of that broadcast that you can't, it's the exact same thing, you can't go over that curb anymore. So they have to keep one tire on the orange curb to not get an off track.
Are you talking about on turn 1 or the heel?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about
the heel.
The heel, yeah.
Yeah, the heel is the spot where I'm used to still trying to keep a little bit of tire on that orange and yellow curbing, and it just seems to be a distance calculation at that point. But sometimes the way iRacing's physics work, it doesn't. You don't do the same thing in iRacing that you do in the meat space.
The meat space.
I could call it real racing, but this iRacing is real racing. What we're watching right here, this is real racing. You're just not physically in a car. You're not buying fuel. You're not buying tires. So it's incredibly less expensive.
Yep. Physically too. Yeah. It opens the sport to so many more people. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, if breaking a sweat is the criteria for calling it a sport, this one absolutely qualifies.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty much, even 30-minute races, I'm pretty much drenched, especially even with the air conditioning and the fan on. I am drenched after 30 minutes in the sim.
You need to turn your force feedback down.
It is. It's way down. Mine feels like a real car. I'm serious. And I am so cool as a cucumber. I think my room was just hot. I don't know. I got a 3080 sitting over here, so that thing, it heats the room.
That's basically a space heater.
It is. It really is. That 3080 heats up the room, but I needed it because I got the Pimax VR. That's the super wide, the like 170 degrees. So I love it. I hated VR because it goes, shoot. That's a heck of a spin.
Went around.
We almost fulfilled the commentator's curse there.
Woohoo! The Arn Klassen goes around for Alcaro Racing. Won't lose any positions on the track. They were still 23rd overall and 9th in class. They will stay there after this incident as we take a look at this replay into 1.
Yeah, as we watch them going down in here, there's good positioning from everybody. Just misses that apex, under brakes just a little bit, and then gets out into that dirty space out there. That is not a space that's commonly used, and it gets to be a little crazy. But good heads-up driving to get out of the way, paying attention to that relative, and then coming back out of it. Let's take a look from Michael Golich on board. Sorry, we were just kidding about the commentator's curse. We didn't really mean to make it be that close.
Well, 2 hours ago with the track 30 degrees hotter, there's no way he would have stopped like that.
Oh, yeah.
He either would have hit the wall or he would have come across the track, and so that's good luck all around.
That is an interesting point with the time changing. Seems to be cooling off a bit. We're getting to about 6:30 sim time. We're going to be ending around 7 sim time. Possible anybody's car ends up getting a little bit more upset because they were set up for a bit of a more afternoon, more noon, more hotter track.
Oh yeah, depending on how much rake you put in it. It's hard to get a car that works in both though, right? So some cars will become faster because they were set up for more loosely and great on a cool track. but they wouldn't probably survive the first few hours of the race.
I want to point out we got in P6 overall Operation Motorsport Matthew Smotherman. He's a guy I've raced with a good bit in another league as well. He has been putting down some hot laps. I keep watching the notifications come by that yet another fastest lap has been turned by him. His most recent fastest lap was his last lap, a 143. Yes, that's right. A 143.575. Somebody's trying to heat this track back up.
It's going off at the front, too. In the Cup class, you got Koholich and Pais now dueling it out. They just had a nice back and forth on the long stretch.
Yeah, I'm really tempted to tell Chris that Koholich has a 30 seconds in hand.
Yeah, that might be a good idea because Chris is going to need to open that up.
I don't want him to go double wide. I don't want him to go too wide through the bus stop again.
Yeah, that was a little sketchy.
It'll be some great TV, though. We're going to enjoy that on television for sure.
All right, I'll leave it.
Yeah, but Chris, if he is going to do something, needs to get that 30-second gap out there because right now, between Imperial Motorsports commentators, Chris, and your name here, it is 0.2 of a second, right at a quarter second.
Well,
there you see on your screen. So
the other part of that is Eureka is going to come out around them, so there's no sense in him lifting, right? This is pushing him to stay ahead, so probably good for his pace. Uh-oh, here it comes.
Oh, looks like, Chris is trying to get his nose down on the inside. He's got a good position there. Gets the power down. They are side by side. Right. This is a drag race down this curvy straight as we watch him go through the first part. Oh, looks like Pais is going to tuck right back in behind. Now what's going to happen? It's in the draft. He's going to tuck up right behind that wing. Got a defense to the right side, holding out to the left side.
He's
coming into
him too.
Zone. This is absolutely baiting. I think he is baiting him so hard. He knows what he's doing. And the reason I'm saying he's baiting him is because Chris has done this exact move to me.
He left a car width plus 1 inch open. Uh-oh, here it comes.
And now it's the fight back, but is he going to be able to get in there? He doesn't quite have the nose. I'm also watching from another camera angle. I'm watching from the blimp on my own monitor over here, and I can see that was close. That was really, really close, the way that got cut off. But it looks like Koholich just like, no, I want to be back here. I might have that 30 seconds, but I don't, either he doesn't know it, or he just wants to push Pais a little bit.
It's just racer mentality. I want to be in front.
Yeah, well, I also call that Houston Beltway mentality. Yeah, I live in Austin. Every time I go to Houston, I feel like it's like NASCAR because everybody wants to be in front. So, but actually, it's interesting to see here. Chris is putting down some pretty solid laps. He's starting to put a bit of a gap here. Now, how much time we have? We have 23 and a half minutes plus a lap or ish left here. Despite GT4 traffic maybe slowing him down a little bit, is this something that Chris could do? Is he going to be able to run to the end of this race and open up a 30-second gap?
No. Michael's in front now, so Pais would have to pass and open up 30 seconds. So that's
sorry, I got that backwards. I do have that backwards. Whoops. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like so Chris is actually going to need to fight back pretty hard here.
Yep.
As he does it, nose right there into the bus stop. Wow.
He's having fun. He's got a huge smile on his face right now. This is what he lives for.
Yeah, this is fun. I love a good battle. Even if I come out in second or 12th or whatever, as long as I'm having a really good battle, I absolutely love a good race. And some of the best races I've ever had, I lost. And I was in, 6th, 7th place. But I had so much fun and such fantastic racing. And one of them even had a sponsor because I got crashed out, but got an amazing amount of camera time. The sponsor re-upped for the whole next year.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so sometimes you don't have to win the race to win the sponsor, right?
Well, it depends on their metric, right? If it's screen time, then you were immensely successful.
Mission accomplished, for sure.
Well, we could get 24 minutes of this, so let's start the clock, folks.
Maybe you back your car up into the car that's behind so you get that coverage. Oh no, my car's not running fast anymore.
I'm keeping an eye on Team Eureka, and they have still not pitted yet. So they're either on some massive fuel saving binge, or it's any lap now that they're going to duck in.
They've got, they need to come in.
35, yeah.
Yeah, they're 35 laps into this right now, and this is Team Eureka on your screen right now, the number 711, and they are 35 laps. They're up one position from where they started. 35 laps on this current fuel load. The chance of them making another 20, we'll call it 22 minutes, I think is pretty low, being this deep into it. How far are you guys calculating generally these cars
34.
are going on a fuel?
We've been
34, so he's
could have squeezed out 35 if we fuel save, but I don't see the point in that. A stop is a stop. I would go full out and then just take the other half a gallon that I tried to save.
So again, on board here right now with Dave Schwartz. I love the panel on this car, by the way, but coming through penultimate corner, gets right out to the edge there. Is he going to duck into the pits this time? Looks like he's going a little bit slower. Oh, wow. Talk about some fuel saving. Now, I always say racing is not about speed. Racing is about efficiency, and he's making incredibly efficient.
He just ran his fastest lap. He is not fuel saving.
I would say he could be, but he's not around anybody. I've seen many times, and have done it myself, where I've run fastest laps behind somebody else, and I was lifting and coasting because I got a big advantage from them, but there is nobody around him. Maybe earlier on, he had a lot of opportunity to lift and coast and was saving a ton of fuel, or maybe, I can't remember. In this car, are you able to set the fuel rate,
No.
the fuel map? No fuel map in this car. Okay, because you can do that in the GT3R, and I use it in the longer races all the time.
Yeah, and it actually works now. It used to not work.
Yeah, true. I did start a race on zero one time, which was the black flag, or not black flag, the full course yellow setting, and I was going just as fast. It didn't change my time.
It never worked until recently.
Well, you got to think if you just put up his fastest lap, he's probably coming in on the next one, right? I mean, he's probably looking up at his fuel left and done the math.
The other question is he going to take tires with 19 minutes left? Because he could be
at time. He has time to do it, I think, if he wanted to, but he's got to get those tires up to temperature. Is the track in a good enough state with all the rubber on it and the heat that's currently there to get those tires up to temperature in time for him to stay out front? He's got a 37-second gap right now, 37.8. It would be tight, but he's coming around there and lighting up those tires a little bit, and here he comes, getting the nose in, brings the car down. Now let's watch him go through this pit process. He's rolling up there, trundling along at pit speed. Sometimes I swear I feel like I could get out and push the car faster. When you've been out on track doing 140, 150, 160 down the straightaways, and then you come into pit lane and you're like, did I push the wrong button? Here we go. So now he's stopped. He's going to take his splash and dash. Oh, ooh, a little bobble. He didn't get quite far enough forward. Now what's going to happen? Is this car going up on jacks? Is he going to get his fuel and tires, or is he just going to get tires? Because right now it's about 14 seconds off.
He's off.
He is rolling out. Now this is getting close. We need to take a look back at Chris and Michael to see where they are coming through as we watch him. He's coming out. Coming out. Oh, this is tight. We're right at 2.5 seconds, closing up quickly.
That was an excellent pit stop. I'm impressed. They stayed out. They were able to do that.
That was some pretty impressive driving to save that much fuel and then turn some hammer time laps and still stay out front and get that GT4 in the way. See that? Yep. He's got that GT4 right in the way. Yep. That was some very impressive strategy.
And speaking of those GT4s, there's still some good battles that were happening in the middle of our GT4 field, and a lot of our GT4 field has been spread out, but still some good racers there. The 208 Racing Green team with Joseph Evers was able to grab that lead and just came into the pit lane last time by, with Three Stooges Racing now in second. Garrett Taylor behind the wheel as of about 18 laps ago when they made their last pit stop. Backmarker Motorsports sitting in third with Mike Sachs at the tail end of the podium for our GT4s. But closer to the mid-pack, some great runners. Max Chanel Motorsports with Joachim Backer behind the wheel currently. Dreadnought Racing with Robert Walton, Team 1. Horace Knight, Anchors Away, and Ankerberg Sohn. And some great runners in the mid-pack of our GT4s. But main focus is on that overall in that GT3 victory. Same thing with the open class, as now all three of your podium finishers of the open class separated on the track by about 4 total seconds. Remember, the Imperial Motorsports commentators curse machine will get 30 seconds taken off, so they are provisionally in the lead at this point, even though it will happen post-race. So Eureka and Your Name here really at this point are in a bit of a theoretical battle for second place, even though at the time...
Hey, Josh, I think...
First.
Hey, Josh, so it's not Eureka, it's not Imperial that's going to get it. It's Your Name here that gets 30 seconds added back, which effectively puts them in the lead right now. They're only 1.6 seconds off of Eureka, with another 3 seconds back to Commentator's Curse. So that would put Eureka ultimately in second place once all the accounting is done here.
Well, and here's a data point for you to think about, which is at the end of Leafs in my stints, and I would say that I have a tendency to overdrive the car more than Leaf does. We had something between 15 and 25% of our tires left after a full hour. So if they didn't just change tires, even if he was on a fuel save, he's probably only got about 25% of his tires left for a half an hour race. It's going to be close.
Yeah, that is a good point, and the way you set up these cars is important in that tire usage. I find whenever, even if it's a 30-minute race, I set up the car a certain way to work my tires better. I need the efficiency of the use of tires, and I was doing another race. I was an endurance race recently. It was only a 90-minute race where the other guys had all set up their cars to absolutely burn up the fronts, and they were pulling away at the beginning, and I'm like, great, keep going, guys. And they kept burning them up, and at the end of the race I sailed right past them because I could brake. I had brakes, I had tires that would actually let the car slow down. So you got to be careful the way you set these cars up, that you don't overwork the tires and you keep it really even all around.
Yeah, absolutely.
And another fastest lap from Matthew Smotherman.
Swap of positions through our GT3 field as well. E2 JR Motorsports just making an overtake for fourth, as JRT Racing and Jacob Schum is going to go into the fifth position in our GT3 class with now less than 15 minutes to go, 13 and a half just about. Still in the lead, it is Matrix Green, 29 laps on their stint. It looks like a GT3 or a 992 is into the pit lane. That looks to be the JRT Racing machine has just come into the pit lane, along with the Exchange Motorsports machine coming into the pit lane. The JRT Racing machine comes in, drive through, doesn't stop in his box, and is now out of the pit lane. And the Exchange Motorsports machine goes into their stall. Looks like just fuel only for that 15, as they will exit the pit lane right on about now. The 258 Wookiee Racing machine is also in. Final pit stops for our GT3 field are on deck, as right on out goes the 258. 1.6 seconds. That was a literal splash of fuel.
Yeah, he took on almost nothing, but we're on board right now with Michael Kohalich, just trying to close this up in the Your Name Here Motorsports car. Look at this. He is desperately trying to get around. He may not know that he has that 30-second buffer, so he's actually trying to make this pass.
Yeah, too.
And traffic just coming out of the pits. Wow, this is going to be interesting as that slower traffic trying to have their own race. Are they going to let both cars through? Both cars are able to make it through. A little bit of a draft behind the GT4. That would be the Mach Chanel Motorsports letting both cars by. Now we're coming down into the braking zone. Are we going to have a good positioning? Yes, good, solid positioning. Both drivers setting up their cars just right to be as advantageous for themselves as disadvantageous for the other guy. Now making it around. Wow, look at the slide on that car. I think you guys made a very good point when you were talking about the amount of tire left on that Eureka car. Dave Schwartz is almost putting on a drift show as we're coming down to the toe. Dave Schwartz has that inside line. He's going to hold on to that, braking just a tad early, trying to get the power down. But look how far off the apex he is. He is way off that apex.
He's going to get blocked.
He's going to get blocked out. This is good racing. Door to door. They get around him just barely. But Your Name here makes the pass going into the heel.
So Pies is loving this because he's just picked up a second and a half, 2 seconds on these guys.
They touched once, touched twice, and they were able to keep it straight and stay on the racetrack, but albeit just barely. You're right, Leaf. Chris Pies is really liking what he's seeing out of his windshield because now he just made this a 3-horse fight for this open race win.
Yeah, and this is getting pretty crazy here. So now it looks like Dave is going to be in a position to hold on to a little bit of a draft. Notice he's trying to turn that car in a little bit early. He is definitely feeling those tires going off. So it is time for him to let those front tires cool down and probably have a little bit of a battle with Pites, because I don't think he's got much left for the Your Name Here car.
Yeah, his
Michael
only
Cole
hope
is just
is
taking off.
He's got Schwartz has got to hold on to college to stay ahead of Pies because his tires are gone.
Yeah, and the advantage he's going to get being in the draft might be enough to hold on for the next just over 10 minutes now. This is going to get pretty crazy for the next, I would say 10 minutes and a lap. This is going to be pretty wild.
I think wild is going to be an understatement by the end of this one. 22 seconds separating your leaders of the GT3 class. It's only 7/10 now separating your leaders of the open class, but of course, the Your Name Here entry, the number 25, 30 seconds will be taken off of their total race time. So they're pretty much set where they are. It really is just a battle for that second spot between Eureka and Imperial Motorsports. Commentators curse. And how about a close battle in the GT4s? Why not? Less than half a second separating our two leaders in the GT4 class as well, with under 10 minutes to go.
Here we are on board with Garrett Taylor with Three Stooges Racing. Is he Curly, Larry, or Mo? Or maybe Shemp. Could be Shemp. Not sure. But look at how much he's closing up here into the bus stop. The bus stop is one of those places where it's really about the timing. You don't have a spot that you turn in. It's a feel. It's a timing. But going side by side down through the chute into that's some really smart car placement as we watch him use every bit of that curbing on the exit. They're coming down towards the toe. Looks like this pass is done and dusted.
Garrett just put in his fastest lap that last lap, 54.8.
Yeah, 54.832. Very nice lap time. That is the fastest lap for that car this late in the race, and they are 22 laps into this tank of fuel, so they will likely be able to run this to the end, but those tires have got to be screaming at this point.
Pius has just closed it down to 0.9 seconds while College runs away.
Yeah, it looks like College is way out there. He's got about a second and a half, 1.6, but for commentators curse, Chris Pites, he's closing it up. He's at a half a second now. A second, just tightening this up. But not to be undone, it looks like there's a bit of a fight back in this GT4. He's not letting it go. He's absolutely not letting it go.
We've got a side-by-side battle in GT3s as well. Marble Motors versus E2 JR Motorsports. To the inside goes Ed Eisenring, and around into the bottom step of the podium. A side swipe to the wall for Greg Fullwood in the Marble Motors entry, and that will put E2JR Motorsports into third place. The bottom step of the podium for the GT3 field and the overall field. We still have battles in open. We still have battles in GT4. 7 minutes to go. It's all going to have to be settled in just a handful of laps.
He's got it.
Of a battle in the open field, side by side for second as Eureka holds them off.
Yeah, but not for long. As they come through the S's, Chris Pite's just sizing him up right now in that number 77. He's closing this down. He's about 3/10 off, but he's in the draft. He's just got to decide where he wants to do it. He's been behind him long enough to see those tires are gone. So when is he going to try to make this pass? It is completely up to him, as long as he doesn't mess up his run through the bus stop. So I'm going to shut up again about talking about commentators.
Hey,
Chris,
we named the car that. We knew it was coming.
Oh, I love the humor. I love that you guys are able to take that in hand. But, you know, Chris is still holding on here. Why don't we talk about Eureka here? Eureka doing an amazing job with no tires left under that car. He's practically on the rims now.
Really want to know what his what their percent tire remaining is on the left front at the end of this stint.
I'm pretty sure it's in negative at this point because I'm watching him whoa, really wide as Chris tries to just dodge him coming off of that. Wow, that was kind of crazy. That car has no tires left, and I think Pice is just sitting back trying to decide when and where. He knows he's going to pass him. He just doesn't know when and where, but there was another really good opportunity. But, you know, I do got to give some props to Dave Schwartz. Driving on the rims of this car.
He is doing so well. Look at the car placement. He's forcing Chris to go around, and then he just shoots it out wide.
How well will this go at the exit of turn number 1? There
he goes again.
Wide again.
Can we use a pick?
Commentator's curse, get around. No, he can't. He will have to use that GT4 car as a pick, but it looked like it worked a little bit better.
Here he comes.
Dave Schwartz and Eureka, but now huge slipstream, huge draft down the back straightaway. Can Chris Pine get second? The move to the bottom going into the bus stop. They almost touch once to the door. 5
there it is.
And a second place spot now in the open field for Imperial Motorsports and Commentator's Curse.
Wow, Chris, dude, that was awesome. I mean, I am so glad I got to be on for this part of the race because that was some brilliant racing right there. Sized him up. You knew exactly where you were going to pass him. The only thing you had to really decide at that point was when. We got 4.5 minutes left in this race. It's time for Chris to start to do what he can to pull away, but that 30-second gap to the your name here is going to be tough.
Okay, he's just backwards on the
track. That's a GT4 car that just went off. Not sure who.
Tyler
Reed, the Operation Motorsport GT4 entry.
Oh.
Swinging around a little bit too quick. Right into the wall they went.
Yeah, you got to remember when you're trying to do those swing arounds, you have to turn the traction control off. Helps to have a button set up for traction or TC cut. So it turns off all your traction control and you can light up the rear tires and spin it around real quick. A lot of people forget to do that. They think they can just drop the clutch and make it go.
Yeah, it's really helpful when you want to do burnouts, donuts at the end of the race too.
Oh, then too. Yeah, I have it on my wheel. I just drop it down to 0 and then do them. But I do also have a cut in case, you end up, especially on those tracks with the very close walls where you might have to do. You don't want to think about, okay, let me turn my TC down, 0 and 0. No,
aisle,
But here we are.
Black flag given to Mike Sachs on Backmarker Motorsports in our GT4 field. A self-spin incident. That is from our race control here today. But time is now officially running out, and the gap for our overall lead was starting to come down. Now it is not going to be enough within at this point. When they come across the line, it'll be 2 laps to go. don't think Wookiee Racing is going to be able to make up 17 and a half seconds in 2 laps. They were starting to make up a little bit of that 18-second gap a couple of laps ago, but didn't make it up quick enough, and now they're going to need a miracle out of this Matrix Green entry of Jordan Dyer if they want to get this overall win.
Yeah, and Jordan has been putting down some pretty consistent lap times. I'm going back looking through what's been going on in that car. Now, Liam in the Wookiee Racing car, he's also putting down some very nice lap times, but Jordan is just burning up the track. Not quite as much as Matthew Smotherman is, but Smotherman's too far back for it to make much of a difference at this point. Between these 2 cars, last lap, Matrix Green had a 145.474, Wookiee Racing 145.723. So it's pretty close through here. It's just I don't think there's enough there in the Wookiee Racing car to be able to make up that gap.
It looks like Wookiee had a drive-through lap 194.
Yeah, that could have been their Splash and Dash 2. How long ago was that? Because that was
5 laps.
Yeah,
5 laps back.
To the pit stall there.
Yeah, that was a drive-through. They lost 10 seconds there.
Yeah, they may have hit their 20 incident point at that one.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you got 20, use 19. I mean, you want to use 0, but you're going to save them all till the end, and make sure you save at least a 4X for that silly didn't see it coming sideswipe that randomly gets you a 4X, or the random, oh, we're going to bump draft a little bit here. Wait, why was that a 4X?
And through the final corner, it'll be white flag this time for Jordan Dyer of Matrix Green. Less than a minute left on the clock. There's Barney the flagman waving the white flag. And Exchange Motorsports, unfortunately, running into an issue on the track with Ed Nelson behind the wheel. Out of fast repairs, they had to tow it back to the pit lane, and they are unfortunately now out of this race. We'll see how far they're going to drop overall. Doesn't look like they'll drop at least further than 12th with the amount of laps that they were ahead of the rest of the field, but unfortunate for them, they won't cross the start-finish line under the checkered flag. But through the bus stop goes your overall and GT3 leader, and what a performance it was from everybody, not only in the field but especially in the GT3 class, because we saw at least 4 to 5 different leaders that we had predicted to go on to win the race at the end of the night. But unfortunately, it can only be one overall winner and one winner of the GT3 class. We had amazing battles in the open class as well that are coming down to the wire. They were with 3 drivers within about 2 seconds of each other at one point in that open class for the lead just a couple of moments ago. And then the GT4 class close throughout the midfield, and they're going to be within 3 seconds at the end of this race. After 6 hours, the GT4 class win is going to come within 3 seconds of second place. But out of the bus stop, out of the boot, and through the final 2 corners, after 6 hours of racing in the 2022 Team Racing Championship presented by Porsche Exchange, it will be Matrix Green and Jordan Dyer winning at the Glen.
Nice job. Looking at them just wiggling it across the finish line there. Mighty fine gap. Wookiee Racing looking for P2 there. But as we come back here to your name here in the open class, that's going to be Michael Kohalik coming through that final. Actually, he's still in the boot there, just coming out of the boot. Looking to come out of there into the not quite penultimate. The next corner is penultimate. I'm getting ahead of myself, but now Kohalik comes through because, he actually is 30 seconds ahead of where he is right now.
So either way, he's going to come across the line and be the winner. Whether it was going to be himself coming across in 3rd or 2nd, he will come across in 1st. So no need to speculate. Your name here, Michael Kohalik, is going to win your open class. And coming across the line for GT4s, Three Stooges Racing and Garrett Taylor is victorious.
Yep, and right behind him, that looks like it's going to be the commentator's curse, Imperial Motorsports, who we have several of those drivers here in the booth with us.
as everybody comes across the line, just waiting on a couple of stragglers, but Matrix Green, your name here, and Three Stooges Racing are your 3 winners at the end of the night. And what a way to finish 6 hours of total action in the 2022 Team Racing Championship presented by Porsche Exchange. Last drivers coming across the line, and then we'll grab a look at your full finishing results. After 6 hours of action, 201 laps clocked in, and that is your 3 GT3s, the open class with the GT3 Cup 992s, and then the GT4 class of action. And everybody is across the line, it looks like, and we'll see if we can grab those full race results for you. After all of tonight's action, we end at just about almost perfect 7 p.m. sim time. The sun's starting to set. The cars have headlights. No real track lights around Watkins Glen. So good thing we are done and over with as the sun starts to set. And we'll grab a look at your full race results. Only 2 teams finish on the lead lap. Matrix Green, Jordan Dyer comes across the line to finish that race, with Wookie Racing ending up only about 15 seconds back after 6 hours of action. A great effort from the 258 team. E2JR Motorsports comes home in 3rd, with Marble Motors coming home in 4th overall. JRT Racing comes home in 5th, with Operation Motorsport in 6th. The Matrix Purple rounding out the top 7 for your GT3 drivers. We'll get to your final GT3 driver in just a moment, but winning your open class is your name here in the 25. Imperial Motorsports Commentator's Curse comes home in 2nd for the open class. Eureka comes home in 3rd, rounding out the podium for that open class. There's your final competitor in the GT3 class. Exchange Motorsports ran out of fast repairs at the end and had to tow it back to the pit lane. They ended in P11 overall. Celtic Racing and Spanners Motorsport are going to round out your open field in the top 13 overall. Back from there, Three Stooges Racing is your GT4 winner. 208 Racing Green Team and Dreadnought Racing rounding out the podium, with Backmarker Motorsports, Star Racing, Team 1, Anchors Away, rounding out the top 20 overall. Max Schnell Motorsports, Alcro Racing, Operation Motorsport GT4, and Los Muchachos Motorsports ending up rounding out your GT4 grid. And it looks like Keep Vitesse with a DQ at the end, or a penalty, puts them all the way down in 25th at the end of the order. But after 6 hours of total action, we are over and done, and we'll enter into the post-race show. And we'll first talk with Matrix Green, your GT3 winners. And what a performance from them. They weren't the most evening, but they ended up being the ones that come out on top. Jordan Dyer, Klaus Nielsen joining us in the booth now. And Klaus, I'll start with you. You weren't the one to finish it off, but through the middle portion of that race, you were consistent and trying to get that car up to the front. Congratulations on your win.
Well, thank you very much. It's just such a pleasure to drive with these guys. I mean, they're the fast guys, and I'm filling in. And my job is basically to keep the nose straight and not have any damage along the way. And Jordan and Matt are basically the playmakers, and they did a great job tonight. It was wonderful. It was fun.
And Jordan, you were the one to come across the line and get that checkered flag. You had to hold off. Not a lot of hard charges, but a lot of drivers that were starting to creep down your neck there. How'd you get it done in that last stint?
Yeah, like Klaus said, we just really had to keep it clean. We were double stinting the tires on that last one, so it was a lot of being patient and just, not spinning the tires. And we got really lucky that Matt gave us P2 on that quali, and that just set us up perfect, and we executed exactly to plan.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Matrix Green on top in the GT3 class. Congratulations, Jordan. Congratulations, Klaus. Go celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Great to hear from our GT3 winners tonight, Matrix Green. And now over to our open class winners. It was your name here who was able to get it done. Michael Kaholik comes across the line with that team taking the checkered flag, and he is standing by with Michael Johnson.
So, Michael, quite a drive there at the finish. Did you know that you had 30 seconds coming back to you at the finish there?
We knew time was coming back to us. We just didn't know how much. And Duncan, while he was spotting, told me it was 30 seconds. And I didn't really care. It was just really fun to battle Chris. I had a smile on my face the entire time. And yeah, that was a whole lot of fun.
I can tell you from experience, I've raced Chris multiple times, and every single time I've been grinning ear to ear. He's so much fun to run against. So what ultimately gave you the ability to take the position? Because you guys did have a little bit of back and forth here and there earlier on. Did you feel like, okay, I've got the better foot off the corner, I had the better braking, I got the better straight line? Where was it for you?
If I remember, oh my gosh, it was a blur. If I remember correctly, it was out of the bus stop and into the carousel, and I knew he was on slightly older tires and probably a little bit more fuel, and so I got a better run out of there, and there was a little bit of a gap on the inside. I didn't want to hit him and like really send it up the inside, but I managed to get my nose in there, and he left the space, and once I got through there, that was pretty much it.
So how much trust do you place in your teammate? It was you and Duncan, I think, the whole time in the car, unless I'm mistaken. So yeah. You and your teammate, how much did you work together? How much trust do you have in Duncan and what he's able to do with the car?
Well, I mean, not much, but okay. But I'll preface it with this. Okay, not a lot of trust, but just because we threw together the team with maybe 2 hours before the race, so we like just hopped into practice really quick. We made the team. We got registered for the league and everything like right before the race. So, but however, after that, his second stint was really, really strong. He was putting in really good times, and I think I would totally race with him again.
So you'd say then practice is for suckers?
No.
Okay. It just worked out this time.
it worked out. We got the practice during the race. How about that? I think I did a faster race lap than I did in qualifying, just because we had run so many laps afterward.
Indeed, you did. You beat it by a little under a tenth of a second, I want to say. You had a 47.1 in the race, and I think we were noting a 47.2 something in qualifying. So, yeah, you actually did get faster in the race. Now, that part of that is track conditions. Track was cooler, better tire, fuel load, whatever. So, who do you got to thank for today's victory?
I got to thank Duncan mainly just for running it with me. I put a thing out in the Discord and was just like, hey, and then I saw his message and no one answered him. So we got together and did that. Oh, shoot. Everyone else, my mom, the guys back at oh, wait, we're not on Geodesic. Okay. Anyway, the guys back at Geo and
they're good too, but this is PCA Sim Racing. So yeah, podium.
Yeah. Podium. You guys for putting these broadcasts on. It's really fun to go back and watch them. Chris for the battle, Dave, and yeah.
And we may have talked a little smack about you because they were in the booth. So, they were hanging out in the booth with us talking. So we may have talked a little smack, but no, it was all in good fun. You put on a brilliant race. And I want to thank you for being here and talking to us today.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me, guys.
So with that, I will hand it back to Joshua.
And we will have our GT4 winners now with us, the Three Stooges Racing entry. I'll start with Garrett Taylor. You came across the line in getting that checkered flag. What does it mean to you to get this 6 hours of the Watkins Glen win in the GT4 class?
That was a great race. There was a lot more tension in that, and we probably made it more interesting than it should have been, but that was a lot of fun.
And Adam Spence, you had to fight through the middle portion of that race behind the wheel of your Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. How difficult was it to just kind of maintain consistency and eventually end up in the lead?
Yeah, it was really interesting. They mentioned on the broadcast just before I jumped in that, when you enter middle of the race like that, you're not used to the conditions and you've been practicing in other conditions. And for sure that was the case. I started to find time and look for where I could find the time, but it was certainly interesting.
And rounding out with Chris Pippin, another one of the drivers who kind of had to really make it work through the middle portion and make it work through pit stops as well. How difficult was it to manage those pit stops and really have the strategy that was going to put you at the top of the board?
So it was more exciting than I thought it was going to be at the end there. We had a pit early on the first stint, so it put us off pace from everyone else. So we weren't always exactly sure where we were on track after everything had settled out. And so when Team 208 did their final pit much later than us, they were able to take fuel alone. They didn't have to do tires or a driver change. And so they came out just barely in front of us when we mentally were thinking we were going to be a fair bit ahead of that. So strategy really did play a big part in it, and we adjusted around an early incident that we had to manage, and so we were thinking about it the whole time for 6 straight hours.
Well, congratulations to you guys in Three Stooges Racing. Go celebrate your GT4 class win. Congrats.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Chris, Garrett, and Adam, the GT4 winners for Three Stooges Racing. Congratulations to Matrix Green, to your name here, and to Three Stooges Racing on grabbing the wins tonight. And just rounding out all of the festivities for the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Michael, you were here with me for the last half, and I gotta say, that was a very exciting, very brief sprint to the finish. We really didn't see the picture of the finish before about 30 minutes left in that race.
I got to say, I was surprised at a few things there, and the race did really beautifully evolve. I love the way an endurance race is a chess match until the end. You've got this nice little chess match, everybody trying to set up their board for that final attack. And that's what everybody did here. Some people had to run their rooks wide and up the side. Other people sent the queen crashing through the middle. And I'm not sure which one worked the way they expected it to, but honestly, it led to some beautiful racing all around through all the classes. And it was thoroughly enjoyable to sit there and comment and be a commentator on this race.
Well, if you want more action from PCA, then we will see you next time for Series 8 at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, live here on Podium Esports. But thank you so much to our sponsor, Porsche Exchange, once again for supporting us in the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. They are located on the North Shore of Chicago. The Porsche Exchange has grown to be the largest volume Porsche dealer in the entire Midwest. Along the way, they've won the Porsche Premier Dealership Award for years in a row and has been chosen to be one of the few Porsche exclusive manufacturer dealerships in the entire country. You can find out more at 4Porsche, that is 4, the number 4, PORSCHE.com, or follow them at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. Once again, that is at Porsche Exchange on Instagram. A big thank you to the steering community at PCA Sim Racing, and a huge thank you to everybody on our team tonight. For Taylor Burris and Rachel Whiteford for getting us started, for the drivers from the Imperial Motorsports Commentators Curse team that joined us throughout the night, Chris Pice, Leif Peterson, and Chad Dick. For my colleague in the booth, Michael Johnson, my name is Joshua Lee, and also none of this is possible without everybody at Podium Esports, Ryan Bauer, Gary Sexton, and John Theodore. And also a big shout out to Cameron Aubernon on social media and Dougie Beard for all of the wonderful camera angles that you saw in tonight's broadcast. We thank you so much for joining us from virtual Watkins Glen for PCA Sim Racing presented by Porsche Exchange. Congratulations to Matrix Green, your name here, and Three Stooges Racing. They are victorious at the Glen.